Two. What the frick? Eyes are friggin' terrible, man. Sorry, guys. Holy crap.
Well, we can assume that Peng is alive. Peng Shuai is speaking. What we don't know is that is she speaking freely? Who's running that camera? Who was out there filming is being stage managed right now. And based on what we know about the Chinese government and the way that they silence and censor and disappear people, she's being stage managed by the government itself, by the Communist Party, after she made these explosive Me Too allegations against Sung Yao-lee, the former vice premier, 75 years old. She said on Weibo, her social media platform with 500,000 followers, that he coerced or forced her to have sex with him at his house 3 years ago. Within 30 minutes, that post was deleted. Her entire social media presence in China has been erased. None of this is being reported inside China on Chinese state media. All of these videos and these tweets are being put out on social media platforms that are blocked in China. They're being tweeted or shared on platforms that are not allowed inside the mainland, which means that the vast majority of China's 1.5 billion citizens, even if they're fans of Peng Shuai, because she's a household name there, they have no idea this is happening. This is deliberately a propaganda blitz aimed at Western media to try to shut the media up. It's not good enough for the Women's Tennis Association. Steve Simon is demanding that he can speak directly with Peng Shuai by teleconference without anybody else present, with proof that there's nobody else present, proof that she can speak freely. He says either that or she should be allowed to leave the country. He also says there needs to be a full, open, and transparent investigation into these sexual assault allegations. Allegations that, frankly, we don't know what's happening behind the scenes in the inner workings of China. Maybe this former vice premier is also being questioned. Maybe he is. How do we know? There's zero transparency about this. I want to read you a portion of the quote from the Women's Tennis Association. It says, "It was good to see Peng Shuai in recent videos, but they don't alleviate or address the WTA's concern about her well-being and ability to communicate without censorship or coercion. This video does not change our call for a full, fair, and transparent investigation without censorship into her allegation of sexual assault, which is the issue that gave rise to our initial concern. Pamela, China is a country that has long been ruled by powerful men. And when people speak out against the Communist Party apparatus for decades, it is known that they are often disappeared. They are silenced. In the case of Peng Shuai, she is too big, too important, too famous, and of course that 10-year, $1 billion tennis contract with the WTA is also too important to just erase her away. But a lot of people fear, Pamela, that she's not being allowed to speak her truth right now, that she is being forced to put on a happy face after she bravely spoke out on social media and told her story of what she claims is sexual abuse at the hands of a very powerful man who used to have a lot of power when he was in his role as vice premier of China."
So much courage that took. And it's worth pointing out and emphasizing the difference between that strongly worded statement from WTA and
membership separate. Terms apply. See website for details. Shovel. Warm winter coat. Simply to do. As Canadians, taking on winter is kind of our thing. But what about adding peace of mind to winter showers? It's not just smart. It's winter-wise. Get your CAA membership or learn more at joincaaatoday.com.
William Ash's iconic 46 holiday warehouse sale is on now. Share the joy of setting your table with family and friends and celebrating the holidays together again. Save up to 80% off tableware, kitchenware, home decor, and so much more. Shop 22 departments over 25,000 square feet packed with over 200 brands you know and love. Find everything for entertaining and gifting. William Ashley's warehouse sale. 111 Trinity Road, Hatfield, 400 and Lakeside.
Holiday season.
Is that not Sean?
Visit a well-wised by Shoppers store to find gifts to celebrate the friends, family, and loved ones in your life. Whether you need gifts for him, gifts for her, or just want to treat yourself, well-wise stores carry a variety of health and wellness products that can help you and the ones you care for make the most of every day. Shop lots of holiday gifts and other home health care solutions in store or online at wellwise.ca. Knowing you have the protection you need is the first step to wherever they may take you. Keep cooking and drop on every adventure with trusted protection from Japan.
Hello, folks. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing well? Let's hope everybody's doing well. It's Sunday, And we're right around the 44th parallel. Of course, you know where that is on the globe, no doubt about it, right? You must know something about that. Abso-friggin-lutely. So anyways, you know, the Kyle Rittenhouse trial is now over, as you know, a few days ago. And like all things of this ilk or genre, there's a fair amount of controversy. Now, depending on which way you lean, sway fore or aft, either way, there are many different opinions. So we're going to analyze a few different versions of opinion, plus whatever else. Now, feel free to throw in chat anything, but just don't be rude. That's all. Just a certain standard of decorum. That's all we ask. And we're going to start off with what was a live stream just maybe 2 weeks ago. Interesting. Let me check here. Was it November the 7th? So exactly 2 weeks ago. So this was done on November the 7th. And without much waiting at hand, usually people say without further ado, let's get into it, Baba Louie. So away we go. As I said, questions, comments, throw in chat, and Bob's your uncle.
I hear an echo. If I need to put on the headphones.
All right, sounds good. Well, we are live. So welcome to everyone. Welcome to Legal Bites. My name is Alita. I am a lawyer. I'm licensed in California and Washington, D.C. And sorry, I just got an echo. Pausing that. So if you're new here, that's we on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time so that you can make sense of the headlines and come to your own reasonable conclusions. How about that?
I love it. The chat will never. We were not late, people. I believe we were on time. I put.
We were just on time.
Alita, thank you very much. First of all, how do you spell your name? Because I was trying to spell it, then I just gave up and went to Legal Bites.
I know it's spelled exactly how you would not expect it. It's Alyte. So, and okay. the reason why is because it's Lithuanian. So that's my ethnic background. So, yep, that's about it. So
I was going with Gaelic. I thought maybe it was of Irish descent.
Okay. No, it's I'm very Lithuanian. Born in California, but I grew up in the Lithuanian American community, going to Lithuanian Saturday school. It's why I couldn't do sports growing up. Kind of like, it's like the story, like, you know, if you ever saw My Big Fat Greek Wedding, how she couldn't do Girl Scouts because she had to go to Greek school every single Saturday. That was my experience, but I couldn't do soccer or, you know, Little League baseball or anything like that. So
your parents are Lithuanian or grandparents?
Well, so all of the above. My parents were both born in the United States, but my mom was the first one on her side, born in the United States. They were World War II refugees, fled the Soviet Union, fled the encroachment of the Soviet Union. And then my dad's side, they went a couple generations back, but all of them were active members of the Lithuanian American community. So anyway, but to anyone that
Okay, sorry. The dog.
There you go.
The dog was eating something that he's not supposed to be eating. So now,
I understand that. Yeah, no, I understand that trouble.
Something expensive too. Like it's my golf putter who some kid took it out. So that's phenomenal. So I'm going to ask a stupid question. Do you speak? The language of Lithuania is Lithuanian?
Yes. Yeah, it is. I do actually. So that actually was my first language. My dominant language is now English, because I mean, growing up in the United States, it's one of those that you know, it takes over when you're surrounded by it. So, oh, and we also have with us Nate the lawyer. Hey, Nate, I wasn't sure if you were going to be able to make it.
Yeah, we've just finished Joe's stream like 20 minutes ago, so I said I'll step in and just say
It's
hello.
going to be, we're getting to a world where it's going to be 24/7 legal streaming on YouTube. Like, you need.
Oh my God, we have Nate the lawyer. How you doing, Nate? Howdy, buddy. Okay, so just to give you a little insight, I've been following, what was it, about a week ago, the three on screen now were part of a group of 10 that were consistently on one stream. And then there might have been a couple others that they rotated in and out, but for the most part, it was approximately 10 at a time at the most. So just to give you a little bit of insight. So let these guys go and I'll be quiet, monsieur.
Need a legal fix. There's always someone streaming.
Yeah, because I was
Always.
with you last night, Joe this morning, Eric this morning. Then I was on with
Yep.
Amazing Lucas. So today, this is my 4th stream today. So,
It's
still early.
just been. I had a little bit of a break yesterday, but I really needed that after being on Nick Rekida's channel for 10 hours. That was back. Like I had a backache after that from all that sitting and.
You did 2 days in a row, or was that? I mean, I know I saw you one full day. Did you do that 2 days in a row?
Friday I did a full day, 10 hours, and I'm not in the United States right now, so that ended up going until for me like 4 a.m. And the day before I did 3 live streams. I did one on Good Logic's channel, one on here, and then I hopped on Nick Rekida's channel for a few hours also, just for why not. So this has been I have never done this much streaming in my life. But it's been I mean, so fascinating, right? I mean, we're all just enthralled by what's going on right now. There's so much to cover in the world. I mean, just between these 2 trials, never mind Alec Baldwin and vaccine mandates and all this other stuff that's going on. Like just these 2 trials alone is like there's only 24 hours in a day, right?
No, and
we still.
Oh no, go for it, Nate. I know where you're going with this.
No, I was saying we still got Cardi B to come up. Like we have so many other cases coming up this month. So it's just like, what happened? I think all the courts were like, you know what? Let's just wait till November and hit them all with the bomb. And so we got Cardi B and U.S. Soccer coming up this month. So it's just like, let's just hit them with everything all at one time so they can't cover it all. Let's see if they can cover it all.
They have absolutely no empathy, no regard for the YouTube lawyers. I mean, you would think they would plan this out for us, right?
But it's I don't know. Is it new that they're live streaming or live viewing the trials? I mean, I know that you had Court TV back in the day. OJ's trial was when they played it on TV. But is it new that they're streaming trials live to the degree that they're doing it now? From my observation.
From what I've been hearing is that it's one of those COVID kind of things. So since they didn't want everybody to, since the public has a right to see the trial and they wanted to limit access to the courts, live streaming was the second best option. So so this is a benefit of the pandemic. But I'm thinking if we didn't have the pandemic, we wouldn't have this much live streaming. But thank God, I don't want to say thank God for the pandemic, but thank God that they made this change, because now even the Supreme Court is starting to relax some of their restrictions with how fast the recordings come out. Because before you said you have to wait, now they come out like instantly right at the same day you can listen to them.
Right. I think we can all agree that the courts are one area of the law that desperately needed to catch up in terms of technology, and they're still a little behind in a lot of ways. But they were very, very behind. I mean, some didn't even or there might be some now that don't allow court filing online, which is just nuts.
It's the digital side to it is one thing, but it's the transparency side is the other. Like letting people see what's going on, because courtrooms are open. You can go sit in there if you want to go down to court and be the guy sitting in a empty courtroom. The ability to see it in real time on the internet. It's going to be great for transparency, and it's going to be great for responsibility for the people involved. It's fantastic.
Yes. And before we get into the substance, I didn't actually get to say this before, but Viva, thank you so much for being here. This is your first time on my channel.
It's amazing. Thank you for inviting me. And just so everybody knows, the dog got a glue stick. And so he chewed a glue stick, and then this was stuck to his tooth, and I finally got it out. Now I'm going to put the dog upstairs before we get started so he stops distracting me. Give me 30 seconds.
Sure. In the meantime, there's still a dog over here. So if anybody is feeling like they need a dog, Indy is still, she's sleeping on the chair, so she may get active at some point. We'll see. She might start chewing on something that she shouldn't be also, because she does that a lot, plenty. So there's so much going on here. And we're gonna keep this to Ahmaud Arbery, the Ahmaud Arbery trial and the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, because that on its own is enough to fill 24 hours, really.
Yeah, Nate's been covering the Ahmaud Arbery. Joe Neerman's covering the Ahmaud Arbery. I think it's, legally speaking, it might be the less hot topic of the two.
Yeah.
But man, the seeing what's going on in Rittenhouse and knowing the backstory that we've been following with Barnes on our live streams, it's got a new angle to it. Nate, you just put out a summary video of week one.
Yeah, it's literally one on my channel. I was what? People were like dying, but I put up the summary. But it's hard because I think the prosecution, if it comes out later that the prosecution tanked this case, I'd be like, oh, it's very clear they did that, because I don't know, the defense. It's one of those things where I would say the defense is not winning this case. The prosecution is losing this case by giving them everything, right? Because the defense isn't even put on a case. But yet I've heard more self-defense in the prosecution's case than I've ever had in any prosecution. So I don't know what's going on here, but it's just here. So you guys been watching it too.
Yeah. Hey, Joe. Glad to have you here.
Yo.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you to all three of you for being here on a Sunday, on a technically non-working day, but is this work really?
We never work.
When you love what you do, you'd never work a day in your life. And now Good Logic is making me realize I need a banner like that in the background.
Good Logic.
You see, I'm a trendsetter. That's my goal. My goal is to set the tone. It was actually the wife who provided this for me as part of a birthday gift. So
I was
God bless her.
Though, it kind of reminds me of Rekida's old flag that I think he used to have behind him.
What are you trying to say? Now you're saying I'm not a trendsetter.
Well, my wife was just looking into a neon light, but they're like $1,500 or $2,000.
They're expensive.
It's like they're expensive, and it seems like a waste of money. Not just rather like, okay, they're expensive. It's not like a good whiskey or something. It's just a waste.
Well, you can green screen it if you want. Green screen it and throw a neon light up there. No, it'll be hard to know the difference.
Screen. No. I'm just going to get I think a flag like Good Logic's is going to be the cost-effective solution.
Nice.
Is that a green screen, Good Logic? That's not a green screen behind you.
No, it's not. It's not a green screen. That's an actual. That's an actual thing you can
touch it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Before we get started, Alita,
green screen.
Alita, what's in your back? You look like there's marathon medals behind you.
Yes, those are full and half marathon medals.
Wow.
So I do like to run, and in fact, actually, so I'm going to take this opportunity to plug my subscribership on this channel, because every 5,000 subs that I get, I'm going to add on another 5K onto a run, all the way up until 50K. So that would be definitely the longest that I've ever run. So
let's do it for 1 million. 1 million.
So I'll put it this way: I'm committed to 50K at this point. I might do 100K. So we'll see about that. But obviously, like, depending on if I'm healthy and all that kind of stuff. I
have the same approach, but I use shots instead of running. So every 5K, I take 5,000.
I once ran a 50-mile in Bear Mountain in New York State, and we left at 5 in the morning. It took me a little over 12 hours.
Wow.
And it was intense in that you actually go through a series of emotions during the day. Like when you're running for 12 hours, and I didn't run fast, but it was just a question of actually doing it. But
of course. I mean, when you're running those miles, I mean, it's just finishing, right? Like it's just keeping yourself from stopping.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you guys something. When I walked in here, Nate was talking about how Binger was blowing the case for the prosecution in Rittenhouse, and So I had two thoughts on that. The first is, I don't know that he's blowing it rather than that he just doesn't have facts or law on his side. So it's like he has to put somebody up there. And it's like anyone who's going to put up there is not going to have very much positive for the prosecution to say. And by what the media has been telling us, I think that there's very little case there for the prosecution to work, which is why I think there's so many people, certainly on our side of it, who are like, this is insane that this was ever brought. But I also had another thought, and I threw this at Nick, and he was sort of torn about it. And I wanted to ask my learned counselors who are sitting here with me, what do you think about an idea I came up with, which is, if you're the defense, don't even bring any new witnesses. All the witnesses you bring up, just bring back the state's witnesses. Ask them questions on direct, and you're basically showing to the jury they literally have nothing. Every person who they brought forward is a witness for us. Bring back up Richard McGinnis. Bring back up Balch. Bring up all these people, aside from, I guess, Gage Crowscourts, you're probably not going to bring back up there. But pretty much bring up everyone who was an eyewitness, who they brought up, bring them up there and have them show that, yeah, if they were in his shoes, they would have done exactly what Kyle did. Every one of them, I think, would have said that, hey, if I was in his shoes, I would have pulled that trigger there on Rosenbaum. I would have been like, firing for my life there. And this way, if you and the jury are sitting there and you see the state's own witnesses are ultimately coming around saying Kyle was completely justified and they would have done the same thing, what the hell does the state have left at that point?
I think one thing, though, is that there would likely be an objection for cumulative testimony because asked and answered, a lot of asked and answered. Because the thing is, I mean, if you're just going to be going over the same facts, the same testimony, again, just from the other, just getting a direct by the other side, you're probably going to have the jury asking, why is this trial lasting twice as long as it should?
Okay.
And then they might get annoyed at the defense.
Okay, but I think it's to really ask, I think it's the primary question at the end of the day is, would you have done anything differently than what Kyle did? Would you have done anything differently than what he did?
That's a tough question unless you know the answer to the question. I would never ask that question unless I've asked you that question already and you've given me an answer. Because it's a hell of a question to ask. If somebody says no, I would not have, then would
that be a permissible?
You're in a bad situation.
Would it be a permissible question anyhow? You're asking a question of opinion to a witness of fact.
Yeah,
calls for speculation. That's what you call it in the States.
Yeah.
I never understood what that is. Calls for speculation. In Quebec, we say hypothetical question. You're asking a question of opinion to a witness of fact. Also, what difference does it even make whether or not they would have reacted the same way? Maybe they'd react worse or better. But no, I don't think the prosecution is not throwing the case. We live in a world now. Everybody's constantly, conspiracy theory bitten. And so when you see something, you try to explain it away through underlying intentions.
Yeah,
it's a bad case on its facts. I get the feeling there hasn't been that much witness prep, which is a problem. Calling up the two brothers, I don't think there was any prep there. But
I would agree because I think with a lot of these witnesses, there doesn't seem to be much chemistry between the prosecution and the witnesses that they're calling. So because it's like you want to get a sense of comfort between them, you want to get a sense of rapport between them, and I don't sense that in this case really with any of the witnesses that I've watched. I don't know about you guys.
It's visible in the pausing that he asks a question, gets an answer, and he's like, okay, normally, like you're saying, there's a rapport where there's a flow. When the prosecutor asks a question and the person gives an answer and he sort of pauses trying to figure out, well, what do I do with that? That is, to attorneys, I think it's a telltale sign that you weren't fully expecting the answer that you got, and now you're trying to figure out how to dance around the problems that just arose over the last 30 seconds when he said something you didn't like.
Right.
So
yeah, there's a possibility just for pacing, for drama, but it's more when the witnesses don't understand the questions, or it sounds like it's the first time the witness has heard the question. None of these questions should be surprising or catch the witnesses off guard. And with some of them, it didn't seem like they caught the witness off guard. It just sounded like the witness was happy to answer the question. I'm looking at McGinnis with, you didn't know what was going on in Rosenbaum's head. With the brothers.
Oh yeah, that was just a beautiful setup.
Yeah, lunging, falling. No, you said falling. Damn it! It's just like
and especially it all looked like it was scripted in a movie. Which actor does McGinnis look like? Because he looks like
Matthew McConaughey.
A young Matthew McConaughey. Okay, 100%.
Yes.
You answered that a little too quick there, Alita. That was the
He's Professor McConaughey. I'm a Longhorn. Thank you very much.
okay.
No, it's I mean, we'll see what happens next week. It's the case is it's been a weak case from the beginning. People are just asking, why did the prosecutor take it? Nate, ADA versus DA, he has no choice. He's answering to higher ups.
Yes. If he wasn't doing this case, somebody else was doing it. But look at this clip. This is from my video today. But look at this clip. This is the clip of literally the prosecutor trying to impeach his own witness. He's trying to call into question the witness that he has called as a fact witness. So in other words, don't believe my own witness, which is insane. Which is insane. I know. But listen to this back and forth. It's crazy. This is what you guys were just talking about. Oops, I unmuted.
You don't know.
And this is credibility. Sorry. Here's Mr. McGinnis, an eyewitness to the shooting.
You don't know, as you sit here today, what Mr. Rosenbaum was thinking, do you?
You mean at the time of the shooting?
Yes. Or at any point in his life. I mean, you have no idea what Mr. Rosenbaum was ever thinking in his life. I've never been inside his head. You never met him before. You don't know.
I've never exchanged words with him. That's what your question is.
So your interpretation of what he was trying to do or what he was intending to do or anything along those lines is complete guesswork, isn't it?
Well, he said, "Fuck you," and then he reached for the weapon.
Who made that effect, Nate? Who made that effect?
That's me.
Okay, that's good.
That was a bomb, right? Like,
yes. Yes. Especially because of his delivery. He said it so dispassionately, like so factually.
Yeah.
It made it so much better because he really undersold like the drama of it that made it like the performance way better.
Yeah, and it's like it's such a stupid question because no one ever knows what anyone else is thinking in your head. I don't know what any three of you are thinking in your heads, but you sort of can get an idea based on their actions, what they're probably thinking. That's my perception of what they're thinking. So to say I don't know, okay, fine, but you know, as he described it, he said "F you" and then lunged at him.
What do you think?
It probably wasn't a hug. It probably wasn't a hug. That was my perception.
He was just trying to give him a sandwich, actually.
A witness would ordinarily like say to the judge, "Can I say this?" He said "F you." Like this guy didn't even ask permission to say the uncensored F word. It was just "Fuck you," and then like. And like, it was, but you see, it's an interesting term. Impeach the witness that's the U.S. term. But yeah, he was effectively he was cross-examining his own witness. I was having that scene from Liar Liar. He's badgering the witness. Well, it's his own witness, but like, yeah, he didn't. You stop when you've stepped in the poop, and Binger just kept tracking it around the house.
Yeah.
Spoken like a man who has Winnie the Westie.
Who has probably stepped in poop at some point. I understand that. I also unfortunately understand that trouble.
Yep. No. The kid stepped in poop, and then no one could understand why there were chocolate smears on random places in the house. It wasn't chocolate, and it was in someone's barefoot, and it was disgusting.
Oh my god!
The brothers of the car dealership. Again, I mean, you're calling witnesses who don't want to be there, and they have to be the most prepped, and they were not prepped, and he didn't understand. He didn't seem to understand their hesitance to answer some of those questions.
So let me ask you this: you think there's not one eyewitness who, like, they could catch on video? This is a person who was there, who was part of the BLM protests, supported the protests, who could at least say, "I saw Rosenbaum. You know, I saw Kyle." There's not one witness who can support that position.
Well. Here's what they showed that Rosenbaum was doing. Check this out.
Oh yeah, let me.
And we're going to get into what Binger said in his intro statements there, Nate.
Oh
yes.
Yeah, I have that here too. If you guys want to hear that. And even threatens Kyle's life.
When Mr. Rosenbaum threatened you and Kyle, correct?
Correct.
And he specifically said if he got either of you alone, he would expletive kill you.
That's correct.
Any doubt about that?
No doubt about that at all.
Told the FBI that?
Yes.
And so it's like, I don't know why you would call these witnesses to say these are again, these are, I think people don't understand. These are witnesses for the prosecution. This is not, these are not defense witnesses. That's what makes this so bad.
Right.
Where we going?
Yeah, and you know, he was that witness that we just saw. He was also in several interviews. I think I saw at least one where he was detailing everything and basically coming to the defense of Kyle. So I completely agree with you. I think most, if not all, of the witnesses that have been called so far are really not helpful for the prosecution, and it's baffling to try to figure out why they even called him in the first place.
Well, it was the guy we just saw, Nate. He's the one who said that he got Grosskrauter's handgun afterwards, and he cleared the chamber. He's the one that testified on that, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And he's the one that said that there was a bullet in the chamber. It was ready to fire. I mean, yeah, it's as though the strategy might have been just to delay, bore the jury to death, or get them in a position where they just want to convict to get out of there. But it's not because there are witnesses that you have to call them. These, in theory, could have been witnesses that the defense would have called, but you're better off not calling anybody and just relying on the video footage and the facts of the case than letting these people come in and add details that even I didn't know about before this trial got started. I had no idea a bullet out of the chamber of the handgun that Grosskrauter had ready to unload into the guy. I mean, I knew he said he wanted to do it.
You know, there's a theory that you're all aware of, that you sometimes want to get your bad facts out of the way at the beginning of the trial. So maybe that's what the first 4 days of the trial are. Let's get
the
all the
entire
bad
prosecution's case in chief.
let's spend the first 4 days getting all the bad stuff out of the way.
Who is conceptually, who would be a good witness, and what would that good witness say? Like, conceptually, and all of the players in this, who would be a good witness for the prosecution that would build their story that this was premeditated and unjustified murder in the legal sense?
Kyle Rittenhouse. But they can't call Kyle.
Yeah,
they can call Kyle Rittenhouse. They can probably make that
although in the defense opening statement, they did say that they were planning on having Kyle testify, right? Which I hope that he's not.
It's malpractice. If they do it at this point.
Yeah. There's no, for what? They would have him come on to prove what? They're already winning. I wouldn't. Even if that would be
a little bit. That really would be. What is it? Oh God, I totally said this the other day. It's a snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah. So someone in the chat said maybe Zeminski's girlfriend. Maybe do they know the whereabouts of Zeminski? That's the guy who was the first one to pull the trigger of a gun for reasons only he knows. Hypothetically, maybe you call Zeminski and you get him to say, I fired my gun in the air to scare these guys off. And, but Rittenhouse was X, Y, and Z. I don't know who would be a good witness for the prosecution in this case.
One thing about the prosecution's case, which I don't understand, is that the opening statement versus what the people testified to. I think that's the big issue, because you promise, right? You're promising the jury the evidence is going to show this, and then you say something that directly is contradicted by all your witnesses that are about that particular event. It's just like, again, that's why I keep saying I don't know where he thought he was going with this, but this prosecutor it just doesn't make any sense to be prosecuting the case this way. But but we'll see. Next week maybe they'll bring a rabbit out the hat or something like that. But I just don't see it. I honestly believe you have a directed verdict is a real possibility here for the most serious charges.
They're going to bring Grosskrauter. I mean, that's going to be the witness of the trial, because I'm trying to think. Steelman, the testimony that Grosskrauter could provide, what could he possibly provide by way of testimony that would be damning for Rittenhouse? If you had to make something up.
Well, if we think about the case in a whole, the key to the case is actually not because he's the last victim that got a shot in the arm. We have to go all the way back to Rosenbaum, because essentially, if Rosenbaum's shooting was unjustified or illegal, right? If he wasn't justified in self-defense, then that turns Kyle from acting in self-defense to an active shooter. So just imagine you have an active shooter in a building and somebody confronts and kills the active shooter, right? That's what you have with Kyle Rittenhouse. So he wouldn't have been justified for any of these killings. But if you can say the first murder or the first act of violence against Rosenbaum, if it was justified, then these other ones also become justified because he's defending himself with self-defense. So that's kind of where I think they're going with this. And I really don't understand with somebody confronting Kyle with a gun, because I think the prosecution is going to make the argument that whatever the last guy's name is, he was acting to stop what he believed incorrectly was an active shooter. And he was acting in self-defense or defense of others. But then the defense has to say, well, Kyle was not an active shooter. He was justified in all those shootings and therefore still retained the right to defend himself against serious. And this guy posed a serious threat by having a gun, and he responded to that threat. So he's justified. So I think that's the context you're going to get next week.
It's far worse than that for the Grosskreutz testimony, because he was live streaming after the Rosenbaum shooting. He's live streaming on his own thing, and there's video of him running alongside Kyle before Kyle's knocked to the ground and saying, "Where are you going?" And Kyle's running and looks over his shoulder and says, "I'm going to the police." So it's not as if he thinks that Kyle's an active shooter. He literally heard from the horse's mouth that he's on his way to the police before he ended up doing that whole, it's an act of war. It's a what's it called? It's a criminal act of war to fake surrender and then pull a gun on someone. And that's what he did to the guy who told him less than 60 seconds earlier that he's trying to run to the police.
Well,
So
it's a fair, first of all, I mean, it's a fair point that Nate brings up, is that if that's what they want to show, that Grosskreutz thought he was stopping an active shooter, interesting. The fact that Kyle says I'm going to the police doesn't necessarily make him no longer an active shooter, if that's what Grosskreutz actually believed. But fair point in all of this also, and I don't know this offhand, what was Grosskreutz involvement from the initial Rosenbaum attack? Like, Grosskreutz knew what was going on from the beginning, and he had been involved. It's not like he just showed up. Does anyone know this offhand?
Any questions, any concerns, just throw it in chat. Let me know what you think. And remember, Bob's your uncle.
Grosskreutz. No one can get his name right. You're not the only one. Everyone's like, I don't know, Gross Point, Gross. But yeah, I don't know what his position. I don't know if anyone knows at this point, aside from maybe the prosecutor, if he bothered to interview him before. But because based on prior witnesses, we don't know if he interviews these guys before he brings them on the stand. But
of course, he's interviewing these guys. Of course,
I'm just joking. I'm joking.
Yeah,
but
like, what the hell's going on?
I'm saying it just looks like he never met them before and has no idea what they're going to say. But I don't think anyone is aware where Grosskreutz was at the time Rosenbaum was killed. So it is an interesting question. He was around them by the dumpster fire, though. Grosskreutz and Huber were with Rosenbaum a half hour earlier. But that doesn't mean that he saw the shooting, though. It doesn't mean he knew what happened by the shooting.
No, so, I mean, what were the statements that he made was it via a friend on Facebook, or was it on his own Facebook post that he would have unloaded into Rittenhouse? I mean, I don't know who made those posts, so it might not be admissible because it was his friend saying he had said it to him. But yeah, I mean, Grosskreutz is going to have some explaining to do, and he's not going to have. We need to deal with the fact that he might have been a convicted felon and unlawfully in possession of a firearm at a riot, which might be an issue already from the get-go. But
right. I mean, we'll find out on Monday, right? Because he's the last witness, supposedly.
Monday's
tomorrow.
That doesn't
have anything. But
it is tomorrow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, sure. Even if that's true, though, even if he was a convicted felon with a weapon, that does not deter that his right to self-defense. If somebody is an active threat, an imminent threat to his life, and he has
that's true.
Yeah, so.
It's kind of ironic, though, that the charge that seems most likely to stick to Kyle is that he's an underage guy carrying a weapon, and Grosskreutz is a felon carrying a weapon. So, it's like they're hitting him with that charge in theory for saving his life from a guy who had no right under the law to carry a gun either. So,
okay, can I say one thing too to the chat? We got 1,000 people watching and only 200 likes. Like, come on, really, guys? Really?
Hold on.
It takes nothing to hit the goddamn button.
I'm just amazed that there are over 1,000 people watching. That has never happened to me before. This is amazing.
You go.
Let me get while we've got a break in the conversation. Let me get some of these super chats, because I know that a lot of people have been. Thank you so much, by the way. So Ingrid Bailing, thank you so much for your super chat. This one is for Viva. Sorry, Viva, I'm not going to
No.
give you this one.
Yeah, angry battling likes doing this. This way,
Yeah.
I don't even know
know.
what country you're in, but I have to leave Canada to collect, and that gets you arrested in Canada.
Not applicable. Thank you so much for your super chat. How do you say "please object" Richards in Lithuanian? Let's see the term. Actually, I don't know the term "object." Oh, you know what? You might actually, because that's a very I mean, that's like a technical legal term, and I haven't practiced law in Lithuania.
French, it
I'm
would
going
be,
to.
S'il vous plaît, objectez, Monsieur Richards. Ça fait
Yeah.
assez longtemps.
I'm gonna look that one up, and then I will get back to you because that's a good question. Thank you.
Is it
Let's see
pronounced
here.
Richard in French? Richard?
Oh, it would definitely be Richard, yeah.
Yeah. With a hard R. A hard R.
Nerd Arnodan, thank you so much for your super chat. Ghostbuster PSA: don't cross the streams. Yes, that is. That
was when you were
very
talking about
important.
being on multiple
Ghostbusters.
streams. Yeah, you were
Oh,
talking
I
about
get it.
yeah.
And I
Of course,
immediately
yeah.
thought pee. I just thought someone was talking about peeing right here. 'Cause-
Well, I think it's a double entendre, isn't
yeah,
it?
but I didn't even have the double. I just went straight to visualizing actually peeing. But I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay. The John Beck, thank you so much for your super chat. Future team name LNN Lawyer News Network. I would not mind that, honestly. I think that
I
that
like
would
that.
be kind
I like
of
that a
cool.
lot.
If,
Yeah, I
if
like
we,
that a
if
lot.
we could all create one super channel, right? 24/7 lawyer streaming. we've got people in different time zones now, right? So
This is
we can
genius.
cover it.
This is genius. I don't know how we haven't come up with this yet. That is great. Lawyer News Network.
Fantastic. Angry Battling, thank you for another super chat. Viva no, bring back Winston. Hashtag Winston cameos matter.
The dog is. I need to clean up. If you see what's going on in the backdrop here, the kids have made
It
a
looks like-
disaster of my office.
It looks like chocolate back there.
It's Halloween stuff, and it's a big
No,
mess.
you missed the joke there, Viva. It went over your head. Think it through again.
The Dragon's Treasure, thank you so much for your super chat. Thoughts on Floyd Cousins saying there's
Yeah.
people taking pics of the jury in case they say not guilty, mistrial time. So I saw somebody tagged me in a tweet on Twitter. I think a bunch of us on Twitter with some video. I didn't actually have a chance to watch the video, but if that's the case, if people are actually trying to do that, that is getting into the territory of jury tampering, and that
It's a crime.
can yes. Yeah, and that can result in a mistrial, which would not mean that this is what in the Rittenhouse trial that people are saying
Yeah.
this. That would not mean that he would be acquitted. That would mean that they would have to retry the case. So either the prosecution would retry it, or they would just decide not to pursue it, which would probably be the smarter choice based on everything that's happened so far.
I agree with you. It definitely smells of jury tampering. And at the same time, is there any chance in hell that would ever be prosecuted by anyone? When you consider that we have, you've got Maxine Waters at the Chauvin trial standing up there saying you damn well better convict, and that wasn't considered jury tampering. You think that no one prosecuted on that, no one thought of even saying it was wrong. You think that this guy taking pictures of the jury is going to be something that any prosecutor is going to. I mean, look, if the prosecution was fair, they wouldn't be prosecuting this in the first place, as we see from the lack of evidence.
Right.
So there's no chance on earth that that jury tampering of that nature would in any way be prosecuted by the state. I mean, any disagree with me on that?
I mean, well, the one distinguishing factor is that you have to ask whether or not any of the members of the jury actually saw that statement. So yes, absolutely. If they had seen her make that statement, if she made that statement directly, she addressed the jury and said that, then yes, absolutely, that would be a very clear case of witness tampering. But the question is whether, I mean, they were all told to stay away from the news, to stay away from talking about anyone, and so the court is always going to assume that the jury is actually following those rules unless there is some evidence that somebody isn't.
Yeah.
It's a 17-second clip. I don't know who the individual is in the clip on Twitter that we were tagged in, guys. From the 17 seconds, it's not clear it's an overt threat, rather just what the individual thinks is going on. But look, I wouldn't hang a hat on expecting a mistrial for that particular soundbite. Contextually speaking, I was just listening to it, but
okay.
And the other thing is, someone doesn't need to say it in order for people to know that this is on people's minds in any event. But this would be a good impetus for the judge to give a directed verdict or a pre-jury dismissal to save the jury the headache of doing this. But did anybody see Alyssa Milano's tweet? I don't know why I'm following Alyssa Milano. She tweeted, the judge is talking about the Bible. Get this guy off the case right now. And I'm like, if she thinks that this is grounds to get a judge off the bench, that he ventures into a story while talking about something, it's clear that she has minimal court experience. Not that it's par for the course, but my goodness, not disqualifying worthy.
But that is why we have our channels, right? Is to educate the public. And so, Alyssa Milano, if you are out there and you're watching this, please subscribe. Maybe you can learn something.
She may be beyond the point of no return. She put out another tweet yesterday, which was a poll that said, it was a poll. Are you going to get your kids vaccinated? If 5 to 11-year-olds, some said yes, some said never. And it was like 92% of 173,000 people who responded said never. And then I showed them our newest definition of anti-vaxxer, which apparently now 92% of 173,000 respondents are anti-vaxxers.
Now that is interesting. So Europa Chronicles, thank you so much for your super chat. He said they could even bring Gage on direct and show the video of Kyle saying he's going to the police. P.S. Thanks to all for the great streaming coverage. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
I just want to say, Alyssa Milano, if you're watching, don't subscribe to my channel. It's not going to work well.
Subscribe to Legal Eagle.
It's not going to work well between us. We're not going to be happy with the relationship. Just don't.
Another super chat. It's a small girl. Thank you so much for your super chat. How much prep does the prosecution usually do with the witness? I assume they don't practice. I don't know. Nate, what's been your experience?
When I've done preps, like for instance with cops, I'll bring them in. We just go over the timeline, right? Is this what happened? This is what happened. I'm going to ask you about this. I'm going to ask you about this. I'm not telling you what to say, but I'm just trying to make sure we're consistent. And then we'll go through like kind of just a mini question and answer, just so I can understand, where some issues would be. Because you want everything, especially on direct. I'm not allowed to ask you leading questions. So any smart lawyer would only ask questions that you can get the answer to. But on direct, it's a little tricky because it allows you to expound upon your answer. So that's why. So generally, I would ask you all the questions. For, hey, what about this? What about this? And then when we go in, it's two things. Number one, you already know what's coming. And two, you're more comfortable because it's already testifying at a trial is already a performance. And a lot of people just, if you're just stand up in your supermarket and say something loud, people always get a little antsy with public speaking. So trial is like that. But if you already know what the questions are and you already have a rapport with me, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be talking to you. Then it makes it a lot easier to make that witness, to get that witness comfortable. That's one thing I will say about like McGinnis. McGinnis is a reporter. He's used to public speaking. So that's why he just looks so cool, calm, and collected up there because he was just so used to it versus the car dealership person. You notice the person was on edge. The person was very evasive because that person's not used to that type of environment. So
I think he may have actually been hiding a few things too.
I think the car dealership guys
hiding a few things.
They might have had a little something to hide.
He's a car dealership guy. That by definition, if he's not doing his job right, if he doesn't have something to hide.
but think about the liability this guy has, though, because if he says I had those militia people there to protect me, and Kyle was one of those guys, and he shot these 3 people, well, then you have a lot of liability for his insurance and even for his business because it's like, all right, the people who you hired to protect your business shot people and injured people. That is, that's what I think he's trying to avoid. Right? He's trying to avoid that I did this. So
I mean, he's really kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? Because then on the other side, he's got insurance that he's got to worry about.
Yeah. So it would be vicarious liability would be the concept in U.S. law, like your employees or mandatees doing something. And Nate, I don't know if it's the same in criminal versus civil, but we say in civil. It's a day of prep for every day of trial, at the very least, if you just want to go in
at the very least.
And you sit with your witnesses and you go over their testimony in detail. You can never tell a witness how to answer. You can never correct their answer. Right. Yes. But you can prep them and say, this is what I'm going to ask you. This is going to be the sequence. And expect this in cross-examination. They're going to grill you. They're going to ask you this and this and that. And you prep them so that they don't go in naked. They don't go in not knowing your questions. and they don't go in not knowing what are likely going to be cross questions.
Yeah.
It did not look like these witnesses had been prepped at all with Binger, and even if they were, it looked like they might have been asked questions. Binger thought on the moment, I'll ask this question, even if we haven't prepped on it. But
Yeah,
and
I agree
it's
with
easy
that.
to play Monday
That's a good
morning
assessment.
quarterback.
True.
Yeah.
There is when it comes to trial prep though, there are some attorneys. I wouldn't say any, certainly not accusing any of you, but people who like will sort of, there is a sort of amount of advising. I don't want to say coaching, but advising as far as like this argument work. I don't know what the facts are. Before you tell me what the facts are, this works better. This works. This is better facts for you than those facts. I've seen in movies that this comes up. Not that God forbid I would ever do such a thing, but it is sort of they're giving them advice on the law. You can never suborn perjury, but you can never knowingly put someone on the stand who's going to be saying something that is inaccurate, factually inaccurate. But it's harder to foresee something like that in this scenario where there's so much on video. As for this, you can't, everyone has to, you're trapped by all the visual evidence as far as, what your position is. But when it comes to when you're dealing with your typical scenario there, I think a lot of attorneys end up engaging in legal advice that some would call coaching.
Because you're not supposed to go that far into coaching.
You're not supposed to. You're legally
not.
Right.
Right.
No,
And here's a life
coaching is telling them what to say.
Right.
or saying like, phrase it this way. It'll be better if you say.
Yes.
Life pro tip for any aspiring lawyers. It's not because they're your witness that they might always be on your side, and if they get into trouble under oath, they might say, "That's what you told me to say," and they'll throw you under a bus faster than. So never do it. Period, and make it clear. That's my own neurotic advice.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Hey, listen, I gotta share this with you from local Alex, who is the super.
I'm gonna copy and paste this.
Okay, we got Kevin in chat here. Kevin, what's your problem, buddy? Are you feeling left out? You're not getting enough attention. Oh my. You're probably a good guy, but everybody here, we're just loving people. We just don't want to do anything untowards to anybody. So just act appropriately in chat. And if you've got something to add to help with the conversation and help with everybody understand everything much better here, by all means, please do. Okay? We love you, Kevin. So take care, buddy.
What is Eric called
the meme
guy?
master? He's the meme master.
Here it is.
What the heck? What? Oh, the little guy behind. Really? Oh my God!
We go back to this lethal weapon.
I love it. That's so great.
Oh my God!
Oh my gosh! Yeah, I'm hiding behind there. Like, what was that? What was that guy's name? What's that actor's
Joe
name?
Pesci, the actual actor.
Joe Pesci.
Was it Joe Pesci? Yeah,
Joe Pesci was the third one.
Hey, great.
That's I look kind of good with
apparently. What's the deal, Talix? Huh? Was I joking? Funny how? Do I look like a clown? Huh?
How am I funny? Actually, you know what? Before I ever watched that movie, for some reason I knew that quote, so I would quote it to my husband all the time. So anytime he was like, I don't know, something was funny, and he would say that I was being funny, and I would just respond like, "How am I funny? How am I funny? Am I clown to you?" For whatever reason, it like cracked him up. Anyway, let's move on.
Chuck look like Danny Glover brother. Okay, here we go.
Chuck Norris Beard, thank you so much for your super chat. You guys crushed it this week. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Honestly, it's actually been a lot of fun to cover this because it's just been, I like being in a position where I can share a lot of the knowledge that I have from my experiences, and I know you guys do too. So it's I don't know. I'm really enjoying being able to share this, and I'm really appreciative that people want to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
So
here's the dilemma that I've been having, like the midlife YouTube lawyer crisis, is that there's the old expression: you have your entire life to write your first song. And so I no longer am acquiring new experience in the practice of law. So what happens when my 13 years of experience, when I've exhausted it for all its anecdotal value, am I going to become stupid, or am I going to become unexperienced in the new world? And how does one continue to acquire meaningful knowledge and experience without actively being in the practice? I think looking at these cases, oh God, the CLE.
That's very educational, Celia. Very, very educational. I learned everything from that.
Well, actually, we really could start doing CLEs, because obviously we're in the practice of explaining to people legal standards and what the status of the law is. So I mean, if anyone that's watching right now, if you're not a lawyer, if you've never seen, CLE stands for continuing legal education, and every lawyer has to keep up with a certain number of credits every 3 or 4 years, or however long, depending on your state. And so it's kind of one of those things that typically just kind of sneaks up on you, and all of a sudden you're like, oh no, for the state bar, I have to affirm that I've done all 25 credits or whatever. And so then you have to go and binge a bunch of them over the weekend, and you're trying to stay awake and you're trying to pay attention.
Okay, we got Kevin in chat. He seems to be a little lost. He's having a little difficulty being able to sort his thoughts. So, Kevin, just take a few extra minutes, shed a light on your thoughts, and then with clarity, repurpose your words to explain what you mean in chat. We'd like to know. Thank you, sir.
But yeah, they're typically very, very boring, unfortunately.
I had only done one that was useful, and that was when I got my accreditation for a mediator. It was a 5-day course. It was. Other than that, everybody knows. You play the video, you fall asleep, you go to the conference, you eat some of their good ham and cheese sandwiches. Some people do them out of necessity, and some of them are not always necessarily value added to one's practice. But this,
right.
Anybody out there, you're going to get a law degree in 2 years, a YouTube law degree.
Absolutely. Gizmo the Fisherman, thank you for your super chat. Zed, freaking Canadians.
When did I say Zed?
I'm not sure. That must have been early on, because I'm still trying to catch up on these super chats. We've had a very active chat, which I'm very grateful for. I'm loving how many people are here.
I'm going to probably get out of here in about maybe 15, 20 minutes. So I just want to give you guys. I know Joe wanted to talk about the Ahmaud Arbery case. So
Let's get into Ahmaud Arbery. Yes, because technically that one started before Kyle.
Okay, folks, just to remind you, what these four legal people are discussing is the Rittenhouse and the Arbery trials. I think all of them are lawyers by trade, so certified lawyers. So this was on the November the 7th. What we're watching right now transpired on November the 7th. To help give you some insight to what people were thinking before the verdict came down, and we're going to go through various other presenters of whether it be news, media, non-media, third-party opinions. So once we're finished with this, we'll move on to another one. I'm not sure if we're going to see this one right through to the end, but just to give you a little insights of what people were thinking 2 weeks ago regarding the Rittenhouse and Arbery trials. Comments, just post in chat, please.
But they were in jury deliberations for a lot longer, which honestly, it surprised me how quickly they seated the jury in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
Yeah.
So yeah, we basically had so far opening arguments and one witness who came forward, who was brought out on the Ahmaud Arbery case. It started on Friday. The jury was sworn in on Friday. Before that, there was all sorts of there's political issues, because as everyone realized, this is a case which, race is heavily involved here. There's questions, even though there's no race, there's no racial elements to any of the criminal charges. At the same time, there's a strong presumption that race what may have been a motivating factor.
Okay, hold on just a sec. Kevin, listen, whether left, right, doesn't matter. Crossing straight line or state lines doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what anybody else is saying. We got a verdict in the trial of Rittenhouse. Verdict was not guilty. Doesn't matter what anybody wants to say. Personally, I thought the kid should never have been there, but for whatever reason, he was there. I think he's a good kid. And it's really obvious once you look closely at the video, Rittenhouse acted out in self-defense. There's no doubt about it. So I don't know of any law that states you can't cross state lines, any law that says you can't go from one continent to another. Like, who cares? If people have to rationalize that in that way, it's irrelevant. And why get hung up on it? It's just like an anchor or a noose around your neck, because it doesn't serve anybody, and it certainly will not serve you. But that's just my opinion. If you think different, just post in chat and let us know, please. Thanks a lot.
Ahmaud Arbery. So, with the fact that the jury ended up being selected was 11-1, and the judge noted the fact that he questioned the motives of the attorneys for the defense in using their peremptory strikes, these are automatic strikes. There are certain strikes when they're going through the whole jury selection. So there's such a thing as removing a juror for cause, that for one reason or another they seem unfit to serve on this jury based on preconceptions or their involvement with particular persons or incidents, and those are unlimited. That the court will say, for cause, we're going to remove juror XYZ. In addition to that, each side is outfitted with a certain number of peremptory strikes, where they basically say, we're getting rid of this juror because we just have a bad vibe about them. You're not allowed to use these peremptory strikes to remove someone on the basis of their race. Now, no lawyer ever says, well, I don't like the black guy, so I'm getting rid of him. So they always, if that question is ever thrown that way, which it rarely is even asked of them, they'll always come up with some other reason that, like, well, we get a feeling that he's.
Yeah, you brought up a good point, Kevin. It may be irritating, but it's just like water off a duck's back. It's your choice how you want to react, and it's only words. And the last I'd seen, words really do not open wounds unless you choose to allow it to open a wound. So sometimes people are ignorant because they really didn't study what's going on. They just listen to other people instead of taking it all in, not passing judgment. And when they do have the time to look at it more closely so that they can make an assumption based on what is relevant and what they see that's actually factual. And that applies to everything in life. So you can go through life, let what people say bother you. You can also choose to say, that guy might be having a bad day. Smile at them and say, have a good day, and move on. And maybe you made somebody's day. You just never know.
On this matter is something that makes her nervous around guns. They'll come up with some other explanation as to why it is, rather than race, because you're not allowed to use race as that basis. And the judge sort of questioned whether or not they were being factual or completely truthful in their bases for using those peremptory strikes to get rid of 11 out of the 12. They narrowed down to 48 jurors, 12 of whom were black, and 11 of them were knocked out by peremptory strikes by the defense.
This is so I haven't been following it, but I thought you only had 5 or 6 peremptory strikes.
There are 3.
Well, like they did it in the Rittenhouse trial. They'll say, okay, there's a panel of 34. We're going to whittle it down to 20. So each side gets 7 strikes. So that's what they did in Cal Rittenhouse. So each side gets 7 strikes, and then those 7 strikes lend you down to until when you get to the last 20. Then that's it. So if one side, so you have to know who you want. Well, not know, but you have to be able to use those strikes really strategically to get people off who you don't believe are going to favor your side.
But then how did they? Because if there were 12 black jury members, potential jury members, how did they peremptory strike 11 of them? Like I thought if they peremptory strike max 6, did the prosecution peremptory strike some as well?
No, 3 defendants. Each have their own separate counsel. Each have their own peremptory strikes. So they're able to work in tandem to basically make sure that only one of the black jurors got through to the.
That's not suspicious.
But I'm going to keep it 100% real. If I was offending them, I'd be kicking off black jurors too, because it's just that's just it. For a fact that they're not going. You say I know for a fact, even though it's real more political leanings. But if you tell me you're a Democrat black juror, and I'm defending McMichaels, I want you gone, right? I want you gone because it's more likely you're going to be,
regardless of color, though.
White, middle class, then I think, and even regardless of color. But I've seen it happen, like even here in New York. In New York, it's happened. Like, I've been in court when it's happened here. What's the exact opposite? Where you get all the white people off the jury because black people are more questionable to police. So it's a nature of the beast. But I do understand this judge's position that I know what you're doing, but you didn't cross the line in the sense of we can prove that you did this based on this reason.
Yeah, because it is hard to prove.
Nate and I strongly disagree about.
Yeah, Poco Man makes a good point, and I think it's very relevant. You should look at it, Kevin. But no matter who you are, when you think about what happened with Rittenhouse, it was just a bad situation all the way around. It's a no-win situation. I hope this kid learns from this in a way that I think he's a good kid. He's got a great heart. And hopefully people don't try to manipulate him too much to take advantage of him, because what he's learned at such a young age could serve him well going forward. If you think that, also post in chat. If you think otherwise, post that in chat. We embrace all positions in this discussion.
How opening arguments went on day one. I saw a video from him. I saw a video from him where he was basically saying it was a disastrous day for the defendants, and I didn't think so at all. So I'd like to have that discussion with him before he votes.
Yeah, let's do it.
If you want to break down your bases that you put out in your video that came out, I think you put out yesterday. And by the way, kudos to you, Nate, that with all this live streaming going on, you're still churning out videos like nothing, like you're bored and you have nothing to do. So
who chose to go first in the opening statements the
people got to go first. The prosecution got to go first. The prosecution speaks first and speaks last.
And the interesting thing, there was one interesting strategic thing that happened by the defense, because there are 3 defendants, each have their own separate counsel. And a very interesting thing that happened on Friday is that you had the state go, and then you had counsel for Travis McMichael speak, and I thought he did phenomenally well. Then we had, you had the counsel for Gregory McMichael, the father. He only went for 23 minutes. He was pretty short.
Yeah.
And then the third attorney, the one for William Roddy Bryan, he said, I'd like to defer my opening statement until after the state closes their case in chief, and then I want to present my opening statement. And the judge was like, what? I've been doing this for 10 years. This has never happened before. He actually went to go look it up. Yeah, if you look at the end of the thing there, so he actually went to go look it up, came back 10 minutes later, he said, it's true what you cited from the ABA guidelines, that such a thing is okay, and that it's never been considered something that's reversible error. So I'm going to allow you to do that. And it's an interesting thing, because I think from his perspective, he's like, the jury just heard 2 opening arguments, which are pretty much along the lines of what I want to say. Let me throw this at them after the state has closed, and I can sort of dissect what the state has done so far and try and use that as a basis to defend this. And I thought it was really
that can also be a good way. That can also be a good way to strategy wise.
Okay, guys, I'm going for a quick smoke break. I'll be right back. Continue with chat. We've got Frank as a moderator in chat.
Can address the jury directly,
just
and talk to them
speak
and
away.
really give them
Frank will
free from
help
the
you out as
restrictions
much as
of
he
telling a
can.
story through
Let's
a
get some
witness. They're
dialogue
able to just give
happening,
them
and
the
let's
full
get some
arc, the full
interaction
narrative,
happening.
the framework that they want the jury to be looking at their case through. So that could be a nice way to sort of refresh the jury of the defense's narrative, even if it's technically a different attorney. I don't know, but I don't.
I've seen it happen before.
Interesting.
In court, though. It may be rare in Georgia for whatever reason. Because when he said it, I was like, okay, well, they're deferring. Because usually you can defer after the prosecution closes. You make your motion for direct verdict, denied, and then you go, and then the defense starts its case in chief, which is the opening statement. So I don't know. Maybe it's Georgia. That's something. Maybe something weird, but it happens.
The judge in Rittenhouse specifically said that in the opening statements, where he said that the defense can defer if they so choose. Yeah. But I'm thinking, if I'm thinking strategically, I don't know how well the three defendants are getting along with each other. I think the exposure for the McMichaels is far greater than the other guy. I forget his name. He might defer and then see how bad it goes for the McMichaels, and then throw them under the bus in his opening statements to say these guys did all of it, and I was just there with a camera. So
the evidence will show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
More information, the better before you make your opening statement. So for the third defendant, who by all accounts has less culpability than the McMichaels, wait and see how bad it goes, and then throw them under the bus.
Yeah.
So do you want to spell out why you think that the defense is in trouble based on the opening day, Nate, and then we can get into how that went?
Yeah.
Well, first, I want to separate performance from substance. Performance-wise, defense did a phenomenal job. I think both sides did a phenomenal job, performance-wise, right? Getting all the points, getting in front of bad facts, all that type of stuff. So this is not speaking about their performance. This is just speaking about the underlying facts. This case is built on really three key issues, I believe. Number one,
before I head for a smoke, Poco, here's another thing. I'd like to make a point. If everybody was responsible, okay, that means everybody. If everybody acted responsibly, we wouldn't need police. We would not need law enforcement. And that's the point I want to make. A lot of people, we just create these vicious, confusing belief systems. But the bottom line is, if we all acted responsibly and from the heart in good faith, we wouldn't need police. We wouldn't need law enforcement.
Citizen's arrest, right? Now, citizen's arrest, also that Mr. Arbery had committed a burglary, and then third, right, that these people were justified in trying to effectuate this citizen's arrest. Now, the reason why I believe the facts are bad for the defense, and the facts that were laid out were horribly bad for the defense, is because they didn't combat any of the facts or anything that would rebut that. For instance, for the first fact about this being a citizen's arrest. To effectuate a citizen's arrest, you need probable cause. That is the law. That's the Fourth Amendment. That's the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution. To effect, if the state gives you any type of authorization to arrest somebody, it's known as a seizure, and the Fourth Amendment says you need probable cause. So even under the citizen's arrest statute, you still need probable cause to make that arrest. These people have essentially said that they had no probable cause to make this arrest. And the reason why this is happening because both the prosecution and the defense said that neither one of the McMichaels knew what Arbery had done in that moment. They only saw him running down the street and someone pointing at him. Now, that is not enough in any state to arrest someone, right? And when asked about, what were you chasing him for? They said, well, he was running down the street. Running down the street is not a crime. And it's not enough to get probable cause to detain, to stop, to point a gun at someone, and to arrest them.
Right.
And the defense conceded that point. Second, I think the defense also conceded the point that this wasn't a burglary. The reason why is because in the opening statements, it was mentioned that the McMichaels knew that Ahmaud Arbery had been in this house on the 4 other previous occasions at night. The owner of the house had told law enforcement and the McMichaels that, number one, the black guy, Arbery, had never taken anything before. And the owner of the house had believed that it was actually a white couple. who had stolen some property from him in the house. So
Right.
with that fact, McMichaels then made the argument that, okay, well, then we at least have criminal trespass. Criminal trespass is not burglary. That's a misdemeanor. Right. So they knew that they didn't have burglary. So now, even if they knew that they saw Arbery running down the street, they didn't see him come out the house, they knew at that point in time that they didn't have that he hadn't committed a burglary, even in the past.
Yeah.
So
and to make it
tracing him, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and to make it super duper clear as a bright sunny day at Disneyland, in order for a citizen's arrest to be proper, you have to have either witnessed a crime happening in front of you, or either in front of you, or you have to have immediate knowledge of it. Basically meaning it's in the other room and you're hearing it happen. You're not necessarily in the same room, but you are right next to it. You have immediate knowledge. Or you have to have knowledge that a felony has occurred, that person has committed a felony. So the whole idea about the burglary, the only way that these guys can have a proper citizen's arrest, because they weren't there during any scene of any crime, and because they didn't have any immediate knowledge of any crime, the only way that they can have a proper citizen's arrest is if they had knowledge that Ahmaud Arbery committed some sort of a felony. So burglary would be a felony if he was committing a burglary, but there's no evidence of a burglary. Criminal trespass is different. That is a misdemeanor. That doesn't, criminal trespass, yes. I think everyone can agree to that. There's video evidence that he was on somebody else's property and he wasn't supposed to be there. He didn't have any consent by the owner to be there. So yes, we can all agree that criminal trespass is there. However, that is a misdemeanor and it's not a felony. It has to be a felony in order for it to qualify as one of the crimes for which somebody can perform a citizen's arrest when they weren't immediately in the vicinity.
Yes, and the defense attorney put up the statute and said if it's a felony, and he was just talking about burglary. But again, there was no burglary because his facts and exactly what he said, right? They had no immediate knowledge of what happened. He literally said, the defense attorney said this, but they were chasing him for a burglary that they didn't see, didn't know, didn't anything. Okay, so we got that. So now,
yes,
just in common parlance. So my third point.
You let me know when I'm good to go.
You better be taking notes because Nate and Alita are making compelling arguments where I think
I understand. I'm going to blow everything you're saying up. It's just going to blow it all up.
Go ahead. I'll stop here and then we'll get to the third one.
All right. Okay. Fiery but mostly peaceful Joe. Go.
All right. So first and foremost, as far as their style, I would agree with you that the defense counsel was masterful in the way that he handled his opening statement. I was not at all impressed with the state. Forgetting about the technical difficulties that she had, which was kind of inexcusable, that when she's looking to show certain exhibits that she's not able to get them to play right. That I'll put that aside completely. I felt she invested a half hour explaining background that was irrelevant, talking about Larry English, which no one to this day knows who the hell Larry English is. He happens to be the owner of the Prem. Yeah, I understand that. But she's talking about the security system he set up there. For the purposes of the state, if I was in her shoes, I would have fixated on the last 5 minutes of Ahmaud Arbery's life. And I would have basically described the entire scene a lot along the ways that she did, but as a Jason Bourne movie. That's what she tried describing it, that he's basically running from these two cars and guys with guns who are hunting him as he's going back and forth, and she's describing cars going in reverse and running him off the road and hitting him with this car and hitting him with that car, and it basically describing him like he's Jason Bourne, but he doesn't live to the end of the movie. And that's how I would have described how the last 5 minutes of his life, he's panting, desperately trying to find a way to live with these people who seem like they think they're in the purge trying to kill him. So that's how I would have portrayed it. And she really did not portray it that way. And it took her a half hour, 45 minutes to even get to that part of the story. She went for an hour and a half when she was supposed to go for only an hour. And it was only the last half hour that she got to the part that was relatively pertinent. So I didn't think she did I thought she did an okay job in describing that final scene, but I don't think that she did a great job in setting it up and laying it out for the jury in something that they could really sink their teeth into and feel sympathy and put themselves into Ahmaud Arbery's shoes, which as the state, that's what she wanted them to do. With respect to what the defense did and why I think they did well is the only knowledge you, I, or anybody outside of Georgia have of Travis McMichael is we have a picture of him as being a bloodthirsty murderer. who hates black people and wants to see them dead, and succeeded in ending Ahmaud Arbery's life. And Bob Rubin, who got up and gave the opening statement for Travis, the son, who ended up being the shooter in this case, he humanized him. He started off by humanizing him, explaining his training in the Coast Guard, basically almost setting him up as if he was prepared for this moment his entire life. He has tons of training, how to handle a gun, how to make an arrest, how to proceed in this type of environment. Then he went out and did a phenomenal job of describing how this is not something that just happened that day. For weeks and months, they had this guy who they all recognized as being the same person over and over again, coming into that house and doing something that seemed nefarious and felonious. Well, hold on a second. That's not true. That's not what Bob Rubin claimed. Bob Rubin claimed that Greg McMichael was under the impression that he had stolen, and then he laid out that Travis McMichael had actually had a face-to-face with Ahmaud Arbery, and that Ahmaud Arbery reached into his waistband as if he had a gun. So they think that this is a guy who's trying to steal. He's going into a place that's pitch black. There's no light in there. He's going in there for reasons no one can possibly imagine that is anything other than burglary. And that they actually set up a community watch. They're going around. There's like half a dozen people who are, for weeks, every time he comes around, they call the cops, and they say, the guy's gone in seconds, and the cops take minutes to get there. And when they're taking minutes to get there, minutes are a lifetime when you're dealing in a situation of seconds. So they know they have to form this community watch if they're ever going to get rid of this person who he described.
Guys, we're going to pivot to another feed now that's going live right now as we speak. Viva Frey is going to be part of that, and also Barnes. Now, this guy Barnes, to give you a little bit of insight, this guy Barnes was actually one of the original attorneys representing Rittenhouse. And unfortunately, egos got in the way, money got in the way, and the rest is history. They changed the attorneys, et cetera, et cetera. So just bear with me for a minute. There we go. We got it now. Okay, I'm going to bring this one live to you now. And Barnes is the guy on the right, and Viva Frey will be on the left. This is live right now. Questions, comments, throw in chat, please.
And then the third was, of course, I had an edge in this case because I had done massive poll testing, was privy to all the mock trial stuff, all of it. So I knew exactly what the likely, if the case went a certain way, this is what a random jury would pick. And my view is they mostly got a random jury. In a random jury would be 8-4, not guilty out of the box. And historically, in most cases, when you only have 4 people against your position, they fold. Now, they usually fold, honestly, in a day or two. What was also true from the polling data was that there were several people willing to hold out and maybe hang the jury. That was the only X factor in this case. So our read on the jury, on Rekida's panel and other places, was this was a 10-2, 9-3, 11-1, somewhere in that category. I had additional information because there were journalists that were watching the trial that were reporting back to me what they were seeing in the jury. So that gave me another edge. And then Jack Posobiec and other people had sources connected to people that also had good intel. And so what appears to have happened is, on Monday, remember, half the jury wanted to go right back to the jury right then. They didn't want to wait. Those people, there were 8 jurors not guilty across the board. There were, my understanding is, and we'll never know for sure because we don't have a video camera in the jury room, and jurors' self-recollections can be convenient. In my experience, holdout jurors will never admit they were holdout jurors. So you find out from the other jurors that they were holdout jurors.
They don't get away. I say get away with it. They get outed by the other jurors who were a little peeved that you had maybe 1 or 2 activist jurors trying to hold things up from the consensus.
And Kenosha is a small town, so folks talk. So people shouldn't be surprised that Posobiec had sources. So on Tuesday, there were 8 people wanting not guilty and go home, and there were 3 leaning not guilty and 1 undecided, is my understanding. Again, this is based on limited information. And then the holdout, unfortunately, the key holdout, the key rogue juror, my understanding was the 4-person themselves. And this was consistent with what the polling data and the mock trials had shown. This would a random jury. This is what you would get. And I don't think the defense did what they could have done in jury selection, but nor did the prosecutor, by the way. The prosecutor didn't do much in jury selection either. So that's why if you got a random jury, it was going to be 4-4-4 with 4 leaning guilty to start. But those 4 leaning guilty, when they saw the evidence, they were almost always flipping.
Yeah,
so that's why you were going to have 8-4, 9-3, somewhere in that territory.
And
then that was all day Tuesday.
Right.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go, because we'll talk about the juror 54 after.
Yes, indeed. The presiding juror. So they held out all day Tuesday. When they came back, 3 of them were sitting together. These were 3 of the 4 that we were the 3 most concerning jurors by people that were in the room that fed me information that fit the bad demographic. Karen personalities is what they were colloquially called by local journalists. And it's like, and they were sitting together suddenly. It was like, that's not good. That means they're the holdout. But the good news was, so on Wednesday they came in, then they asked for the videotapes, all the rest. The defense completely misread the jury, which I'll get to in a second. But and the 3 were still sitting together, but by Thursday they were not. And that was a sign that there was only 1. So on Wednesday, they started with the weakest count, which was jump kick man. Jump kick man, they were never going to convict. This was clear from the mock trials. They weren't going to convict on some guy who didn't even show up in court. What was it going to happen? So jump kick man was the first not guilty, first for the holdouts to fold on. Then next was Anthony Huber. It turns out trying to bash somebody's head in twice with a skateboard and then trying to grab their gun and getting shot is not in a very sympathetic position for you to be in. And so that led, so both the jump kick man and Huber, they voted not guilties already on Wednesday before they looked at the videotapes and other stuff. And that's when the reason why the videotapes focused on Grosskreutz and Rosenbaum is on Thursday they came back and acquitted on Grosskreutz. And here's my hunch. What we speculated at the time was the part of the videotape they'd asked for was probably the holdout jurors, and it was probably based on Little Binger's lies, because Little Binger lied and Grosskreutz lied about what Kyle said. And when you listen to the actual tape, it isn't what Little Binger said it was, and it is what he said in opening that it was. And my guess is those rogue jurors took down Little Binger's notes and thought it was true, and then they had the video play. I'm like, oh man, another piece of evidence that turns out false. So they folded on Grosskreutz on Thursday, when only 1 juror was that 1 juror that was with the 3 on Thursday. They were no longer together. That meant she was all by herself, all by her lonesome. She's the only one who asks for jury instructions, doesn't do so through a proper juror question, and only asked for herself for the jury instructions. What that meant was she was on an island, and the question was, would she actually hang the jury, hold out there through Thanksgiving, or was she going to fold? My own speculation, and this is just speculation, is that the politicians and the press made a mistake. That by MSNBC trying to dox the jury by stalking them and trying to follow them, and they got outed for it.
Yep.
And then on top of that, the local Democratic politicians shutting down some schools near the courthouse so the kids couldn't go to school because of how scary the verdict could be. The governor sending in the National Guard because of how scary the verdict could be, may have backfired. Because
Okay, folks, we're looking for the live feed, but apparently riots may be starting right now in Wisconsin. That's the word we just received. We're looking for a live video feed right now. And as soon as we find it, we're going to patch it in and give it right to you. So be patient and God bless.
you're that lone holdout and you realize, okay, do I want Kenosha to go through this again? Do I want this to keep going on for months? Or do I just say, screw it, it's done with it? I have my position, but I'm definitely not persuading anybody else. I'm losing my only allies. I'm going to get the jury instructions and find something in them that I'll give one last ditch effort. If it doesn't work when I come back, I'm folding, we're going home. And my understanding and my informed speculation is that is what actually took place. Now, the defense didn't realize that.
Now, first technical question. if they had already acquitted on the other charges before Friday, why didn't we hear about it? Like I thought I was going crazy, but we only heard of the
They
acquittal.
only
of all the
returned
charges.
the verdicts formally all at once. That's why.
Okay, so then how do we know the time frame of when they internally decided on which charges?
They dated them. They're
Is that-
Kenosans. They're Wisconsinites. They're like, okay, put the proper day here, proper, that's just Wisconsinites.
Oh,
They don't want too much havoc, to paraphrase Richard. So I will never hear Richard's voice without hearing Nick Recada's version of it ever again.
Your Honor. I mean, I can do a good Kenoshan accent. I just won't. Okay, so that's because this is where you think you're going crazy. Everyone, when I did the stream with Nate, came on Friday night. We talked about it. Everyone's like, they acquitted on the other charges Tuesday, Wednesday. It's like, I was watching the whole thing. I didn't see that happen. So we only knew that happened on Friday because they dated their earlier decisions. They were unanimous, Robert, leading up to Friday?
So they had to be. So
Okay.
they had a unanimous verdict. They actually print out their guilty and not guilty verdict form, which is unusual. And normally you get one verdict form that has all 5 counts on it that lets you check guilty or not guilty. Instead, what they did in Wisconsin was they gave them 10 verdict forms, 5 guilties and 5 not guilties, and they just had filled out and they're supposed to date, and they dated them, and that's how we know. They don't always date them. That's its own. That's that particular judge. I don't know if everybody in Wisconsin, and to my knowledge, they don't do that in all of Wisconsin. I think that's that judge, but they dated him, and that's how we know that the date timing. Now the defense had completely misread the jury. They had, they got a random jury, which is signs. They not only put a rogue juror on the jury, she was the foreperson. So they put a leader, authoritarian leader. I mean, it was about as bad a decision as you could make in jury selection. But they had completely misread it so badly that it leaked that they thought on Wednesday night or Wednesday by the end of or early Wednesday, apparently, that it was a 6-6 split and there was a real risk of convictions. I had said before trial, the risk of convictions was low, maybe a split verdict, but no, conviction of the top counts was very, very, you would have to deliberately pick a bad jury. Maybe not deliberately in the sense that's what you're doing, but you would have had to have actually done that in order to get anywhere near convictions, particularly given the facts because they're on video, but also because of all the data we had going into the trial. So the risk of convictions of the top counts was just, it would take a ridiculously badly chosen jury to get that. And there was evidence that even that what they got was a random jury. They didn't take long enough to screw it up that bad. But apparently they totally misread it. It leaked that they thought it was split 6-6. And how can we trust that leak? Because they moved for mistrial without prejudice, which is basically saying, hey, judge, let's just retry this whole thing late Wednesday after there had already been 2 acquittals in the case. So they didn't know that, but that tells you how badly they had misread the jury, that they were on pace for acquittals, worst case scenario, mistrial on Rosenbaum and McGinnis. But they almost blew it because they completely misread the jury because they had not done their jury selection work that they should have done. And luckily for Kyle, the court rejected it. Also, luckily for Kyle, the prosecution got arrogant. So they should have taken it. I mean, you guys were live and you're like, prosecutors should take this. It's a no-brainer. But they didn't because they misread the jury too.
This is everybody. In poker, you don't overplay your hand. This is on the one hand, one person panicking and then the other one overplaying their hand. I said when Shirafizi made the offer, I was like, well, holy crap! That in my mind, if I'm Binger and Krause, that trumps their written motion for dismissal with prejudice because you don't consider both at the same time. And if I'm Krause, I just immediately accept it and then boom, start over again. People saying,
he could get up and say, Judge, this wasn't intentional, but we do understand their problem. They got a point. We don't want a conviction on these terms. We just have to do a retrial, Your Honor. That had he read the jury correctly, but they hadn't. Like the defense, they didn't spend any time on jury selection, and so they got a random jury, and they didn't know what that meant. They thought a random jury meant, it probably is people fighting for us, and we're probably going to win. Well, and they just misread it because they didn't know the data.
And some people out there were hypothesizing that Binger and Krause didn't want they didn't want to accept a mistrial without prejudice because they don't want their misconduct being on, front and center for everyone to see. I was like, that makes no sense and it makes no difference. Any misconduct they've already committed is already front and center. It's not going away. So they may even want a second trial.
It would have been on trial. It would have been on trial had there been convictions. So the whereas it would be gone if you do a retrial, because then all of those things are wiped away.
Yeah,
And so it was a huge mistake of the prosecution not to take the defense that got nervous and panicked because they didn't pay attention to the jury part of the process.
Well, there was no realm of the universe in which it made sense for Shirafisi to make that offer for mistrial without prejudice. And these are the types of things where, outcome be damned, nothing on earth could justify that strategy, because that was, except if I'm being cynical, Shirafisi and Richard say, okay, well, Kyle is he's an ATM. He's a golden goose. If we do another trial, we'll get another $1 million. We can pay ourselves. It'll last us another 2 years. That would be the cynical side. But other than that, there was nothing in Kyle's interest to ever justify that request, because I presume, Robert, the judge could have always granted a mistrial without prejudice if they had asked for one with prejudice. And he said, okay, I'll give it to you, but not without prejudice. They'll have a second kick at the can.
There's no reason to change that request. That was a huge gamble, and you only take that gamble if you believe you're losing the jury. And they only believe that because they never understood the jury. And so the other thing is the prosecutor probably misread probably properly read that the foreperson was on their side by the language used, by the interaction with the court. The problem was, should have recognized the fact that there had been not a single guilty verdict back, and certain questions weren't being asked, and where she was isolated in terms of seating patterns and other aspects. And if they'd known the prior data, known what I knew going in, was that a random jury, at least eight are going to be with you. And once you see her more and more isolated, just because she's the foreperson she's reflective or representative of the rest of the jurors. And so they misread that. They thought, oh, the foreperson is with us, must mean the whole jury is with us. And then they had that embarrassing defeat on Friday. And so a great victory that going on. There was Andrew Branca speculated that Kyle went along with the mistrial without prejudice because he was nervous about whether his defense.
Okay, folks. Apparently, the breaking news is in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Apparently, somebody in a car drove right into a parade that was going on and injured 20 plus people. So that's what happened. That's what came through on the scanner. So apparently it's Waukesha, Wisconsin. Right now, just happened. Someone in a car drove right into, it was probably a Santa Claus parade. I believe it was a Santa Claus parade, but nonetheless, it was a parade. And somebody drove right into the crowd and injured 20 plus people.
Defense lawyers had properly read the jury.
Yeah, and
that's probably true, because clearly they hadn't read the jury correctly.
No, but and also you made a good point. I think it was Wednesday, but it could have been Monday. It could have been Sunday. I don't know. This last 3 weeks has been one night where you did say that he might have been under the impression from counsel that if it's not a quick acquittal, you're in trouble.
Oh, yes.
And so then
I'm sure they had told him quick acquittals, or at least members of his team. Mark Richards went public afterwards saying that the key advice, some people thought he was being critical of me, that he was referencing Lynn Wood and John Pierce.
Yeah,
he had nothing critical to say about me whatsoever. And I'm not personally critical of Richards. I just would have liked things to be done strategically, tactically different. But that, Kyle's acquitted. So I'm happy that finishes that debate. But he also came out and said that was critical of certain advisors that Kyle had. He didn't say the name. David Hancock is the name. So that's who he's talking about, that he's told Kyle to try to get distance from him, to make his own decisions, that about a whole lot of crazy things that apparently were happening behind the scenes, and that David Hancock had invited a film crew to be embedded with Kyle during the trial.
But yeah, Robert, this is where I start to, I don't doubt you, but this is where you really, I start to give you more credit. Is even if I'm Richards, you can come out and criticize strategy because you were not, I guess, formally, the attorney of record before the trial, before the judge, yada yada. Richards was, and when Richards comes out and starts saying things that the team, whether it's not his decision, had made decisions that he doesn't agree with, I have a problem with that when he says it publicly, because he's basically undermining his own team. regardless of whether or not he says I didn't have that decision
Well,
making in the first place. When he says
but
it on
he's really-
CNN, but it's CNN is
Yeah.
they are the enemy of the truth, all attenuated with that. When he does it on CNN, that is giving to CNN the fodder they need now to say that the entire defense was corrupt. This was about a money grab, et cetera, yada, yada. So I question Richard's decision to do that. And I think it's even more problematic, which is what, goes back to what you were saying from the very beginning about Richards as counsel and Richards' politics. But I mean, how do you feel about that? He goes on CNN, it's either the day of or the day after, to basically criticize the defense team and say that I wasn't in full control and they started doing things that I found questionable. I have a problem with that.
I think he's right about the criticism that he's tendering, but it tells you a lot about who actually ran that case in the sense of behind the scenes, who's making all the decisions. Is here you have a defense lawyer who can't even stop a film crew from filming his client during the trial, including while he's sleeping. I mean, how little power? And he admitted that he was totally against it. And it's like, well, obviously you had no power. Now, it also explains the timing of people wanting me out, of David Hancock wanting me out, because I would not have approved filming Kyle while he sleeps during the trial. No, there's multiple issues with it, especially a big news network. You have to pray to God that doesn't leak. Because you could have any camera guy leak and all of a sudden somebody's material is subpoenaed sitting over in the government room. So if you're going to do that sort of thing, you don't use a news crew, right? Like, let's say you want to do something for future purposes, you want to preserve it. Okay. Snipes filmed me throughout the whole trial with the Snipes trial. So he was getting an angle when he was closing argument. He would stand up at the table. He's like, oh, let me look at this. Look, I was like, this is surreal. I'm in a totally different world. But if you want your own film thing, okay, news crew is risky because it could leak and people might hear things that all of a sudden become evidence at trial. That's why you have to be careful.
You might say things in the heat of argument with counsel as to strategy, as to what's admissible and what's not admissible. And in speaking about something that's not admissible, you make it public, even though it would never have been part of the trial. So obviously.
Yeah. But it shows how little power he had. David Hancock runs the show. And that's why Tucker now has an exclusive.
William Slattery, Robert says, who is Hancock, Barnes?
David Hancock is this sort of spooky security guy who was the one to actually get control of, to recommend to Lynn Wood, was security for Lynn Wood, causing all kinds of problems for Lynn Wood actually over time. Is connected to some people that caused trouble for Steve Wynn too. So they show up at interesting places, let's say. But basically, he's got control first of the security for Kyle, and then he got control of all the money for Kyle. And so basically, he dictates media access. He dictates the legal defense. No better evidence of that than Mark Richards, lead defense attorney for someone who's on trial for his life, who had so little control that he couldn't stop a news crew from live filming back the discussions during the trial.
And Robert, let me stop you there. It's not to sing your praises. It's not to pat you on the back. You were ahead of the curve in seeing things as relates to Q back in the day during the election that people ragged on you for calling out early at the time. You called this out early at the time in terms of Hancock. I don't know who Hancock is, but you called it out, and Richards confirmed exactly what you had called out way ahead of the curve on CNN, to come out and say, I was the spokesperson for the defense. I was in front of the judge, and even I did not have certain fundamental decision-making power over decisions that I vehemently disagreed with. And you called it, and people can say they can call you whatever they want. You're right.
Hancock went out into the press and admitted he was helping coordinate making sure Kyle testified and was keeping Wendy in the dark about whether Kyle was going to testify. I mean, this is insanity. So luckily, the kid is so innocent, and the people of Kenosha is so good that the truth came through and he was acquitted. But unfortunately, it did end up requiring a little bit of luck because there was some limits on the competencies of his counsel, and there was even more limits on the people who are controlling his life. Now, moving into the second stage, that covers kind of the verdict. People asked, what did the motion to dismiss with prejudice at the end means? When there's an acquittal, it gets reduced to a judgment. The judgment is dismissed with prejudice, meaning it's over. The government cannot appeal an acquittal. There's nothing to appeal. State criminal case over, done with, finito. Double jeopardy protects Kyle completely against any future state prosecution. Now, in terms of the media representations post, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say state prosecution is probably the better segue into the federal prosecution. I think it was someone said it was Nadler. I've seen them threatening.
Yes, Gerald Nadler, Judiciary Committee for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, he talked about a federal review
House.
of the Kyle case. Am I wrong to think this is from Corbin Bush, spelled German?
Also
B-U-S.
her, yeah. Another congresswoman from St. Louis, I believe.
Am I
A
wrong to
Soros
think they could
supported
charge him, make another shit show in the news, and leave it at that because double jeopardy?
So double jeopardy doesn't bar federal prosecutions. I believe it should, but we say there's dual sovereigns. What a bunch of garbage that is. The United States only exists as a confederation of the states, but whatever. So the Supreme Court has adopted that so that there can be multiple prosecutions of people they don't like. However, on the federal side, first of all, there are no federal crimes Kyle violated. So that's problem number one. When people hear about the feds prosecuting after a state failed prosecution, almost every single time, that is because the person violated federal law specifically, usually because they're a state actor. In the Epstein case, it's because there were different interests in different crimes he violated, some that were state, some that were federal. That's how there could be successive prosecutions in his case. Same with Ghislaine Maxwell, though it's a legal issue about whether the plea bargain was meant to prevent that. And so a double jeopardy would not bar a federal prosecution. What bars a federal prosecution is, number one, Kyle didn't violate any federal crimes. You can't find a single one. That's why even Nadler couldn't cite one. He was like, let's just pretend it somehow involves the First Amendment. Yeah, it's still not a violation. So you need to be a state actor. Chauvin could be prosecuted because he was a cop. And that's how they could do successive prosecutions. Same with the Rodney King case. They could do successive prosecutions because they were cops. They were state actors. Thus, they're covered by federal civil rights laws. Kyle is not. Second, the FBI already investigated this. As came out at trial, there was a whole bunch of people were talking to the FBI. And that great, with that, was it Balch, who testified, and Little Binger made the mistake of saying, well, you're running around talking to the FBI. And he's like, they came and knocked on my door. I wasn't looking to knock on theirs. And so the FBI already investigated this and already cleared Kyle. They already determined there was no federal criminal violations they could even bring. And somewhere right around that time, they started losing evidence. They lost the HD video, etc. So they don't want that to be dug into, I guarantee you. And then third, the Eastern District of Wisconsin is notoriously apolitical. So they're not like the Southern District of New York. They're not like the District of Columbia. They are not known for bringing politically motivated prosecutions. They have a lot of careerists who actually are committed to prosecutorial ethics more so than most. And, the more like Emily Baker style prosecutors on the federal side. I've had my disagreements and run-ins with them, but very few, to be honest with you. They usually are very reasonable in cases. So and they usually, very rare, they even bring a case that has the taint of politics attached to it. So there's almost no risk of Kyle facing any federal criminal case. All the congressmen can yip all they want. That ain't going to happen.
And I was going to say, I brought up, you guys keep it up. We've heard the news of what's happened in Wisconsin. I don't comment on things that are 20 minutes old. I'm going to wait for some more information to come out.
Yeah.
I'm reading it as
Waukesha is a suburb of Milwaukee. It's about 20 minutes from Kenosha. I don't know if there's any tie or connection. I agree. We need to wait to see, because we get so much bad intel on these matters. It's much better to wait. It's possible that it's some sort of Antifa retaliation, but I would not bet on that. I would probably bet on something random, somebody wacko, but you can't rule it out. I mean, the weekend, let's go to the third aspect, the media reaction afterwards.
Yes.
So I think in terms of people got to see Mark Richards in the media. Mark is a liberal Democrat who doesn't like guns. So he made that clear. That's why he's on CNN. That's why he's on Good Morning America. That's why he's on the Today Show. That's why he's going to do those kind of interviews. His politics are very different from day one. The part of his disagreement with Lynn Wood was political as much as anything. And so I think that aspect of it, I wouldn't have handled the way he handled. In part because my politics are different, but also because his answers could have been a little better, frankly. When Chris Cuomo asks, is your client innocent? You say, hell yes, he was innocent. You don't say legally he was innocent. That sounds like, but I don't blame, I'm not casting aspersions on Richards for that. That's what a lifelong criminal defense lawyer as a liberal Democrat would say in this case. They don't want to be associated with the politics attached to Kyle. And they also, they're used to saying legally no, right? Because 8 times out of 10, you're defending somebody as a street criminal defense lawyer who's probably guilty of something, right? So you get accustomed to that lingo and language. But no, it's not the most effective representation of Kyle in the court of public opinion to be going around on liberal sources like Richards bashed a bunch of Congressman Gates and other congressmen who've come to Kyle's defense and said they've offered him internships, et cetera. There's no need for Mark to do it. I get his politics are different than people that are attached to Kyle. You don't have to go there, but c'est la vie. And so that is what it is. But people got to see the limitations I've been trying to hint at, got to see it on full display, not only at the trial, but the post-trial in the court of public opinion. Now, in terms of the press lying about him, also there's clearly Todd McMurdy, who was a local counsel for Nicholas Sainman, who I think was counsel, somehow weaseled his way into representing Candace Owens for a period of time, who ran against Thomas Massey, who's been a very good advocate for Kyle. McMurdy, a lot of these people I don't remember Nick Salmon showing up before trial. I'll put it that way. So people have asked me whether it's a good idea that Nick Salmon sort of somehow show up now that, Kyle is in the court of public opinion at a prominent level after acquittals. I won't, I won't go into it in further detail. I'll just say I wouldn't necessarily take that tact. I don't think Todd McMurdy, he's running around talking about how Kyle could sue Joe Biden. Let's talk next about the realistic issues about a falsely accused criminal defendant who's been acquitted, his complete inability to really bring defamation suits.
Okay, hold on. Before we get there, question people ask, I don't think all of us understand the procedure of a jury trial acquittal. Is there any chance of an appeal? Like, what would be required for an appeal?
Done.
Zero.
There can't be. Acquittals, that's it. Jury acquittals, case over, case done. Double jeopardy attaches to anything and everything that could relate to the case. There's no further state criminal exposure at all.
Okay.
And we'll get to the bail money next, but after
so double no acquittal, period. Done and done for. From a federal perspective, your opinion, done and done for, because they investigated, no federal crimes committed, which may seem odd to some people, because how can he kill people and not be guilty of potential federal crimes? Okay. So that answers that. Now the next question is defamation, because defamation for him, then we'll get to defamation for Wendy, for his mom afterwards.
Yeah.
Defamation for him, Robert.
So the problem is there's these people predicting big settlements and big suits. That is very, very hard for the falsely accused to bring once they've been accused. Once a case gets to the stage of a jury verdict in a criminal case, you are basically, even when you're fully acquitted, it is almost impossible to win a defamation suit against anybody having a different opinion than the jury did about the case. So, murderer, all those kind of you can't sue on. You're not, a court's either going to dismiss it out of the gate or dismiss it at some stage. Now, what Kyle could sue on is people who made false statements that didn't relate to the criminal prosecution. People who said he carried a gun across state lines. People who you could arguably, people who are still saying the gun was illegally possessed. You could argue that, though that's probably protected because it didn't reach the jury stage, but it went far enough that it's probably would be considered protected opinion. But statements like the statements that he killed black people, those statements are patently false, never part of the accusations. That's patent defamation. You could sue for it. Problem will become in terms of non-politicians. We'll get to politicians in a second and why they're being so aggressive right now. I'm going to take a guess and say sovereign immunity or qualified immunity. It's Westfall. It's what I was trying to fight in the Covington kids cases, but the Supreme Court didn't take it up. And so right now, if you're a member of Congress or elected official, you're completely immune from suit for libel. Can't sue them for libel no matter the circumstances until the law changes. To the credit of J.D. Vance and Thomas Massey, they're considering legislation that will change that. And my proposal to them is call it the Covington Kids Bill and run on it, campaign on it. Every Republican should be campaigning on will my opponent support the Covington Kids Bill that says Congress members do not have a license to libel once they're elected to Congress. That there's no special. That's an 80-20 winner for if they will go out there and do it. We'll be talking to Blake Masters, the Senate candidate from Arizona, on Wednesday on the sidebar, and I'm hoping he too joins in that effort. Eric Greitens, Senate candidate in Missouri, is talking about it. So Marjorie Taylor Greene is considering it. So I think we can get a big legal momentum using the combination of the Covington kids case and the Kyle Rittenhouse case to say it's time that politicians be held to the same standards as everybody else. They still have a speech and immunities clause, so whatever they say in the halls of Congress is immune. But once they're outside the halls of Congress, they should not be immune. That's beyond what the Constitution provides for.
You take an example like Bill de Blasio, where him commenting on a jury verdict out of Wisconsin, even if it's not on the floors of wherever he is that he works, it has nothing to do with his function as mayor of New York. So why would it be protected just by virtue of the fact that he's a government official? It's not of his work-related interest to comment on a Wisconsin jury acquittal, to spout off factually incorrect statements that will effectively, the kid was acquitted, and now it's going to effectively condemn him going forward just because some New York City mayor wants to pretend that the jury acquittal was rubbish and now go back to calling him a murderer.
Exactly. So, but technically, and I also support another legislative reform proposed by Andrew Branca, Law of Self-Defense. You can get his book, go to his website, follow him on social media.
He got
one of the
so many
best
people going to his
self-defense commentators in the world.
He got so many people going to his website to get the free book. They crashed the website. So check him out on Mercator. He was there all week. Amazing stuff. But yeah, he's got a free book on the law of self-defense. You just have to pay for shipping. But apparently so many people flocked to the website from Mercator that they crashed it. Sorry. Go ahead, Robert.
And what he has proposed is what he calls Kyle's law. But that is the fact that Kyle cannot sue all these people who engaged in misconduct, the corrupt press, corrupt politicians, corrupt prosecutors. It should be used as motivation to change the law to make it clear that if you have a political motivation for a prosecution that results in acquittals, you should be held personally liable for doing that. And I think he better explains the whole aspects of the law that he's talking about. So you can go to him for it. But it's I think a very good idea because we need legal reform before anybody with political power will be held accountable. Now, in terms of those places that people that have made a specifically factually false, other people are claiming, by the way, calling him racist, Nazi, white supremacist. Unfortunately, none of that you can sue on. Now, you can sue on whether this gesture is a white power gesture because it's not. I won that for Cassandra Fairbanks in federal court, where the federal court said calling this a racist gesture is in fact defamatory and you can sue on it. So he could sue on that. But just the general language, white supremacist, racist, Nazi, all the courts have said that's protected opinion. It's not a fact statement subject to a jury's determination, and they don't allow libel lawsuits based on that. And so I think I don't agree with a lot of that case law, but that's all the case law. And that's why Ron Coleman and Jonathan Turley have both explained Kyle doesn't have robust defamation claims. The biggest hurdle is once you're criminally accused, you have an impossible job of proving damages because the damages, you suffered so much damages from the indictment itself that is an intervening cause, that superseding cause that prevents you from being able to prove any monetary damages. So that's why the falsely accused right now in America, even like when people are declared innocent, they're just given a small amount of money for each day they're in prison. So, I mean, it's a problem. We need to reform the law to create an economic disincentive that politicians should be personally liable for this, because right now, people who think Kyle's going to get rich off defamation suits are lying. There may be some lawyers who get some money off of it, like I'm sure Todd McMurdy is hustling for right now, using Nick Salmon to help do it. But there's not a strong claim. And Biden in particular he was careful at how he did it. While he doesn't have immunity, Joel Pollack for Breitbart made the point that because he said these statements before he was president, he doesn't have immunity while president. That's where all the Trump cases actually established precedent because they allowed those cases to go forward even while Trump was president. So he could sue Biden, but it will be dismissed at a very early stage because Biden avoided saying anything that was factually false that didn't concern the case.
Yeah, and even the ad that everyone takes issue with, it only implied it. It was not Biden saying this kid's a white supremacist.
It was vague. It was by implication. And the statements were statements like white supremacist, you can't sue on. Statements like racist, you can't sue on.
Well,
And
here, I'm gonna-
language like terrorist, the problem is once the charges were brought, that the prosecutor created immunity for all the press's lies by bringing the charges. I mean, that's the problem. That's why we have to solve it at that level. Make politicians responsible and liable, and they'll be a lot less likely to bring these kind of frivolous charges, politically motivated charges.
I'm bringing up this chat not to endorse the symbol. I just want to explain to everyone out there how it got started as a meme on 4chan. And the idea was, if you can see it, putting your fingers together in that pattern, you could imagine
what
a
is
W.
this? There's an actual white power gesture that's two hands. And so 4chan autists thought, I bet we can trick the press into saying that the OK sign that is universal, the OK sign, it's even an emoji, like that emoji just used by one of the chatters, will convince them that that's a secret white power signal. And this was, by the way, at the same time that they were trying to convince the media that milk, anybody who likes milk is secretly a racist.
And the idea is that the three fingers forms a W, and the circle with your hands forms a P, and that is shorthand for WP, white power. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say, everyone, that symbol now officially refers to the Washington Post. So if anyone does the OK symbol, the WP stands for Washington Post, and it's a way to show support for the worst news outlet on earth. That's my joke for the evening. I was thinking about that for a long time. But Robert, so okay, I don't think. I think a lot of people want to fluff up the defamation side of it. Even if he could get nominal damages, they would only be nominal. Saying he crossed state lines. Okay, factually incorrect. What are the damages? And what is his reputation to be damaged having been criminally prosecuted? Making the statements before or during the trial versus afterwards, there's still going to be the commentary aspect where a lot of people walk around saying O.J. Simpson is a murderer, even if he got acquitted, which could be a legally, factually incorrect statement, but nonetheless their opinion on the outcome to say, I don't agree with it, I still believe he's a murderer, even though he was acquitted, not defamatory.
And once a case reaches jury verdict stage, you basically have a legal finding that a reasonable juror could conclude guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's your hurdle. If you're falsely accused, an acquittal doesn't do a lot for you on defamation claims, unfortunately. And that's why the prosecutors wield immense and enormous power. And the moment they prosecute you, the moment they indict you, your reputation is gone. And you can't get, that's why that famously a defendant who's fully acquitted came out of court and said, now where do I go to get my reputation back? Because realistically, the courts don't provide any remedy for that because they immunize the politicians and they effectively immunize the press because of what the politicians have done. It becomes this circle of immunity of watching each other's backs and washing each other's backs.
A circle jerk of immunity. And I'm just going to bring this up. Andrew Branca, is now on Locals, lawofselfdefense.locals.com. So you know where to find him.
And he provided great informative commentary all the way through. If you want to know self-defense, we have disagreements from now and then, but we disagree on the shooting that took place by the police on January 6th. But he's still the best lawyer on self-defense. You don't always have to agree with him, but you're going to get one of the most informed opinions out there.
And I'm going to read this. Funny, the media completely glossed over Andrew Coffey IV being found not guilty of first-degree murder, a black man using justifiable self-defense against police silence. Now, I don't know the details of this. I just know that people who were trying to counter the narrative of had Rittenhouse been black, although he was half Latino from what I understand, he would have been found guilty, no question about it. I don't know anything about Andrew Coffey IV. I was under the impression that he was accused of having done something that he claimed to not have done. I don't know if it was outright self-defense like Rittenhouse. Do you know anything about the?
Yeah. So it was on the same day. So Kyle has family that's multiracial. He himself is not, but there is a long history of African-American black defendants successfully using self-defense as a defense. Indeed, I would suggest that disproportionately black defendants use self-defense as an argument compared to if you did a percentage of defendants who are black who use self-defense successfully, it's probably higher than their portion of the population. There are many high-profile cases of that occurring. So everybody's saying, oh, if he was black. No, he wasn't. If he was black, he would be he never would have been charged with a liberal Democratic prosecutor, probably. That's number one. Number two, now there was people who, I think The Independent But the way that most of the media lied about Kyle in this context is they kept saying the people, the attackers that night, the assailants that night, that they wanted to call victims were Black Lives Matters protesters, implying in people's minds that they were black. That's why a lot of liberals were like, hold on a second. These are all white people. That and indeed, Kyle was the guy defending a minority immigrant woman-owned business against white guys using racist terminology all night long. I mean, you couldn't have a weirder contortion by the media of the facts of this case. But unfortunately, libel law doesn't present a easy remedy. There's people he could sue to make the point and establish liability, and he might take a look at that. But by the Biden, if you sue somebody like Biden and then you lose, it makes it worse because then people think, oh, look, they said it's okay to make these statements about him. So I would only recommend bringing suit where you can win on the suit, even if damages are going to be very, very limited.
Right,
But the idea this kid is in a good financial position is just not true. He's not going to have a bunch of money. The Sandman case didn't settle for $250 million like the popular meme is. If that was the case, he wouldn't be still living where he's living, to be frank about it.
Well,
So the idea that you can make a bunch of money from these cases is just not true.
Wait, and you don't settle for the amount of the suit. That's a condemnation. You settle for, a fraction of what is the claim. That's what a settlement is.
Now,
but
bail, I think, is our next issue.
Say that again?
Bail.
Well, before we get to bail, is Dominic Black not the thing we have to discuss before moving on?
I was going to do bail and then move to Dominic Black.
Okay. All right. So wait, before you even get to bail, I had a question. You sue the Independent first because they made a factually incorrect statement about him having shot 3 black individuals. Although they retracted, revised, still left it ambiguous, nominal damages, but no. You're going to run around suing. You'll have no shortage of lawyers willing to take the suits, get a retainer, crowdsource the lawsuit, but you're going to get nothing out of it. He just moves on. We'll get to his mother, I guess, in a second. But the bail, it was bail or bond? It was not bond. It was bail, correct?
Yeah, well, it's the same terms, same.
$2 million. It was $2 million, correct?
Correct. I mean, not a bond in the sense that in Wisconsin it's cash bail.
Okay.
So in Wisconsin, every dollar bail you got to post. So it's not 10 cents on the dollar. So in this context, $2 million was posted. Now there's been some confusion out there. To his credit, Lynn Wood did raise that $2 million, and Lynn Wood did post it all through the Fight Back Foundation. So I was critical of Wood because of Pierce being involved in the case. Wasn't otherwise critical of Wood. The Wood did actually raise a lot of money for the kid, and did in fact post the $2 million bail. It wasn't Mike Lindell. Mike Lindell gave $50,000 that was part of that $2 million. Lindell at the time didn't quite take credit for it, by the way. I'm glad he's taking credit for it now, but at the time he was like, I was just giving money for election fortification cases. So, God bless him. But a lot of these people that are now hopping on the Kyle train have been invisible for the last year and a half. Dana Loesch is suddenly a big Kyle Rittenhouse supporter. Where was she when she was defending Black Rifle Coffee, throwing him under the bus? So I'm not going to forget where some of these people were. They needed to be there when Kyle needed him, not when they didn't need him. As Earl Long famously told a politician who came up to him and said, Earl, I only vote with you when you're right. And Earl said, son, I don't need you when I'm right. So there's wisdom there.
Beautiful.
So a lot of these sudden people, Nicholas Sandman, a lot of people suddenly discovered that Kyle is innocent and now can publicly talk about it. Yeah, you should have been there a little earlier, brother. But putting that aside, some of us were there from the get-go. Some of us predicted this outcome back 2 days after the incident, that Kyle would be acquitted of all charges because he was innocent and always innocent. But in this context, the bail was posted $2 million by Fight Back Foundation. It was done through John Pierce's law firm. John Pierce has now publicly, there was a period of time when unfortunately Johnny Boy was not being nice and was hinting that maybe he could get a piece of that money because he was the one who was the courier, if you will, who delivered it. And I was critical of him for that and kept being critical of him for that. And finally he came to Jesus and discovered that he has no interest whatsoever in those funds and has publicly said it never was. He had no interest, but he at least now publicly has admitted, I'm not entitled to a penny of that. So what that leaves is a fight. Now, when your bail funds, while your trial is pending, In Wisconsin, there's this sort of tricky thing that happens legally. The bail funds belong to the defendant during the proceedings while it is functioning as bail. So, for example, if there's a criminal sentencing and there's fines issued, they can use the bail money to pay those fines and so forth. However, once the criminal case is terminated, the legal custody and ownership of those bail funds return to the people who raised the funds, who deposited the funds. So the $2 million is now shifted to the Fight Back Foundation. During the period of time I was representing Kyle, I had a very good settlement terms with the Fight Back Foundation to make sure a large portion of those funds, most of those funds, would go to Kyle and to all the things he needs, legal and security and otherwise. David Hancock turned down that offer because he wanted all the $2 million under his custody and control. And so and now that's where it stands. So legally, the Fight Back Foundation, if there's a legal fight, they'll win that. They'll have all that money come back to them. Lynn Wood may take the position that he doesn't trust those funds to actually be used for Kyle's benefit as long as David Hancock is attached to or associated with those funds. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Lynn come out and say, I'm happy to have every penny of that if the donors want it. Some of that money, the people who donated did donate it only for bail with the expectation it would be returned. That's why some of that money would need to be returned. But I think the foundation believed that they could get a lot of their donors to say, we want to supply this for the other defense of Kyle moving forward. He has security needs and legal needs on an ongoing basis, and just to be able to stay alive, again, people were making death threats against him the day after the verdict, the day of the verdict, that he would do that if it's someone other than David Hancock that controls the funds. And so that wouldn't surprise me. But legally, Fight Back Foundation would be entitled to those funds, and they would get to determine where they go from there with some consultation with their donors. And I don't think it will ever go to David. It will never. Kyle won't see those funds as long as David Hancock would be the one in control or custody of them.
But the question is this: then, if they get those funds back, who paid the legal fees? Have been paid from the second round of fundraising or crowdsourcing, and not from the initial.
Yeah. I helped raise over $600,000 that paid for all of that.
So overall, close to $3 million has been crowdsourced,
over $3 million, because there was on top of the $2 million, Lynn Wood paid about $400,000 to John Pierce. I think it was 350, 360 and change.
Wow.
John Pierce hosed the kid for his extradition representation. So I still and I'm getting emails every other day from people that he purports to represent that are January 6th defendants. They're like, we've never seen the guy. We don't know if he's doing anything. So I still got my issues with John Pierce. That ain't gone away. But at least he's no longer a hurdle at all in Kyle's case. And at this point, the real hurdle is to those funds going to Kyle's benefit is actually David Hancock. As long as Kyle is, Mark Richards goes on CNN and says to the world that he told Kyle, you need to start saying no to some of these advisors. Well, there's only one. It's David Hancock. So unfortunately, I don't know if I would have appeared on Tucker right away after the verdict. There's a lot of things that I have no confidence that David Hancock is looking after the best interest of Kyle Rittenhouse. I have no doubt he's looking out for the best interest of David Hancock, and he's using his control over the kid and the family for his own self-aggrandizement and self-enrichment. And unfortunately, and so I can understand. I've obviously been very critical of Lynn Wood. In this context, I can understand his position that, he has no confidence in David Hancock. There's people that have taken out criminal warrants against him in South Carolina for purportedly stealing documents and information and other crimes. He's connected to other people that are a part of a massive criminal investigation in Puerto Rico, and that appears to be involving, fraudulent payments for COVID tests. He shows up in a lot of weird places. So so I can understand someone like Wood being, I'm not going to tell my donors to give the money to that guy who doesn't appear to have Kyle's best interest at heart.
Influences by Ariadna Jacob. Ariadna, I have not forgotten. I say this every time I bring up a chat from you. I have not forgotten. We had to cancel last week's sidebar because it would have been unfair to the guests to have a sidebar during the week of Rittenhouse trial. But how the F did Hancock get such a foothold on Kyle? Is he some sort of talent agent publicist? How did Hancock get his foot in the door and then get this, some will call it a foothold, others will call it a stranglehold? How did it happen?
So former Navy SEAL who ends up connected to a security team And some of these security folks show up in interesting places. And some of the companies he's connected to have almost no footprint aside from doing highly classified work for federal government agencies. So, and then shows up in Puerto Rico right after the hurricane, trying to grift and hustle there, gets caught up in a bunch of criminal cases, apparently, at least his business partners were. Then he becomes security for Lynn Wood, helps drive Lynn Wood completely crazy, and Wood has his own suspicions about him. But while he's working for Wood, he recommends Wood raise money for Kyle, uses that to get the fundraising list for Kyle, and uses that to become the security guy for Kyle and the family. And very quickly, he ends up taking over all the security and all the money for a poor family. And that's how you get complete control. And that's what he's effectively done.
Okay.
And if people look out there and say, why is Kyle doing that? Why is he showing up here? Why is he doing? It's because David Hancock's running the show. The kid, the kid's not. Mark Richards said it on CNN. So it's not like I'm letting the cat out of the bag now. Mark Richards basically said the kid's under the control of this advisor. And it's extraordinary.
No, and he divulges that insider info to the arguably public enemy number one, who is not out for any justice for Kyle, not out for truth, is out to demonize Fox News, and they got their goods on Fox News now. So good for them. They got their headline story. Richards gave them the info, inside info, so they can go after Fox News now. So the $2 million they raised for the bail bond, whatever, no cash bond, so they had to raise the full 100%. In theory, goes back to the donors. The donors could say, we raised it for Kyle, give it to Kyle, but we want to make sure it goes to Kyle, not to Richards and whomever.
And especially not to Hancock. And
I meant Hancock. I didn't mean Richards.
Yeah.
I mean Hancock. Sorry.
And for and Richards will have no control now because the case is no longer a criminal case.
Okay.
So Hancock will be in complete 100% control. He even took over the spokesperson role. I had people emailing me saying, why is this little guy out there as the spokesperson for Kyle? This guy looks like an idiot. He is on the slower side of slow in certain public communications, but it's because he wants complete control. He doesn't want anybody else around but him. And he's going to monopolize that kid as much as he can. And he's going to monetize that kid for his own purposes as much as he can. It's unfortunate, but if you see Kyle making decisions you think are bad decisions, they're David Hancock's decisions. And so that's who to judge accordingly. And I do hope the kid gets some distance and separation from him, but that's up to him.
Well, it may or may not be up
to
to
him.
him.
18 years old. You're asking a kid to do a lot.
Well,
You're asking him to reject the guy that provides security and then make sure his healthcare bills get paid. So that's the hard part for him.
And that's what I'm going to say. I'm an adult. I'm 42. I have, my mortgage is with the bank. I can go up and leave and find a new bank and go through the headache of finding a new bank to mortgage, bank, etc. Some point, it's like you'll deal with the current inconvenience, because to find a new potentially riskier inconvenience is a headache, and better the devil you know than the devil you don't.
The other problem is if it's not done right, they create all kinds of tax problems, and that would not be good. You don't want the feds coming in on that and saying, "Oh, Kyle got the benefit of $2 million or $3 million, and that's actually technically income attributable to him. He now owes $1 million, and all of a sudden he faces IRS charges because there's no more politicized agency than that." Especially while the Biden administration wants to double the number of IRS agents out there. So I have no confidence in Hancock to manage that either. And it'd be like him to, do something that, is to Kyle's risk and his benefit. That's just the nature of the
guy. This is a joke one, but now I'm going to ask the question. What does a glowy mean? Why do people refer to spooks in the agent sense as glowies?
That I don't know. Glowies would be new to me as well.
Okay, so because people think glowies, the agents glow. Well, now you've made me very nervous, because the idea of trying to find additional charges to go after Rittenhouse, a la Chauvin, totally different circumstances, but create tax problems so that therefore there are other issues to go after. All right, and by the way, it's Rittenhouse's decision, but the message has to reach Rittenhouse. So that's what the social medias and the aggregate knowledge and power of the internet are for.
Yeah, what he should know is there's somebody asked, would I take a call? Of course I would take a call. That there's tons of people out there willing and ready and eager to help Kyle. And there's millions of Americans that have his back. And he doesn't have to depend on anyone else as the access point to the people that have his back. So that I just hope he knows that consistently and continuously and makes the best decisions. my own personal advice would have been to take a break from all this. I mean, the kid's been under massive, massive pressure, ridiculous pressure, and the family just to escape it all for a little while, take a little vacation. The kid deserves it. And then, and then decide what you want to do with your life moving forward. But anybody who thinks he's suddenly going to get rich is living in La La Land. And I don't think Nick Sammon, frankly, has his best interest at heart either. So, people are thinking that. I understand the kid's an icon, so I'm breaching more heresy by suggesting maybe not the best person to give advice under these circumstances.
All right. Before we do Dominic Black, do we do Wendy Rittenhouse? Any chance that she has for defamation in all of this? I mean,
She does. She does because she doesn't have the same damages limitations. So the people said that she drove Kyle across state lines with the gun for these vigilante purposes. All false. There wasn't a single part of that was true. And so she clearly has defamation claims, libel claims herself. There's people who've made up wild statements about her all over the place, and she would have an easier claim for damages. So if you were to look at libel claims, she would be the one that would be best suited to bring it. Now, the question is, how many suits do you want to be involved in? How much discovery do you want to be stuck in? That's not always a fun ride. But, again, not only was Kyle a sweetheart, she was a very sweet, sweet person. So if I was a defendant and I was sued by by Wendy Rittenhouse, I would be worried about a jury because they're going to see her against Joe Scarborough. It ain't Joe Scarborough that's going to look good. So I think she would have robust claims, and then it's just what's in her own best interest. What does she want to do? What matters most to her? I think a lot of people are circling these folks wanting. Where I agree with Richards, but I disagreed with that. Was what Matt Gaetz was doing. Matt Gaetz was making it clear, I'm going to publicly protect your reputation and give you an internship if you want it. He was not trying to capital that provides no money to Matt Gaetz or Thomas Massey. Amanda Milius said, hey, if Kyle wants to join and figure out a film crew, she can, I got a job for you. They're all good-hearted people who want to protect the kid and give him a financial future and a public future and a reputational future. On the other hand, some of these other people, like the David Hancocks and some others, do want to just monetize them for their own gain. And some other people want to politicize them for their own gain. And they should be making decisions that are in their own best interest, not everybody else making decisions for them. They're almost like, a 14-year-old Britney Spears, where everybody's looking at all the money that could be coming or all the power that could come in through that person and focused on themselves rather than focused on what's good for them. So I hope they get better advisors, in my view, that care mostly about them, not about self-aggrandizement or self-empowerment or self-enrichment.
And actually, some people in the chat were saying, Rittenhouse with Hancock sounds like a Britney Spears. There's some definite analogies to be drawn there. And then before I bring this one up, the question I had just for Wendy is, defamation, she might have an easier claim, but then what are going to be her damages quantifiably?
That's going to be limited. But if you bring it to the right place and they see what she went through emotionally, and this is somebody who used to work 80 hours a week. I mean, this is a working class person who works for a living, who had to live in hiding with her 2 daughters and her son for the last year and a half, in part because of those lies. That could be a very big verdict. So she might have robust claims if she wants to go that path.
And I also imagine she would have more by way of emotional damages than by
because there's no criminal charge against her. That was always false, totally false. They can't even pretend that it has an aspect of truth to it. Nothing about it was true. The lies about her.
No, and I still say, encouraging anyone to sue, you're buying into a years of stress. But now this is Glowies is an old 4chan meme that spread after Trump was elected. The original meme was, quote, glow in the dark CIA. And I don't know, how does that even fit in? But since people have become more aware of the deep state, it's expanded to Glowies. So I don't know anything about this, so don't hold it against me, people. Water jabbers, but thank you for the info.
Yeah, I don't read 4chan. God bless the autist on 4chan, but there's a lot of
see
crap
screenshots. I don't have an account on 4chan. So, okay, fine. Wendy, Kyle, we've done we've done federal charges, we've done defamation, we've done the bail.
Dominic
Black, Robert.
So I think his lawyer has brought a motion to dismiss before, but he should obviously renew it now.
Too fast. Who is Dominic Black in all of this for anybody who has not been following as closely as we have? Dominic Black, correct me if I'm wrong, Robert, is the individual accused of having purchased, procured, and supplied the allegedly unlawful firearm to Kyle, which resulted in death. So he has now been charged with, what's he been charged with?
2 felonies of just doing that. So of loaning a gun, loaning a dangerous weapon to someone, and that weapon was used, resulting in death. And the hardest part, the biggest risk for Black was it didn't require proving intentional homicide or criminal death. Just that it resulted in death or injury subjected him to 12 years in Wisconsin State Prison.
So, okay, I mean, this is the mind-blowing thing. These are state charges again, so not federal, and it's state law says unlawfully providing a firearm to an underage, or does it matter how old the individual is?
Selling, giving, or loaning a dangerous weapon under the same statute that Kyle was charged with. And so the problem for the state is they made a choice not to cut a plea deal with Black because they thought it would make him look bad in front of the jury. Now they're at risk. How does a judge not dismiss those charges? Because the same exception that applies to Kyle, which says it's not a dangerous weapon under the law if it's a rifle or shotgun owned by a 16 or 17-year-old. And that is, unless it's a short-barreled rifle. That's the case. That's why it was dismissed against Kyle. That means it's also not a crime to loan it, give it, or sell it to such an individual under state law. There's different federal laws that apply, but they don't apply here to Black because it wasn't a straw man purchase. And so under federal law. So his only risk was the state law that now the court has found as a matter of law is not a crime. And so what should happen, unless the court wants to make a contradictory ruling, Dominic Black's, all of the charges against Dominic Black should be dismissed with prejudice because Dominic Black didn't commit a crime either. Because all he did was, accusing, according to the state, because he disputes this, was loan a gun to someone who lawfully could possess that precise gun under Wisconsin law. It's not considered a crime to possess a rifle or shotgun in Wisconsin. Thus, it is also not a crime to loan it, give it, or sell it to someone in Wisconsin.
Someone says it looks like a smiling skull over my shoulder. I guess they mean this. Okay, I hope. Okay, so to make sure I understand them. Well, the charges against Rittenhouse were dismissed, or the judge dismissed them. Basically, the state, the prosecutor effectively withdrew the unlawful possession charges against Rittenhouse, which would then, in theory, make Black not guilty of having done anything for which he was charged in the first place. If I oversimplify it for me.
No, that's it. I mean, they charged him with something that wasn't a crime, didn't cut a plea deal with him to put maximum pressure on him to testify in a certain way at trial. And it turned out he never should have been prosecuted with a crime, and the charges against him should be dismissed with prejudice under the law.
And you said it was not a straw man, but you said a what type of sale, which is like sort of a French we say
federal law prohibits certain straw man purchases, but they didn't transfer the gun to him from legal possession purposes under federal law. So he's not at risk under federal law, as I understand it. And in terms of the Wisconsin law, it's not considered criminal for a 17-year-old to have a rifle or shotgun.
And he was facing, I mean, in theory, the charges should get dismissed ASAP, and then Dominic will be free to go as well. Charge against Dominic was lending a gun to a minor that killed someone. Kyle lawfully killed someone, so he didn't commit a crime.
Right. But there's the same exception applies to the crime charged against Dominic Black that applies to Kyle, which is it's not considered a crime for a 17-year-old or a 16-year-old to have a shotgun or a rifle that's not a short-barreled rifle in Wisconsin, period. Okay. So, end of story.
All right, by the way, and I noticed someone earlier said La Chaufferie, which is, this is not an ad. There's nothing purchased. It's family. My brother-in-law is a shareholder in La Chaufferie, which is a Quebec gin made out of Granby. They actually have a nice in-bar terrace. And Chaufferie means the boiler room because the gin is made out of the old boiler room of Imperial Tobacco. Quite a beautiful history. Delicious gin, but not an ad. So just in case anyone's wondering, I wore the black shirt because when the mic is not visible, my camera does not focus on the mic, so my face stays in focus better. So it was a strategic decision. Okay, good. So Dominic Black, if you're betting Dominic Black is walking free within the next 2 weeks,
it should happen. So we'll see. I mean, unless a court tries to contradict that ruling and let the issue drag on, but it should be fully dismissed with prejudice. End of story.
Good. What else are we missing? Robert, is Binger going to face any prosecutorial misconduct? People want Binger to face sanctions, or Kraus. Are they? Will they? What are the chances? Can it happen?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at different ways to crowdsource an effort to have a sophisticated petition supported by and signed by many people to go to the Office of Lawyer Regulation for an investigation into suspending or disbarring Binger, which I think would be an appropriate remedy under these circumstances. So that's still in progress. Normally, a corrupt prosecutor faces no consequences. We will try to make that a different outcome here.
Now, I said I don't like the idea of petitioning, to get someone disbarred. I don't know what it requires to get the attention of the bar association.
Well, here's the Office of Lawyer Regulation. Director Keith Saline. I've known him for a long time, done battle with him for a long time. He's been more than eager to go after controversial defendants, defense lawyers, family lawyers, small-time lawyers. It's time he proved that the laws in Wisconsin and the ethical rules in Wisconsin apply to the prosecutors just as much as they apply to everyone else. And we'll find out. I'm going to go through in detail all the different ethical rules he breached and then show that there's substantial public support by crowdsourcing support for the petition. So he knows that there's a lot of people paying attention to it. And we'll see. He gets to either prove me right that the Office of Lawyer Regulation continues to fail to hold the powerful accountable, or he can prove me wrong by showing that he does in fact value what he has always said he values, which is equal application of the rules to all in the legal profession. We will find out.
Now, before we get into whether or not Gage Groskraut can be prosecuted, I don't know if we've talked about it here or where, Robert. Can Binger be prosecuted for pointing the firearm at the jury?
I mean, it technically is a crime. So, but it's his own office that would determine the prosecution.
It's his own DA who determines whether or not to prosecute, the ADA. Because I was listening. We're going to get into Alec Baldwin. I was listening to Tim Pool talk about the Alec Baldwin. It was a few days old, the video. I don't think Tim Pool is as off the deep end as some people might think. I think he's got legit points. But I'm telling you, I don't know where I said it. I think I said it here. I had an individual who thought it was funny to put a gun to me. And I did not find it funny in the slightest. I don't care if they knew the gun was empty. I'm so neurotic that I will continually check. And then even after I've checked, still not do something stupid like that. I would have flipped my shit, actually. If I were in the jury and he did that, I would have flipped it like outright, not to prove Kyle guilty of having provoked the attack, but you don't do that ever, period. I don't care if someone told you it's empty. I don't care. Never. I would personally be prosecuting. Can the jury members file a complaint? I guess that's the question. Can they file a complaint against Binger?
I mean, they could, but just be with the DA's office. The DA is the only one who can bring a prosecution.
Okay. Well, I found it shocking, offensive, outrageous, but symbolic of Binger's judgment throughout all of this. Now the next question is, Groskraut's getting to this. Groskraut's effectively admitted to certain criminal wrongdoing in his prosecution. When they asked him, so you only got shot after you pointed a loaded Glock at Rittenhouse, he said, correct. That is a judicial admission of the factors that would qualify as a crime. Can he get prosecuted, or did they already cut him a deal and he's got immunity?
I think they already cut him a deal because he had a DUI and some other stuff. I think they cut him a deal on before he testified. So I don't think they formally made that part of the deal. Can he be? Yes. Will he be? Not by the Kenosha DA. They're too busy chasing down another woman who engaged, in my view, in self-defense, not always seen as such under the law. You have to argue duress or coercion, but a woman who killed her abuser and trafficker and a rapist.
Okay,
like what that's what requires your resources in Kenosha. Going after Kyle Rittenhouse, going after women who defend themselves effectively against their trafficker and their rapist and their abuser. It shows you their priorities are really askew. What needs to happen in Kenosha is the DA's office needs to lose the next election, and pretty much everybody there needs to be fired. That's what it's going to. The court of public opinion will be the only place for any remedy for what took place there, other than the Office of Lawyer Regulation doing something about Binger's unethical conduct.
And I'm going to bring it up. I know that I'm following it. That's why you see me looking down at my phone here. I'm following it. I'm not commenting on it, Robert. It's breaking news.
Thanksgiving parade. It was a Thanksgiving parade in Waukesha,
No, like,
but we
and
don't
the
know
only-
the full details until it all come out. But
it's
someone appeared to have been driving a car and injured a wide number of people.
apparently now it's up to deaths now. And the only reason, not the only reason, you just wait, get info. When it happened in Florida at a gay pride parade, and then people were immediately screaming, X, and it turned out to be someone who got their foot stuck on the gas. I don't know, and I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, not commenting on it. So thank you, we've seen it, but tonight we're going to talk about that which we've had weeks to review, and the information is out on. People, what are we forgetting for Rittenhouse?
I think that we covered all the bases, I believe.
Robert, I think we've done. If anyone thinks we've missed something, I've missed a ton of super chats, and I apologize. But okay, Rittenhouse is on. We're gonna put it to the side now. Let's get to the man who similar situation, who now appears to have. I don't know what these double action revolvers look like. He appears to have cocked the thingy thing and then pulled the pew pew. Without having any lawful reason to do so. This is Alec Baldwin. This is the Rust shooting. There's a second lawsuit that has been filed by, I think, one of the engineers on set. I don't know exactly who. Doesn't make, the facts are by and large the same, save and except for some critical facts. In this second lawsuit, it is alleged that Alec Baldwin had no reason within the filming of the movie to pull the trigger on that firearm. And it's becoming clear now that double action, Robert, I mean, I don't have any experience with small arms. That means pulling the trigger back and then pulling the trigger, cocking it, then pulling the trigger. So you have to do two different actions in order to discharge a bullet, a squib, a blank, whatever, as opposed to one action for both. Robert, what are you thinking? I mean, is this getting worse and worse for Alec Baldwin?
Well, I mean, I'll defer mostly to Eric Hunley and Mark Robert, who are really doing a deep dive into the story. Mark Robert got a copy of the script, so he can either confirm or refute the claim as to whether or not the script called for Alec Baldwin to ever shoot that gun during that scene. I think there's some conflicting information on that. So but I don't know for sure or certain. They've done a much better job. For those people who are new to it, it's America's Untold Stories. You can look it up on YouTube. Eric Hunley, Unstructured, and Mark Grobert, spelled Groubert, that they've done a deep dive because they have they've been spending a lot of time on it, and Mark Grobert has the connections. He's within 6 degrees of separation of a wide range of interesting people because he's lived a very interesting life.
He's within 2 degrees of separation of everyone. He's 2 degrees of separation from Sirhan himself. So, and by the way, I'm being told now
he was part of that. He's part of that, doing that documentary on that project.
It's a single action revolver, which requires that you have to cock it first. A double action does both on the trigger. Okay, so I know nothing about that. No, by the way, they've got the inside scoop, Eric and Robert, and I like to say Grobert because he doesn't know that he has French origins, but I do know that he does. But I think he does. French from Europe, not from Quebec. So the second lawsuit has been filed, which is now alleging that there was no reason to pull the trigger. And when I say that Tim Pool, a lot of people are saying that Tim Pool went off the deep end when he was suggesting it was deliberate, not an accident. And I know what Tim Pool meant when he said it. He meant that it was maybe the act itself was not an accident, but the outcome was. And there's a lot of circumstances in which you can imagine someone gagging around with a gun. We talked about it, like, hey, pew pew. It's a toy because it's a prop, and maybe I want to make a gag. Hey, you didn't give me my coffee with the cream in it. Pew pew, and then a pew pew goes off. So when Tim Pool was saying it might not have been an accident, it was not in the first degree homicide. I intended to cause harm, but rather I intended to do what I did, but it caused harm because of negligence. So I know
if you want to go down the alternative, but if you do want to go down that alternative path, Hunley and Grobert are providing a lot of fascinating connections to the case that you could fill up a couple of conspiracy boards with the information they've been able to unearth. So I recommend that for digging into that. But what Tim was mostly pointing out is anybody that's familiar with guns, and if you're also familiar with how Hollywood handles guns, you almost have to have done something intentional along the way for that to have happened. You just don't have accidental shootings that take place really in Hollywood without somebody doing something intentionally reckless. and that the intention, and that it was clear Baldwin was at least one of the people who did something intentionally reckless. And the question is, will a liberal Democratic DA bring charges against him? I wouldn't bank on it.
Well, you know what? I'm going to say that I think the political pressure and the social pressure and the public pressure is mounting to the point where I predicted it early, and I think it was it was the less likely of the outcomes. I think he's going to face charges, and I think he knew it from the beginning. And his facade of garbage excuses. She was my friend. She was my friend. Yeah, we know that she was your friend. We know that you had dinner with her. It doesn't mean that you didn't pull the trigger on purpose, either for a gag, either to do something you weren't supposed to do. We'll see. Okay, Dawn, we answered this question earlier, so that was earlier on, but which is good. But I wanted to bring. Oh, hold on one second. Where was it? It led me to understand that someone is new here. Ah, crap. It doesn't matter. Sounds like Baldwin was drinking. Defamatory, 63 Amber. We don't know that. It does sound like he did something not good. He did something bad, and I think he knew it from the beginning, which is why there was such a immediate, proactive. The best defense is a good offense, and that's what I think happened. Kevin Cook, thank you very much. Reckless or negligent? I mean, yeah, we'll get there. He's Canadian. Pew pew. Now, Robert. Okay, so Alec Baldwin. We're going to see what happens. The facts are coming out. Everybody. Eric Hunley, Mark Robert, Untold American Stories. Fantastic. Get it there because you'll get it before it gets anywhere else. Guaranteed. Let me just see what this one says. Oh, Viva single action only releases the hammer from a cocked position, double action trigger. Both cocks and releases the hammer. It refers to the trigger pull, not what the user has to do with the fire. I'm going to go and in my head, I'm playing the meme from Napoleon Dynamite when the old man says, I don't understand a word you just said. But I'm going to look into it because I appreciate it. I don't know things. But now move on to something, Robert. What's the next subject? Which is not Rittenhouse, people. We're going to cover the other things of the interwebs. Let's do Ahmaud Arbery because that's another one where a lot of people have a lot of questions, even myself. I touched on it with Nate Friday night. What's going on in the McMichaels case?
So my understanding is closing arguments are Monday. So people can watch that. I'll probably tune into part of that.
Yeah.
My understanding is that during the substance of the case, for the most part, the defense did a much better job. However, the court made a ruling that apparently surprised them. So the court apparently determined that you cannot arrest someone under the Georgia statute as a citizen's arrest unless you witnessed that crime. So it doesn't matter if somebody, you believe someone committed a crime a day or 2 days or 10 days or however long before, you're not allowed to arrest them for that, according to the judge's interpretation of the law. That there has to be contemporaneous recognition of the person at the time, and if not, you can't arrest them. And because the defendants have both admitted they did not see him commit a crime that day, that would effectively negate their defense. And so that would mean that unless they picked a really, really crazy favorable jury, that both McMichaels will be convicted of the felony murder counts. So based on that judge's instruction, what I would say is this judge, there was clear hostility from the defense lawyers to the judge. And now we're kind of seeing why. It's clear they didn't trust this judge. And it turns out they were right not to trust this judge, because I think that kind of ruling, when you basically change the whole defense, but only after the end of trial, should have been made before trial. So, so that they knew their situation or position. They should probably honestly look at plea dispositions at this point, but the prosecutor seems very excited about big convictions in the case. But it looks like based on that interpretation of Georgia law by the judge, which may be correct, I don't think this precise issue had arisen before in Georgia, to my knowledge, illegally. Looks like they will be convicted this week.
I'm going to say that I'm sorry. I meant to bring this up for Kevin Cook. Kevin, I think that's the second time. If you meant to super chat a question, do not super chat another one. Just put your question in and I'm going to get to it. Because sometimes YouTube is not clear and you put in a super chat and you think you're going to comment and then you hit the super chat. And I don't want people spending more than they intend to spend in order to get a question out. This was my issue also from the beginning, is that, okay, we suspected him of burglary in general. The day of, they said he was hauling ass, and does that then give you the grounds for a citizen's arrest, even if the suspected crime were felonious and not misdemeanorous? And so now the judge is basically saying, even if what you thought was the case, because you have enough evidence in evidence right now to say, okay, you thought he had committed a burglary days earlier. You had no grounds to suspect he committed a burglary that day. Therefore, your even attempt at a citizen's arrest was unlawful under law because given the facts and evidence as of now, as a pure matter of law, you were not entitled to it. So your defense fails as a matter of law. We don't need to submit it to a jury. Okay, cut a plea deal. I mean, they're looking at.
Well, I mean, their only defense at this point will be to argue that he wasn't arrested at the time in which he attacked them, and that self-defense would start all over again. So that's all they would be the defense. If that's what happens, that's all the defense has, and that's tough. That's it. And then you add in, allegations of racist motivation, and I think they're in tough. I think they are likely to be convicted at this point, unless something changes between now and. I'm curious to watch the closing arguments to see what rabbit they try to pull out of a hat now, if that is the instruction given to the jury.
And to give that, look, Rekieta had the monopoly on the Rittenhouse trial. He didn't have the monopoly. It was a concerted group effort to. Rekieta started it. He ran with it, and he did a great job covering it 9 hours a day. Joe Neerman and Nate, the lawyer, Nate Brody, are covering the Rittenhouse. Robert, you and I are going to be popping in on his.
Covering Arbery.
What did I say?
Rittenhouse.
I meant Arbery. We are going to be popping in on Nate's live stream tomorrow. He's starting live, covering it all day, and tomorrow's going to be the D-Day of the Ahmaud Arbery trial.
Yep.
And I want
Closing
to say,
argument day.
I want to define it by the accused and not by the alleged victim until the court says he is an actual victim. The McMichaels were the accused, as was Rittenhouse. So that's why I call it the McMichaels trial. So we're going to be popping in and out on Nate Brody's stream tomorrow. So Robert, I'll see you there. We'll see what happens. But it is fascinating because that was my issue from the beginning. Is even if you had suspected he was the guy burglarizing the neighborhood at large, I had no legal basis for my instinct. That was my instinct. Even if you suspected him of being the burglar at large, the day of, he quite clearly might have conceivably been burglarizing because you don't actually have to steal to burglarize. But dude, you had all the time in the world, video, photographs, chase him down the street with a camera, not a gun, take your pictures, give it to the cops. Everyone lives to fight another day, as opposed to somebody dying then and two people going to jail for a very long time. Because it's going to be felony murder if it is the case, both for Trevor and his father, arguably not the camera guy, but it's going to be felony murder. That is what felony murder means, right?
Yeah. Now, on the why they had a gun, there was testimony adduced at trial that the police had advised them that they thought Arbery was armed. And so the fact they carried the gun with them, the question will be, did they actually arrest him? Because I think they left that kind of vague in their opening statements. I'm assuming they're going to argue in closing, if they're stuck with this instruction, that they didn't actually arrest him, that they wanted to talk to him, but they didn't physically detain him. And then he just attacked them. And I think that's going to be the story now, but they're going to have picked a very favorable jury to get acquittals out of that fact pattern.
I didn't like anything about that case from the beginning, and I recognized that I had opinions that it would take some radical facts to change my opinion. In Rittenhouse, I had my initial opinion, but I didn't know how bad it actually was. But this, no. They chased a guy down the street. They suspected him of burglary. 3 individuals, 2 pickup trucks, 2 firearms, and because they cornered this guy after arguably nudging him with a vehicle, he grabs the gun, and then everyone's going to say, well, that's exactly like Huber grabbing Rittenhouse's gun. I didn't see it that way. I knew I would never see it that way, and there was no good for me to try to pretend otherwise until radically outrageous facts came and changed my opinion, which didn't happen. So I know when I'm stubborn, and I know when I'm not. Okay, and they're okay, so that's fine. What else, Robert? Can we do you know what's going on with Ghislaine Maxwell? Because everyone's asking. I don't know. I haven't been following it.
Jury selection has started, and trial should fully start this week. But it will not be videotaped because federal courts do not allow any video broadcasting of trials. But her case starts this week. Long litany of alleged co-conspirators, potentially, my understanding, has been filed in the court proceedings. Notably, you're not seeing the media want to cover that case at all.
Well, We're going to get there. I'll just read this before we get to why the media might not want to cover this one. I am a Georgia police officer, and the judge's ruling is correct. I have received training on citizen arrest from prosecuting attorney counsel, citizen arrest for felony at time of crime. Kenneth Waits, by the way, I know names and I know
why. I can see why that would be the case.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I can see the argument on the other side too. The argument on the others is change the nature of the crime to something you really dislike. And the person keeps getting away. Like, let's say pedophiles in the neighborhood get and they've been accused of it credibly before.
And that day
they're
you don't
running
see
through
them.
the neighborhood, they get caught. Do you sit there and do nothing knowing they're going to get away again?
I mean, but the
But
problem
as
is,
I like
Robert,
to tell people, I remind people that if any harm ever came to my daughter, I was like, people think you should be afraid of prison. There's some crimes worth paying for.
and no comment from my side, but all I'm saying is, even in that extreme example, Robert, hypothetically, the biggest P word of the day, and you see him running from a playground, but no actual evidence of a crime that he's fleeing from that day, it would change me morally, but not legally. And I think I'm being stubborn, and I'm just not changing my initial perspective of this case. I know what I felt from the beginning. LeBron James is a bad man and makes lies. Fine. Even if he were burglarizing the neighborhood in the past, casing a joint in the present, and then hauling ass, everyone could be better off today if they just had called the cops, tailed them, gotten every information they needed from him, and then let the authorities do or not do their job. And people say
that will probably be the defense. They're going to say that they got out of the car just to try to talk to him, not to detain him. That will probably be what the defense's argument. Well, if this is what they're stuck with on instructions.
And if someone
I
said
would
that
predict
to me,
in that case convictions outside of a very rare jury.
No, I know, and if that's their best defense, and I'm like, okay, I just want to talk. It's like the scene from Harold and Kumar, Escape from Guantanamo Bay, where the cops are chasing them with batons, like, we just want to talk. Dudes get out of a pickup truck with shotguns and say, we just want to talk.
Hey, it's Georgia. It's rural Georgia.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm not grabbing the shotguns, but I'm running like hell. So maybe I'll get shot in the back in a real sense, not in like a Rosenbaum sense. I'm not grabbing a shotgun. I'm running like a bat out of hell. Maybe call me a coward, but whatever. Okay, fine. That's a McMichaels. Ghislaine Maxwell. So here's the deal. A lot of people are saying Rittenhouse broadcast far and wide, mainstream media, yada yada yada. Ghislaine Maxwell not being broadcast. They're trying to hide it. There are procedural reasons, accept them or disregard them, but there are procedural, jurisdictional reasons. State courts will broadcast trials in real time. Federal courts will not. This is federal charges. So if you think there's political reasons for why it's not being publicized or broadcast, maybe not, but political reasons for why it's not being broadcast, as in reported on, arguably. So what has been the coverage on the Ghislaine Maxwell case? It has not been serious.
Hasn't been much at all.
So
convenient. I'm sure the media will shift to the Arbery trial, no matter what probably part of them would love to have not guilty verdicts, but it looks like guilty verdicts are coming. And so they'll celebrate that and still not cover the Maxwell trial. So we'll see if they ever get around to covering it in detail.
So even if it's not broadcast, though, and I bring up the discussion in the chat, by the way, I don't believe Waits is a cop, and he's giving a link, and I don't know what that link is. Even if it's not being broadcast live, like Rittenhouse, reporters are allowed in the room so they can report in real time. The question is going to be
where you get the drawings. You get the drawings of everybody. That's what there's a courtroom artist that sends out drawings. There's drawings of me back from the Snipes trial. The drawer really liked me, so my drawings were some of the best drawings, which were great.
Oh, you know what? That might be the next art of the day on vivabarneslaw.locals.com.
Oh, I don't have access to it. Another lawyer bought them all because he wanted them all for himself, so that I never saw them. And I've seen like copies of them somewhere, but that's it.
Here we go. And I didn't even. That's me. That's me.
That's funny.
Jesus. I was like, dude, Mark, you look just like me. That is me. Those are my pics. Mark, beautiful avatar, sir. Oh my goodness. One day there will be 15,000 Viva avatars in the chat. I didn't even know her trial was happening, and I consume hours of news each day. but I knew it was happening. I knew it was sort of like non-eventful. I say non-eventful jury selection. The trial itself on the merits and the evidence hasn't started. A lot of people are. When does it start, Robert? Does it start Monday or does it start after?
Well, whenever they're done with jury selection.
How long do they have? They don't have 2 hours like Rittenhouse or a day?
I think this judge recognized issues and so is allowing more time for jury selection, which is proper, obviously. In federal or state court, federal courts hate to give jury selection, but if there's pretrial publicity, they have to do detailed voir dire about that. They also have to do detailed voir dire if racial prejudice is an issue. That's why, in the cases I've had, they accused me of creating pretrial publicity about racial prejudice so I could get jury selection about both. But that just happened to come about.
But Robert, I mean, we've discussed Ghislaine Maxwell in the past. We've discussed her father, history. If you want to talk about very suspicious connections, I mean, I remember I was at my mother-in-law's place when it happened. I was in her veranda or sunroom, whatever, and we talked about it. It was mind-blowing. What is Ghislaine Maxwell being charged with, and what might this trial risk exposing from a political connection perspective for the layperson?
Oh, a lot. And it'll also be very interesting if the prosecutors manage to hide a lot. See if they just stick to some limited set of facts and keep the broader story out. That's my prediction. The Southern District there would be media coverage if the Southern District of New York wanted media coverage. I think the Southern District of New York doesn't want media coverage. They want to bury this story by prosecuting her and nobody else, and by keeping a narrow focus on the evidence. So if I'm right, watch for that to be the case.
Are you going to be following this in any in-depth person on the inside perspective,
only if it gets into only if it gets interesting.
Okay, interesting. And now I would presume Jack Posobiec has his people on the inside who are also going to be following this closely. So we'll get, if there's meaningful developments, we'll get it. I'm going to follow it.
And Mike Cernovich was the guy that had a lot of connections on this, so he may be covering it in detail.
Fantastic. And 99% of the people don't even know the judge warned the DOJ about G. Maxwell having a black eye in April. The media blackout is complete. Not anymore, because we've just mentioned it here. So cut, paste, clip, share, and let's see this. How many clones does Viva has? Well, let's just see if this becomes a meme. Okay, so Ghislaine Maxwell, don't expect the same type of coverage because it's just not going to happen. So there will be coverage as it goes along, but not Rittenhouse live broadcast, not Ahmaud Arbery or Trevor McMichael's live broadcast.
And this is the Southern District of New York. So as to why I say I don't expect them to do a real deep dive into everything that happened with Maxwell, this is the same district that's busy trying to spy and steal the attorney-client privilege records of Project Veritas and the journalistic sourced information about that and disclose it to the New York Times, so much so that Project Veritas is having to fight back in both the court of law and court of public opinion in multiple levels, federal court and state court, having to go after the New York Times again for illicit unlawful access and illicit unlawful publishing of illicitly seized materials, and have to go after the Justice Department to make sure a special master is appointed so they don't get to spy on all of the journalistic protected and attorney-client privilege records that they stole in their illicit searches and seizures.
So now we talked about it. I don't even think it was briefly. I think it was relatively thoroughly last week. For anybody who doesn't know, Project Veritas, 2 former journalists were raided by the FBI, DOJ. I don't exactly know how that distinction works, but they were raided by the FBI for information relating to the allegedly stolen Ashley Biden diary. For anybody who doesn't know, because go ahead.
Yeah, which purportedly was a journal she was taking at a drug rehab detailing her traumatic incidents, of which purportedly included in there was her father's interest in taking showers with her at an inappropriate age.
It was published somewhere that I forget what it was called, but it was not published.
Again, it's just alleged, But this is Joe Biden. A little girl was giving him a karate chop when he kept, doing creepy Uncle Joe around her at a White House event, and the little kid had to keep blocking him from doing his unusual behavior. But the Southern District of New York is too busy trying to prosecute the people who learned about it and being the personal secret police of the corrupt president of the United States than actually doing their job. and fully investigating and prosecuting the Ghislaine Maxwell connections. Probably not a coincidence. Both things are happening simultaneously.
Well, that's where you can get into connecting dots, which some people might not connect. But regardless of that, they seize or they raid 2 former journalists of Project Veritas because Project Veritas had been approached by anonymous sources who said they found this diary purporting to be Ashley Biden's. Most people, by the way, at the time did not know that Joe Biden had a daughter named Ashley Biden. And if you want to get suspicious, if you want to get, I'll say black-pilled or red-pilled. You want to get red-pilled, go to Ashley Biden's Wikipedia page and see what is mentioned and what is not mentioned. And you're going to see how the weaponizing of public information websites, web sources have been hijacked by political interests, because what they mention and what they don't mention is outrageous. I didn't even know that Joe Biden had a daughter who is in rehab, who has issues, much like another one of his children who has issues, who's been in rehab. So you can draw your conclusions as to how that happens, the likelihood of 2 of 3 children. I don't know about Beau Biden, but 2 of 3 children at the very least having serious life issues from their upbringing. And I'm not saying this to point a finger whatsoever. It's just these are the facts.
Yeah. I mean, you knew more about Hunter Biden's sister-in-law than his sister, because Hunter's way of helping a grieving widow of his brother was, hey, let's have an affair. So it gives you an idea for the mindset in that family.
Well, I'll tell you, Robert, in some religious law, it is a brother's moral obligation to marry his widowed in-law. But that's
I'm sure that's why he did it. I'm sure he was deeply concerned about that.
I've had this discussion with other people before, but
The
Ashley
moral
Biden
obligation exists.
allegedly, potentially a diary kept while she's in rehab, allegedly accidentally leaves it somewhere. Could have been deliberate, could have been stolen. Who knows? Project Veritas does not publish it. They cannot verify it. They then return it to the lawyer for the anonymous tipsters.
Well, they ask to, but the lawyer refuses to.
Lawyer
take
refuses. Then they return it to the Department of Justice or whomever authorities, the legal authorities, which lands them in more trouble. They then say, this diary was purported to have been stolen. We're going to come after you. We're going to raid your 2 journalists' places. About a week later, they raid James O'Keefe. And James O'Keefe then petitions the court to halt the extraction of the data from the cell phones and whatever other sources that they seized from James O'Keefe, pre-dawn raid from his place, a la Roger Stone. And I don't know that there's been developments in terms of the state's response, but it was halted, the extraction of data. Some people hypothesize this has nothing to do with Ashley Biden's diary, but only to do with current sources that are helping Project Veritas deal with current issues relating to the My Sharona Cyrus and the Fauci juice compulsion stuff. So that's where it goes. But did anything happen last week in terms of the state response?
Fauci
that we know?
juice?
2 things. So in federal court, they came in, asked for a special master, and a federal judge stopped them from looking at anything without a special master. And what that is when they seize materials that frankly never should have been seized in the first place. But the way federal courts resolve this is, rather than returning all of it, demanding it all be returned and they not look at it, which in my view is the appropriate remedy, instead they appoint a special master, another lawyer, to intervene, review everything, and see what they should be allowed to look at and what not, because there may be journalistic privileges and attorney-client privilege information that governs it. My view is they shouldn't have been allowed to seize it in the first place. But the way federal courts resolve it is to stick an intermediary in the process and filter through the materials and return back to Project Veritas what should not have been seized.
If I may stop you there, special master is a lawyer, not a judge, who comes from another firm, independently appointed or court appointed only?
Appointed by the court typically, but
Okay.
sometimes you can argue about that as a litigant. Now, what's amazing is the Justice Department came in and said they didn't even like that. They don't want any special master. They want to seize everything and be able to look at everything. Patently illicit search that they want to get away with, get rewarded for. So far, they have lost those arguments, but they're ongoing. Now, in state court, very intelligently, credit to Harmeet Dillon and Ron Coleman and others that are associated with Project Veritas as legal counsel, they sued in state court to stop the New York Times from illicitly publishing information that had clearly been illicitly leaked, that had originally been illicitly seized and searched by the Department of Justice and the FBI in the Southern District of New York. So that was smart to sue in state court, to say the New York Times should be stopped from publishing information they unlawfully obtained that's constitutionally protected and statutorily protected and common law privileged. and the New York State Court agreed, and it apparently went up on the New York Appeals already, and that court agreed. So they stopped the New York Times from continually getting access to this unlawfully seized information that they unlawfully have, and continuing to publish it to the detriment of the constitutional and common law privileges of Project Veritas. So that was a great win, and smart to sue in state court rather than go through the same federal court that might not be as attentive in this concern to get that remedy. And they could do so because the New York Times was doing it on their own accord, and thus the state court had independent authority and jurisdiction to limit them. Smart tactical strategy, smart legal strategy, and worked ultimately to the success of James O'Keefe and Project Veritas.
This is one of the stories that's going to require the big, bright, shining light of alternative media to talk about, because CNN is never going to talk about this, and neither will Fox News. I'll be fair in my critique of both. I just want to bring this up here, by the way. Just Because says, hold on, there's a Viva Army. If we have an army, Robert, or if there is a Viva Army, it's going to be the most polite army on earth. And I think I see a shirt right there. But if there is, in fact, a Viva Army, it's new to me. I would like them to be polite, respectful, and above all else, remorselessly honest, even with themselves. So, Viva Army, be polite, eh? Now,
we're
from Canada,
we don't like to get people in trouble for nothing. But if they deserve it, pay attention to you, dude. Robert, now you're in here, Robert. Okay, this is great.
Holy crap!
By the way, don't get
they cloned them. They cloned both of them.
But
This is a travesty.
That's funny. Nincompoops beware. Where was this? So, that's not what I meant to bring up, but I'm glad I saw it. So,
wise guy.
The response to this, to the government, has there been a determination on whether or not a special master is going to be appointed, or is that still floating?
So far, yes, but it isn't finally determined.
Okay.
But so far, the Project Veritas is fighting back in the federal court has been successful. So far, they're fighting back in state court against the New York Times has been successful. Fighting back in the court of public opinion has been successful. It's pretty rare you get that kind of trifecta where you beat the Southern District of New York, the New York Times, and biased media all in 1 week. But they did, and that's credit to James O'Keefe and Project Veritas for fighting back.
And we're going to keep covering it, and I would love to have James O'Keefe back on sooner than later to discuss this. But Robert, okay, now I see what's going on here, Robert. We have started a new meme. It's called Impersonation Galore. James Collier. Well, that picture is now behind. Okay, I think we started something bad here, actually. But let's move on to Canadian. You want the Viva Army to be Canadian. We can do that. Maybe not, but whatever. Okay, so I think where's my phone? I don't know where my phone is. It's right here. What have we not talked about yet this week that we need?
Only other big one is vaccine mandates.
Oh, please go on, because I'm out of it, Robert, and so let people know what's going on.
So, yeah, I mean, there's still a bunch of suits pending. There's some courts that denied injunctive relief on the grounds that you can recover financially. There's some other courts that are turning a blind eye to it. So those are just going up through the appeals process. There's appeals. The OSHA mandate case, because there were multiple mandate challenges in multiple appeals courts, and it's unique, you can go directly to an appeals court in that context, has been assigned. They do a lottery assignment. They assign it to the Sixth Circuit, which is one of the better circuits for those of us critical of the mandate. So the Fifth Circuit stays in place while the Sixth Circuit evaluates it. I think the Sixth Circuit will affirm it. Then next week, I will be filing suit to challenge the emergency use authorization. And the grounds will be on behalf of Children's Health Defense with Bobby Kennedy. And what's happening is the FDA and the CDC, which, by the way, in a FOIA case this week, said that they could not release the information they have about the COVID-19 vaccine and the information that Pfizer and others gave to them
until 2076.
55 years. 55 years.
Explain to anybody who has a reasonably open mind how that makes sense.
Their only pretext is that there's some trade secrets and some other stuff in there, which is nonsense. 99% of what's being sought has nothing to do with that. They're just trying to hide incriminating information. I believe what would be included in that is the fact that my client, the whistleblower who disclosed that Pfizer's
What
clinical trials were utterly
incriminating
unreliable and utterly untrustworthy,
evidence
including,
is there? That's the
fraudulent
thing.
data submissions and the cover-up of unscientific clinical testing data, and the way they went about it and the way they approached it. That what happened internally at the FDA is probably in those FOIA files they don't want disclosed too. And Lord knows what else. Maybe there are a lot more whistleblowers they don't want the world to know about. Whatever it is, there's apparently a lot of damning information in the FDA's own files concerning the COVID-19 vaccine that they are trying to hide from the world for more than half a century, which must be particularly damaging and especially damning. In that context, the FDA approved an emergency use authorization for COVID-19 vaccinations of children as young as 5 years old. What's happening is they are misusing and abusing the emergency use authorization statute. So the emergency use authorization statute was meant to be used in a national security instance of a biological weapon being released for a short period of time that had informed consent written into the statute. They've completely gutted the meaning of informed consent. Why is the FDA using that statute? Because their interpretation of the emergency use authorization statute that they disclosed in my other suit in Eastern District of Tennessee against the biologic license and bait and switch they did on Comirnaty is that the emergency use authorized statute allows them to authorize drugs for distribution and marketing in the United States without finding the drug is either safe or effective, without any citizen petition process being allowed to take place, without any notice and comment being afforded for people who may have dissident information or different information, without there being any legislative involvement in the process, without any elected official having any involvement in the process, and without any judicial review or the right for any citizen to sue. So they have basically are using that statute to say they can do whatever they want, whenever they want, as long as they call it emergency. If they stick the emergency language on it, all of a sudden, all the rules for safety and efficacy and civil liberties are gone. So we're going to sue in the Western District of Texas next week on the grounds that that itself is an abuse, that their misuse and misappropriation of the emergency use powers is itself illegal under the APA and the Constitution and other applicable and analogous federal statutes, because there is no emergency for 5-year-olds from what's taking place. And so we're going to challenge it at multiple levels. Also looking at filing suit on behalf of the Unity Project, a new project to challenge mandates that's going to look at suing Sanjay Gupta and CNN.
I think Barnes
for
is
their,
offside
illicit
here. I
marketing
think his
using
argument
Sesame
is
Street and
weak.
Big Bird to
There's
illicitly
been
market this
established
to young children in
precedents.
violation of the
So,
law and medical ethics.
That's why I
And
posted in
last but
chat.
not least, looking at
I
bringing
don't
a
buy his
defamation
argument.
libel suit for my whistleblower
It's
client
weak. It
because Pfizer's
doesn't. It's not
affiliates and
meritorious
associates
from
at the
my
company doing the
position.
clinical testing out of Texas went out and completely lied. So the British Medical Journal independently investigated, independently validated, independently verified all of my client whistleblowers' evidence about the inappropriate nature and unscientific nature and fraudulent nature of Pfizer's clinical studies about the vaccine. So what
Validate
is
and
their
verify.
clinical
What did they
subcontractor,
validate?
testing
What did they
subcontractor do?
verify?
They go out
And
and lie to the
how
world. And the British Medical Journal, by the
contextually
way, is
does
one of the
this
most well-respected
apply
medical,
to this
publications in the
situation?
entire globe. They go out
That's
and
the
tell the world that my
question.
client's
That's what
making it
Barnes
up and
needs
has
to
never worked
answer.
for them. We have
I
the pay
stand
stuff, we
by
have
it.
the documents, we have the contracts, we have the emails, we have the statements, these nitwits. So I sent them a letter last week because in Texas, you give them 10 days notice before you sue, that we're going to, unless they retract and correct immediately, that we will be suing them. And I'll be suing the publicist individual. Any individual who repeats these lies is going to get sued, not just whoever they work for. So we're going to be filing a libel suit in the Western District of Texas to put an end to that nonsense because it's obvious that the lie they told, and they should just start getting ready to issue apologies and write checks. So that's what's coming next. So that the battles keep going. Filed an amended complaint against Tyson Foods because they admitted they're a federal officer. Federal court said, yeah, they are for the purpose of a vaccine mandate. Okay. So I sued them under the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the United States Constitutions, the right to bodily autonomy, the right to privacy, the right to religious expression, the right to political expression, and sued under the Religious Freedom and Restoration Act, in addition to the new Tennessee law that bans vaccine mandates. So, and we'll be replicating that suit in multiple states and federal courts across the country. So that's
Hey,
the
Barnes, you got to
latest
come
update.
up with something a lot more solid than that. I'm not
You
buying
are
into your
fire
friggin' bravado. Doesn't work.
It's very
Doesn't
very
work,
upsetting.
buddy. Not in
There's
this
no
situation.
else, there's no
I
other way
agree
of
with you
saying it.
most of the
Brings up
time, but
the
here,
change of the
no
language,
way.
right?
And the guy
Viva
that said the
Ahmed,
Pfizer
some
Moderna thing, there's
Viva
just
Army, we are
another
polite and
offshoot
agreeable.
indirectly of this position.
Robert,
Has no
okay, fine.
merit.
We're going to follow up on that. Robert Kennedy will be on one of these days. We had to, when you do these things come up, and so you have to postpone, cancel guests.
Yeah, Bobby Kennedy's been, his book is now out. I highly recommend it. Very great detail that will tell you, very well cited, very well researched from Robert Kennedy. He will be on probably the show in December. He's been part of these global protests. There were protests all around the world this past week and past weekend. He was in Italy and elsewhere and is still leading the effort. The Unity Project, people can look up some of the best scientists, some of the best doctors, some of the best lawyers, some of the best public advocates are creating a coalition of organizations to put everybody together to fight the vaccine mandates, and I will be working with them as well. So it's good to see a lot of people fighting in the court of public opinion, fighting ultimately in the court of law, and a bunch of new laws passed. I think it passed in Florida. Some other states are looking at it. A bunch of states are passing laws so that these mandates can never happen again, and to try to put an end to these mandates right now. So it's great. So a lot of
Nothing wrong with a vaccination mandate
the acquittal of Kyle Rittenhouse.
when it's a public health
some white pill moment, but
emergency.
it's got to be a black pill moment. We cannot
So,
forget it because it's.
You guys
like
need
the
a
guy.
couple
I don't
blue
know what I know of
pills.
him. I just know what I
Blue
think. I
pills.
don't
We
know
can
from the
discuss
media.
this
Jake
one
Hensley,
deeper,
the
you
QAnon
guys.
shaman,
So
Jake
let's
Angeli. Robert sentenced to
let's do
41
it.
months in prison. This was the guy.
And we'll talk Donald J. Trump too.
I had a rubber spear, literally, because my kid had one for Halloween. It's like, oh, this is a weapon, according to law enforcement. Jake Angeli, QAnon shaman, Jake Chansley, the guy who was dressed up like a wolf, howling.
This is going to be a good one. Hold on, folks. Fasten your
Was the
seatbelts.
face of the January 6th riot. I'm not calling it an insurrection. Sorry, I moved my mic away. Was sentenced after a plea deal in which he groveled and threw himself like Winston from 1984, threw himself at the mercy of the court, said, everything I did was wrong. I'm so ashamed. How could I have done it? This is all my fault. I only wish I knew now what I knew then. I only wish I knew then what I knew now. Have mercy. And the judge, who says, this is the greatest thing I've ever heard in my 34 years on the bench. It's something Martin Luther King himself would have said, but I can't show you any mercy. 41 months in prison, including time served. So whatever that's worth. First question, time served, is it time and a half? Is it 2 times, or is it just not even? Is it just time served?
In federal court, you usually, in Federal Bureau of Prisons, you usually serve 85% of your sentence. So that means he'll serve about 3 years in a federal prison.
85. So that means multiply. So whatever he served, let me just be an idiot.
Now he'll get a credit, a day for day credit. So let's say he served 6 months. That means he's got another 2.5 years.
Okay, so a day for day credit. It's not like he gets time and a half for what, if he served 6 months, he gets credit for 9 months.
Not on the federal side. You get almost, it's unlike the state side. He will do more time than many rapists in America do.
And I want people to appreciate that. I mean, I did a video. The funny thing is, like in the heat of the Rittenhouse injustice, this one is not so. It's not so cool. It's not so clear cut because the dude broke into the Capitol, was dressed like a wolf, howling, had a spear, sat in the dais of the Capitol Hill, and did nothing violent, even by the indictment by the Department of Justice, even by their own. We will be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt this is what he did. There was not one act of violence alleged against him. It alleged that other people confronted officers, broke windows. He just came in through a window. Some officer, KC, who was unnamed, said, stop it. He continued moving, went to another staircase. No violence, no nothing, no overt threats. He called Mike Pence a piece of shit, traitors, comments, all New World Order, yada, yada, yada. No acts of violence. And he's going to go to jail for 4 years. Sorry, I meant to take this one down a while ago. It's tell me why it's not shocking, because I don't want to think I'm biased. Why is it shocking? Why is it not shocking like I think it's shocking? Or is it just fucking shocking?
I mean, it's political. And so everything about this case and these related cases have been an extreme punitive overreaction to what is traditionally and historically been treated as not even criminal in the District of Columbia. So it's to support
Give me a
political narrative,
break,
and the
Barnes.
judge
Here's
wanted to
another
support that
issue.
political
We're
narrative
on
more
the
than
other
he cared
side of
about
the
doing
fence here.
justice, and that's
Yeah,
the
an
outcome.
insurrection. It was violent.
And I'm gonna pull
People
this one
died. Come on
not
now.
because I want to condone Mike Pence being a POS. Let me just see where it is. If you ever get an avatar from me and it's an actual avatar and it says invest in crypto, it's not me, so don't buy into it. I can't find the chat that I just brought up. Well, here it is. Here it is. Mike Pence is a POS. This is not me, people. And if you ever get a message asking for investment or saying to invest, if you ever get a direct message unsolicited from me, it's probably not me because I don't go out and solicit messages from subs. But yeah, it's just a shocking outrage. This is where you try not to get blackpilled on the institutions of law enforcement. When that judge said, "Oh, so can we talk about Jake Chancey's lawyer?" I don't know who that lawyer is, Robert. We'll get to that in a second. But when the judge says, "So beautiful, thank you for your moment of honesty, and now I'm going to hold your honesty against you," that is when you realize the judge did not want the admission for the purposes of clemency. He wanted it for the purposes of vengeance. And it's exactly like Stewie in Family Guy. Here, I'll trade you that ball for the baseball bat, bash you on the head, give me the ball. What did you learn? That's exactly what this was. This is what did you learn, Jacob Chansley? And the question is, what did you
This
learn?
is
And what are
Stewie
other
from
people
Family
going to do? Are they
Guy.
going to be now more amenable to negotiated settlements, or are they going to take their chances on trial? I couldn't get over it. I couldn't get over it because this is the dude has no criminal history, by the way. Unless I'm mistaken, correct me in the chat. I'm fairly certain he has no criminal record. He might be the
It was an
You might disagree
insurrection.
with his politics. You might think he's a nutcase.
It was a
Conspiracy theorist,
federal act.
internet
This
grifter.
it was bad
All
news,
kidding
man.
fine. The dude's lived a life without running into problems with
If
the law.
Cuba
and
sent
now he's going to
an
jail
army
for
of 6
2.5
guys in to overturn the election, would you not put them in
not
jail?
even breaking a
Come
window,
on
but
now,
being
think
on the
about it.
premises with and saying Mike Pence is a traitor. So sorry, Robert. Have you heard anything about his lawyer? I don't know who his lawyer is.
No.
Okay. Oh, so hold on. Sorry. Let me get some super chats that I took pictures of. Oh, so hold on. I wanted to get one from Rumble Rants. It's not a Rumble Rant. It's just quite a creative thing. It's a guy named Salty Nacho. I presume a guy. I don't know. Salty Nacho. And it says, everything woke turns to whatever. It was just a creative way of doing this. So we have no Rumble Rants to read. I'm just going to go read some super chats that they were legit questions, and I want to make sure we get to them. David Woodmouse says, it would be smart for BLM to see the light about the misconduct by the prosecutors in this case and use it as a red pill. And I agree with this. If this is what happens to the most highly publicized case of an ostensibly white kid, although arguably mixed race, but maybe not, whatever. If this is what goes on with prosecutors of a white kid with white privilege, BLM should be turning to say, this happens every day of the week at low-level courts. You never hear about it, and people are in jail for years because of it. I agree with that. Will there be any bar issues for them? We already got to that. Tanner Bartkowitz says, is Kyle at risk of a civil lawsuit? For example, Huber family bringing a case against him.
I hope they don't. I think it would be ill-advised, but that doesn't stop them. There is risk that he is sued by somebody.
All right. We got the Real Bambuga says, question for Robert. The Real Bambuga, who always has inappropriate super chats, 174,000 of them, says, question for Robert. What about defamation case against the YouTuber who keeps saying that Kyle was guilty of assaulting a girl in some situation involving his sister? I don't even want to talk about that video. I'm glad they didn't have a debate over its admissibility during the trial. Other people alleging wrongful conduct of Kyle prior to this. Any chance for defamation or no?
I mean, if it's factually false, yes, but the damages limitation would still be present because of the intervening effect of the criminal indictment.
And the
very
other matter
tough for falsely accused people to ever get their reputation back or remedies for their damaged reputation, even when acquitted. It's a flaw in our system.
My thought is, do you even want to have a defamation argument over evidence that was not admitted during this criminal trial? It might sway public opinion if there were any doubt to begin with. So, double-edged sword. What are your thoughts on the Democratic senator, congressman, saying he's going to have DOJ investigate Kyle acquittal, double jeopardy? This is from Rebecca Ann. I think we fielded that one. Okay, so Ebren Anakova, I think, is the Russian rubles, 2,000 rubles. Can prosecution be stupid enough to try the appeal, the verdict based on a jury taking instructions home? Question 1. 2, what was dismissed with prejudice? I think we got that at the end of the trial. So we got to that. Okay, so no appeal and no nothing. How can we support Kyle now? Good question.
Problem is, in my understanding is David Hancock controls everything. So the reality is, until David Hancock is out, there's no place I could recommend to support him other than supporting him in the court of public opinion.
All right. And now someone says, when Trump takes back office, not if, but when, optimistic and realistic. How quickly can he gut the DOJ and the FBI of these criminals?
Hires the right people, you could really reform things pretty well, but it would require hiring the right people committed to doing so.
And I don't want to draw any analogies to JFK, but was that not one of the things JFK said he was going to do? Dismantle the FBI, the CIA, fragment them into shards of wood to blow away with the wind?
The CIA in particular, yeah. And the Dulles brothers, he wanted to move out of power.
Okay, so, I mean, it's when you fight corruption, corruption fights back. I forget who said that. It's a great line. Even on a panel of great lawyers, as we saw this past week, Robert Shines, thank you both for all the recent hard work. Thank you very much for the support. And I want people to appreciate that. Robert, I know you. You're not salty. You have no ego in this, despite what people think is ego. People mistake ego for confidence. And you know what you know, and you know what you don't know. And by and large, when you know what you know, goddamn, you're right. So, yeah, you've been right on things that people didn't even know that you were going to be right about until you became right about them. Andrew McCarthy and the National Review guys stated to the effect that the judge was fair for giving a minimum sentence and that some on the right are hyperventilating about this. What say you, Robert? Which trial is this?
I mean, I assume they're referencing QAnon shaman, but that it was ridiculous that he was looking at that to begin with, and the court was not obligated to any of that. So there is no mandatory guidelines anymore.
Oh,
so calling it the low end is misrepresenting the situation, which Andrew McCarthy has repeatedly done in these contexts.
No, and the judge said, your admissions, QAnon shaman, highlight the awfulness of what you did. You would think that he did something violent to an individual and then deface their body based on what the judge. You took responsibility, but your taking responsibility highlights the awfulness of what you did. Look, I will not say it out loud, but as a child, I may have done things that might
the
be
insurrection was a coup attempt, so all part of the coup attempt, Willard Hotel.
So,
bad news, federal law. You don't try to overtake the government.
But
come on
3
now.
years in jail. It's an outrage. There's nothing about it. I don't like the guy. I don't like his politics. From what I understand about them, doesn't mean I'm going to tolerate injustice against someone just because I don't like their politics. But that seems to be what the DOJ and the Washington D.C. courts are about. Okay, let me see. No, I just hate injustice. I mean, I agree. I think we got to everything. If I didn't get to it, people, I didn't get to it. Robert, do you have a few more minutes? You want to stick around? Can I go through some more super chat?
Oh, sure.
Okay, let me see what I can get on my phone. People, put them in. You don't need to put super chats in. Put some questions in if I didn't get to them. CK Hawk 00 says, the second says the right to have and bear arms, not have and bear arms in the state you live in. So how does the state justify denying a federal protected right by denying you to take arms over state lines? Can we challenge this? What was the strategic, other than propagandist purposes, to say he traveled straight lines as if to suggest he was guilty of what the majority of the protesters were actually doing? What was the crossing state lines argument from a legal perspective from day one?
Had no legal consequence. It was purely PR.
Okay, because I mean, like the crossing state lines. When there was one person mentioned some law in particular which I didn't understand in terms of crossing state lines, but the way they were framing it as in he crossed state lines to go wreak havoc in another state. When that is exactly what, by and large, a lot of the protesters were doing, is that they were busted from other states. So it's just another question of the MSM accusing Rittenhouse of doing that exactly of what they were doing themselves by busting in protesters into Kenosha, who have no business being there, to wreak havoc. And that's it. Squid Monkey says, this was, I don't know if we got to this, but this was from a while back.
Go out for a quick smoke,
Angry
folks, and be
they
right
did
back,
not follow
okay?
the trial, therefore, plausible deniability. They don't need to be factual. They need to be fractional. I love that. I might steal that, Squid Monkey. And for them, that's the win. This was about self-defense and gun rights for U.S. That support, that is a win. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Oh, this is from Johnny G2, I guess, Johnny Go-To. Mr. Viva and Mr. Barnes, can I get a book recommendation from both of you?
So yeah, the book behind me here is called Reptile. It's after the reptile brain and how that reptile part of our brain and how that influences judgments, written by some very good plaintiffs, lawyers, and advocates for on the plaintiff side. But it's universally valuable information to understand what persuades people. And behind me here, you can't quite see it. It's ladies and gentlemen of the jury, some of the great closing arguments in American legal history, and it's really, really quite good, and it's a good resource material to have. So I would recommend both of those.
Okay, and now with that said, Robert, let me just take this one down. So I don't know. Yeah, Obama. Okay, Obama army bus people in. Yeah, okay. No comment. I don't know for that for sure. Robert, everybody watching us who's new to the YouTube channel. So we're here. I'm on Rumble, Viva Fry, exact same content. There's nothing exclusive on Rumble. I just post things here that I post things there that are here. VivaBarnesLaw.locals.com. Robert, explain to the world what they get, what the schedule is, because I get confused on the schedule of what you have for Bourbon with Barnes. Explain to people what is available on VivaBarnesLaw.locals.com.
Sure. So that's where we put up, if anybody wants examples of information in terms of objecting to vaccine mandates, there are exemplars of what letters have worked for other people that are pinned at the top of the board. In addition to that, there is a great community of people provide great information and great conversation. And we provide certain exclusive content, which includes some videos, includes certain posts, includes if there's useful legal briefs or complaints or court decisions, put that PDF available. I highlight it that I think is pertinent. You get access to that. That's all provided as part of it. If you need that information, you need that intel, or you just want it for the purpose of influencing the court of public opinion. And then we have a range of videos on a range of topics. I'll have a hush hush this week on some fun topics, and that's just looking at alternative narratives to the institutional narrative. And there's a long library there. You can go to the content list and look up all the ones that I've already shown. You could see the very first one, which was about whether January 6th was what it was cracked up to be.
Oh my
and
God.
how predictive that turned out.
Ahead of the curve, Robert. And I want to just say to everybody out there, we have the locals community. There's a lot. You don't have to be a paying member to get a lot of the access to some stuff. Yeah. There is stuff that's exclusive to paying members, and it's not a question of being grifters or money hungry. It's just a question of giving perks to the people who actually support the channel. Nothing wrong with either of those things, but just you have to offer perks. Otherwise, people are going to say, well, we support you and we don't get anything unique. YouTube members, I give sneak peeks to the vlogs, occasional sneak peek posts. But I say Abdi said he had a question that I did not see. So if Abdi can get that question in before we wind up.
And then during the week, depending Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, depending on what's going on, I do what's called live Bourbon with Barnes, where we do live chats, live streams, answer questions live, mostly it's all answering questions of people, and try to provide as much insight and information as we can as a kind of a public education channel, because self-education is the first step to self-empowerment. And thanks to everybody out there, because everybody participating in the court of public opinion, I believe, made a very big difference in the outcome in Kyle Rittenhouse's case, and made sure an innocent kid was acquitted like he deserved to be.
And that's what I was going to say. Any takeaways both of you have from Kyle's trial? My takeaway, actually, the evidence of self-defense was over the top from what I even thought was the self-defense from the beginning. I had no idea. Kyle Rittenhouse is lucky to be alive, period. He's lucky to be acquitted, but he's lucky to be alive, because I did not know exactly how egregious, over-the-top, malicious, intending death it all was. And it was black and white, unequivocal. And I did not appreciate the criminal histories, the violent criminal histories of the three perpetrators of the attack on Kyle Rittenhouse. One was a potato file of the highest order. The other one was a domestic abuser, repeat domestic abuser. And the other one didn't have felony charges, just had his Glock concealed carry permit revoked, not expired, because of his criminal history. I had no idea. That was my big takeaway. It was over the top. Prosecutorial misconduct, over the top. Viva, will y'all have on actual justice warrior Sean Fitzgerald? Robert, do you know who that is?
Yeah, he's been on Tim Pool. Yeah, it provides interesting insights.
And
So,
I know
yeah,
I didn't
down
mean
the
to be
road.
rude. I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
mean, we'll have a big Blake Masters will be this week, Senate candidate in Arizona that I think is really good populist, has been a good advocate on Kyle's cases, in Kyle's case as an example, amongst other good arguments that he's made, both on election issues, vaccine mandates, and others. We'll have, on top of that, we'll have a range of other guests coming up, including George Gammon, Michael Malice, a range of people. It's just scheduling them as we go forward. It'll be a fun holiday time period, and then a fun new year when it comes around.
All right, people. Now, with that said, I'm never going to get to all of them. Viva Fry is very defensive of internet grift. No, because people mistaken grifting for hard work. Rekieta is not a grifter. He is a damn hard worker, and he works 12 hours a day, and I don't know how he does it. He works more than 12 hours a day. So people mistake grifting with hard work. Grifting is fomenting strife to exploit it and not explaining it. So with that said, Robert, yeah, I'm gonna miss him. I apologize, everybody. Wednesday, George Gammon. We're gonna no, sorry, not Wednesday, George Gammon. Wednesday, Robert, Blake Masters. We're going to reschedule George Gammon, and hopefully we'll be able to do him justice when he comes on as a sidebar. We will be on Nate the lawyer, Nate Brody, tomorrow at some point throughout the day when Nate is live streaming the Ahmaud Arbery, McMichael's trial. Shout out to everybody else: Rekieta, Nate the lawyer, Uncivil Law, Legal Bites, Alita, Andrew, Legal Mindset, Joe Neerman, Good Logic. We have a community, and it's a beautiful community. And Legal posted something to say. He said his next video is going to piss everybody off. And I said, only the intellectually dishonest are pissed off by the truth. So if your video is the truth, we will welcome it. I'm going to watch it with open mind and open arms. So even legal, one day, Robert, it might happen. It'll be the white pill of all white pills. But with that said, everybody, thank you for tuning in. Robert, stick around. We'll say our proper goodbyes. And we will have Wednesday. And if something comes up during the week, we'll do a spontaneous live. Robert, you know what? Leave us off with something for the week, Robert.
Kyle Rittenhouse was acquitted. That's a great day. In my book, November 19, 2021 goes down as Acquittal Day. We should celebrate it every year henceforth.
Beautiful. All right, everyone, enjoy the rest of the weekend. Enjoy the week. We will see.
I had my smoke. I see the team left us. Where'd they go? I had a feeling they were getting close to the end. I should have hung on. Okay, folks. I've got to run. Thanks for hanging in there. Nothing in chat, so we won't worry about that. And till the next time, take care, be safe. Talk to you all soon. Ciao for now. Oh, one thing before I go. Your health's priceless. Stay safe. Take care.
You've suggested that it be played here in the courtroom under whose supervision? And
this becomes the deliberation room for that portion as they watch the video.
going to be in the room with them.
The same people that are in the room with them now.
Well, why come down if they're just going to be looking at? I mean, are you saying that they come down and hear it with all of us in here?
No, I'm saying everyone leaves.
Okay, but why not just leave them up there?
Because the screen, watching it on the screen that.
I got you.
And that goes, the problem we're talking about on 5 early is the request 5.
Yeah.
We're talking about the
I
problem.
didn't know the last word you said.
The problem we're talking about on request 5 is on the front end so far. And it goes to the same thing with that television, adding the pixels on the back end. So now they're looking at it on a computer upstairs, and I don't know why they're not looking at this on a computer. Meaning 5. I put my hand on request 5.
And how many times? One time? Is that what you said?
I didn't know. I think just as they're. No, I think they should be free to look at it as much as they'd like.
That would be my bias, frankly. But the law, we've got the. If you know Tucker Carlson's got it, you could have subpoenaed it. No,
We didn't know that until I think today. We knew it.
What did you think it
Couple
was?
days ago. We knew it was aired on his show. We didn't know that Fox News apparently purchased and has possession of it.
Okay. Did you inquire?
We tried to find the person who took the footage and who ended up being the person who came to our office with it.
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
So this is not a video that was in possession of the state in any way, shape, or form. It was out there in the, I guess, on the internet and in the world in that regard. And I think we're focusing on too heavily on, I guess, a technological glitch and less on and we should be focusing that this exhibit was played. The jury is asking to see exhibits that they have seen and that the defense saw when they were played in court. What's on my phone or my laptop or the defense's phone or laptop is of no matter. What matter is the exhibit. And that exhibit was played. It was not objected to. The authenticity was stipulated to. And the defense, I understand they didn't realize it till Friday, watched this exhibit. They watched it on a television set a few feet from them. They could have watched it on the monitors here. That is what matters. That is what the jury sees. That is what they have seen. That they want to see it again is not prejudicial. It's not prejudicial in any way that the defense had a compressed version now. Obviously, they had seen or had a full version at some point, possibly prior to Attorney Richards becoming the primary attorney. But that is not the fault of the state. And the fact that that some technology compressed this file without anyone's knowledge until Friday is not the responsibility of the state. And Defense Exhibit 41 has this video in it. So to pretend that somehow they're surprised or they didn't know about this video, they've tried to find it just as we did. We found it and there was a technological glitch, or not a glitch, but I guess it worked in a way that is designed that we were not aware of. And Exhibit 41 not only has the drone video in it, which is the defense exhibit, it also has a circle around someone pointing the gun. As I said in my rebuttal, this did not seem to be a great issue until the defendant testified otherwise on the stand. And now all of a sudden, the defense is calling into question technology and not wanting videos in, and it's all to protect their client. And I understand that is their job. I'm not criticizing them for this, but their client lied about this on the stand is the state's position. There seems to be evidence to support the position that he lied on the stand about raising the gun. He was confronted with the exhibit. He denied it. The jury wants to see these exhibits. And I understand there may not be a final ruling on a mistrial until we see what happens or if it's even necessary. And they had their own expert that could have looked at this video, and I'm sure did look at this video. And there were questions at the very beginning of the trial about, and perhaps even before the trial, about the resolution of the FBI plane video, a whole different video. Their expert looked at that. I'm sure their expert looked at this. Their expert must have missed it, that it had been compressed somehow. This is not a resource we had available to us. And I believe the motion for mistrial is inappropriate. I don't believe it should be granted. And coming back to number 5, they're asking to see exhibits that have already been played, and with the exception of the image, exception of 155, were not objected to. And the court has said many times when the state has tried to raise these technological issues, well, there wasn't an objection. And we're asking for the same treatment now, that these were not objected to. The defense has had access to the exhibits. They've had access to the drive, that they didn't realize it and we didn't realize it till Friday. That there was some sort of difference is perhaps unfortunate, but they're also responsible for I'll withdraw that. So the state believes that we believe all exhibits should go back. Again, I understand the court has concerns over the still image. I understand that might be in a little bit of a different category, but in terms of question number 5, and while I have the floor, I'll just go through what they are. The FBI aerial with all person of interest marked, that would appear to be the defense exhibit that they neglected to mark and has now been accepted. The state also has one, which is Exhibit 25, which has Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum marked, but not the Zeminskis. So I assume they mean the defense exhibit, but we could send both back or have them come down and view it, however we do that. The drone video is 73. That's the full unedited exhibit that's been in evidence now for over a week. The zoomed in still image, we all have talked about that and beaten that horse to death, so I'm going to skip that for now. Then the full event video in regular and slow motion, that seems to be the drone video, as that is the only video of incident 1 that was played in slow motion, just as the only video of incident 2 in slow motion was Dr. Black's. So their expert video was submitted. Our expert video is, I believe this is actually 6 videos that they're asking for, which is the drone video. It's spliced out. So it shows the first third of the incident, the second third, and then up until the end of the shooting. And it's in regular and slow motion. And that's exhibits 581, 582, 583. I'm sorry, S81, S82, S83, S84, S85, and S86. And we believe that the jury should have full access to them. They should have full access in this room. And that's our position. I do not believe a technical reality, shall we say, or an unknown technical incident should result in a mistrial.
How would we object to something we didn't know existed until it was over?
I didn't find that point particularly persuasive because, but anyway.
It's impossible. So it's impossible for us to do that. And if everybody in this room that's a lawyer has been a prosecutor. Your job is fairness and being a truth seeker. It's not debatable that it's not fair what happened. We can sit here all day and say it's been played. We didn't know there was another version. How is that reasonable?
Well, I persistently warned the state that there's a day of reckoning with respect to these things. My feeling is I had my qualms and I decided, well, I'll let the jury hear it. I think I made the comparison the other day of the breathalyzer where the officer doesn't have to be familiar with how the breathalyzer does the analysis. But that's a device that has been sanctioned by the courts. And I just don't think we're at that place with this. And particularly if they've got evidence, I didn't see that in your motion about the manual.
We've learned it since I filed the motion.
Well, if they've got the manual, I don't know. It may be. I forewarned you. You've pressed with this, and that's fine. I've let it in. And my view on it now is where we are. We might as well follow through with it. And if they've got everything correct and it's reliable, then they won't have a problem. If it isn't, it's going to be ugly. All right.
I would just note that the defense, I'm assuming they were paying attention to the trial, would have known on Monday when Detective Entriemian testified that that version was different.
We're going to talk about it later because I've made the decision. I'm going to play. You've suggested that it be played here in the courtroom under whose supervision? And
this becomes the deliberation room for that portion as they watch the video.
Going to be in the room with them.
The same people that are in the room with them now.
Well, why come down if they're just going to be looking at? I mean, are you saying that they come down and hear it with all of us in here?
No, I'm saying everyone leaves.
Okay, well, why not just leave them up there?
Because the screen, watching it on the screen that.
I got you.
And that goes. The problem we're talking about on 5 early is the request 5.
Yeah.
We're talking about the
I
problem.
didn't know the last word you said.
The problem we're talking about on request 5 is on the front end so far. And it goes to the same thing with that television, adding the pixels on the back end. So now they're looking at it on a computer upstairs, and I don't know why they're not looking at this on a computer. Meaning 5. I put my hand on request 5.
And how many times? One time? Is that what you said?
I think just as they're. No, I think they should be free to look at it as much as they'd like.
That would be my bias, frankly. But the law, we've got the. If you know Tucker Carlson's got it, you could have subpoenaed it. No,
We didn't know that until I think today.
we knew it. What did you think it was?
We knew it was aired on his show. We didn't know that Fox News apparently purchased and has possession of it.
Okay. Did you inquire?
We tried to find the person who took the footage and who ended up being the person who came to our office with it.
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
So this is not a video that was in possession of the state in any way, shape, or form. It was out there in the, I guess, on the internet and in the world in that regard. And I think we're focusing on too heavily on, I guess, a technological glitch and less on and we should be focusing that this exhibit was played. The jury is asking to see exhibits that they have seen and that the defense saw when they were played in court. What's on my phone or my laptop or the defense's phone or laptop is of no matter. What matter is the exhibit. And that exhibit was played. It was not objected to. The authenticity was stipulated to. And the defense, I understand they didn't realize it till Friday, watched this exhibit. They watched it on a television set a few feet from them. They could have watched it on the monitors here. That is what matters. That is what the jury sees. That is what they have seen. That they want to see it again is not prejudicial. It's not prejudicial in any way that the defense had a compressed version now Obviously, they had seen or had a full version at some point, possibly prior to Attorney Richards becoming the primary attorney. But that is not the fault of the state. And the fact that that some technology compressed this file without anyone's knowledge until Friday is not the responsibility of the state. And Defense Exhibit 41 has this video in it. So to pretend that somehow they're surprised or they didn't know about this video, they've tried to find it just as we did. We found it, and there was a technological glitch, or not a glitch, but I guess it worked in a way that is designed that we were not aware of. And Exhibit 41 not only has the drone video in it, which is the defense exhibit, it also has a circle around someone pointing the gun. As I said in my rebuttal, this did not seem to be a great issue until the defendant testified otherwise on the stand. And now all of a sudden, the defense is calling into question technology and not wanting videos in, and it's all to protect their client. And I understand that is their job. I'm not criticizing them for this, but their client lied about this on the stand is the state's position. There seems to be evidence to support the position that he lied on the stand about raising the gun. He was confronted with the exhibit. He denied it. The jury wants to see these exhibits. And I understand there may not be a final ruling on a mistrial until we see what happens or if it's even necessary. And they had their own expert that could have looked at this video, and I'm sure did look at this video, and there were questions at the very beginning of the trial about, and perhaps even before the trial, about the resolution of the FBI plane video, a whole different video. Their expert looked at that. I'm sure their expert looked at this. Their expert must have missed it, that it had been compressed somehow. This is not a resource we had available to us. And I believe the motion for mistrial is inappropriate. I don't believe it should be granted. And coming back to number 5, they're asking to see exhibits that have already been played, and with the exception of the image, exception of 155, were not objected to. And the court has said many times when the state has tried to raise these technological issues, well, there wasn't an objection. And we're asking for the same treatment now that these were not objected to. The defense has had access to the exhibits. They've had access to the drive, that they didn't realize it and we didn't realize it till Friday. That there was some sort of difference is perhaps unfortunate, but they're also responsible for I'll withdraw that. So the state believes that we believe all exhibits should go back. Again, I understand the court has concerns over the still image. I understand that might be in a little bit of a different category, but in terms of question number 5, and while I have the floor, I'll just go through what they are. The FBI aerial with all person of interest marked, that would appear to be the defense exhibit that they neglected to mark and has now been accepted. The state also has one, which is Exhibit 25, which has Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum marked, but not the Zeminskis. So I assume they mean the defense exhibit, but we could send both back or have them come down and view it, however we do that. The drone video is 73. That's the full unedited exhibit that's been in evidence now for over a week. The zoomed in still image, we all have talked about that and beating that horse to death, so I'm going to skip that for now. Then the full event video in regular and slow motion, that seems to be the drone video, as that is the only video of incident 1 that was played in slow motion, just as the only video of incident 2 in slow motion was Dr. Black's. So their expert video was submitted. Our expert video is, I believe this is actually 6 videos that they're asking for, which is the drone video. It's it's spliced out. So it shows the first third of the incident, the second third, and then up until the end of the shooting. And it's in regular and slow motion. And that's exhibits 581, 582, 583. I'm sorry, S81, S82, S83, S84, S85, and S86. And we believe that the jury should have full access to them. They should have full access in this room. And that's our position. I do not believe a technical reality, shall we say, or an unknown technical incident should result in a mistrial.
How would we object to something we didn't know existed until it was over?
I didn't find that point particularly persuasive because, but anyway.
It's impossible. So it's impossible for us to do that. And if everybody in this room that's a lawyer has been a prosecutor. Your job is fairness and being a truth seeker. It's not debatable that it's not fair what happened. We can sit here all day and say it's been played. We didn't know there was another version. How is that reasonable?
Well, I persistently warned the state that, there's a day of reckoning with respect to these things. My feeling is I had my qualms and I decided, well, I'll let the jury hear it. I think I made the comparison the other day of the breathalyzer where the officer doesn't have to be familiar with how the breathalyzer does the analysis. But that's a device that has been sanctioned by the courts. And I just don't think we're at that place with this. And particularly if they've got evidence, I didn't see that in your motion about the manual.
We've learned it since I filed the motion.
Well, if they've got the manual, I don't know. It may be. I forewarned you. You've pressed with this, and that's fine. I've let it in. And my view on it now is where we are. We might as well follow through with it. And if they've got everything correct and it's reliable, then they won't have a problem. If it isn't, it's going to be ugly. All right.
I would just note that the defense, I'm assuming they were paying attention to the trial, would have known on Monday when Detective Entremian testified that that version was different.
We're going to talk about it later because I've made the decision. I'm going to replay it. You've suggested that it be played here in the courtroom under whose supervision? And
this becomes the deliberation room for that portion as they watch the video.
Going to be in the room with them.
The same people that are in the room with them now.
Well, why come down if they're just going to be looking at? I mean, are you saying that they come down and hear it with all of us in here?
No, I'm saying everyone leaves.
Okay, well, why not just leave them up there?
Because the screen, watching on the screen that.
I got you.
And that goes. The problem we're talking about on 5 early is the request 5.
Yeah.
We're talking about the
I
problem.
didn't realize word you said.
The problem we're talking about on request 5 is on the front end so far. And it goes to the same thing with that television, adding the pixels on the back end. So now they're looking at it on a computer upstairs, and I don't know why they're not looking at this on a computer. Meaning 5. I put my hand on request 5.
And how many times? One time? Is that what you said?
I think just as they're. No, I think they should be free to look at it as much as they'd like.
That would be my bias, frankly. But the law, we've got the. If you know Tucker Carlson's got it, you could have subpoenaed it. No,
we didn't know that until I think today.
We knew it. What did you think it was?
We knew it was aired on his show. We didn't know that Fox News apparently purchased and has possession of it.
Okay. Did you inquire?
to find the person who took the footage and who ended up being the person who came to our office with it.
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
So this is not a video that was in possession of the state in any way, shape, or form. It was out there in the, I guess, on the internet and in the world in that regard. And I think we're focusing on too heavily on, I guess, a technological glitch and less on and we should be focusing that this exhibit was played. The jury is asking to see exhibits that they have seen and that the defense saw when they were played in court. What's on my phone or my laptop or the defense's phone or laptop is of no matter. What matter is the exhibit. And that exhibit was played. It was not objected to. The authenticity was stipulated to. And the defense, I understand, they didn't realize it till Friday, watched this exhibit. They watched it on a television set a few feet from them. They could have watched it on the monitors here. That is what matters. That is what the jury sees. That is what they have seen. That they want to see it again is not prejudicial. It's not prejudicial in any way that the defense had a compressed version now. Obviously, they had seen or had a full version at some point, possibly prior to Attorney Richards becoming the primary attorney. But that is not the fault of the state. And the fact that that some technology compressed this file without anyone's knowledge until Friday is not the responsibility of the state. And Defense Exhibit 41 has this video in it. So to pretend that somehow they're surprised or they didn't know about this video, they've tried to find it just as we did. We found it and there was a technological glitch, or not a glitch, but I guess it worked in a way that is designed that we were not aware of. And Exhibit 41 not only has the drone video in it, which is the defense exhibit, it also has a circle around someone pointing the gun. As I said in my rebuttal, this did not seem to be a great issue until the defendant testified otherwise on the stand. And now all of a sudden, the defense is calling into question technology and not wanting videos in, and it's all to protect their client. And I understand that is their job. I'm not criticizing them for this, but their client lied about this on the stand is the state's position. There seems to be evidence to support the position that he lied on the stand about raising the gun. He was confronted with the exhibit. He denied it. The jury wants to see these exhibits. And I understand there may not be a final ruling on a mistrial until we see what happens or if it's even necessary. And they had their own expert that could have looked at this video, and I'm sure did look at this video. And there were questions at the very beginning of the trial about, and perhaps even before the trial, about the resolution of the FBI plane video, a whole different video. Their expert looked at that. I'm sure their expert looked at this. Their expert must have missed it, that it had been compressed somehow. This is not a resource we had available to us. And I believe the motion for mistrial is inappropriate. I don't believe it should be granted. And coming back to number 5, they're asking to see exhibits that have already been played, and with the exception of the image, exception of 155, were not objected to. And the court has said many times when the state has tried to raise these technological issues, well, there wasn't an objection. And we're asking for the same treatment now that these were not objected to. The defense has had access to the exhibits. They've had access to the drive, that they didn't realize it and we didn't realize it till Friday. That there was some sort of difference is perhaps unfortunate, but they're also responsible for I'll withdraw that. So the state believes that we believe all exhibits should go back. Again, I understand the court has concerns over the still image. I understand that might be in a little bit of a different category, but in terms of question number 5, and while I have the floor, I'll just go through what they are. The FBI aerial with all person of interest marked, that would appear to be the defense exhibit that they neglected to mark and has now been accepted. The state also has one, which is Exhibit 25, which has Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum marked, but not the Zeminskis. So I assume they mean the defense exhibit, but we could send both back or have them come down and view it, however we do that. The drone video is 73. That's the full unedited exhibit that's been in evidence now for over a week. The zoomed in still image, we all have talked about that and beaten that horse to death, so I'm going to skip that for now. Then the full event video in regular and slow motion, that seems to be the drone video, as that is the only video of incident 1 that was played in slow motion, just as the only video of incident 2 in slow motion was Dr. Black's. So their expert video was submitted. Our expert video is, I believe this is actually 6 videos that they're asking for, which is the drone video. It's spliced out. So it shows the first third of the incident, the second third, and then up until the end of the shooting. And it's in regular and slow motion. And that's exhibits 581, 582, 583. I'm sorry. S81, S82, S83, S84, S85, and S86. And we believe that the jury should have full access to them. They should have full access in this room. And that's our position. I do not believe a technical reality, shall we say, or an unknown technical incident should result in a mistrial.
How would we object to something we didn't know existed until it was over?
I didn't find that point particularly persuasive because, but anyway.
It's impossible for us to do that. And if everybody in this room that's a lawyer has been a prosecutor. Your job is fairness and being a truth seeker. It's not debatable that it's not fair what happened. We can sit here all day and say it's been played. We didn't know there was another version. How is that reasonable?
Well, I persistently warned the state that, there's a day of reckoning with respect to these things. My feeling is I had my qualms and I decided, well, I'll let the jury hear it. I think I made the comparison the other day of the breathalyzer where the officer doesn't have to be familiar with how the breathalyzer does the analysis. But that's a device that has been sanctioned by the courts. And I just don't think we're at that place with this. And particularly if they've got evidence, I didn't see that in your motion about the manual.
We've learned it since I filed the motion.
Well, if they've got the manual, I don't know. It may be. I forewarned you. You've pressed with this, and that's fine. I've let it in. And my view on it now is where we are. We might as well follow through with it. And if they've got everything correct and it's reliable, then they won't have a problem. If it isn't, it's going to be ugly. All right.
I would just note that the defense, I'm assuming they were paying attention to the trial, would have known on Monday when Detective Ventremian testified that that version was different.
We're going to talk about it. I've made the decision. I'm going to play. You've suggested that it be played here in the courtroom under whose supervision? And
this becomes the deliberation room for that portion as they watch the video.
I'm going to be in the room with them.
same people that are in the room with them now.
Well, why come down if they're just going to be looking at? I mean, are you saying that they come down and hear it with all of us in here?
No, I'm saying everyone leaves.
Okay, well, why not just leave them up there?
Because the screen, watching it on the screen that.
I got you.
And that goes, the problem we're talking about on 5 early is the request 5.
Yeah.
We're talking about the
I didn't
problem.
know the last word you said.
The problem we're talking about on request 5 is on the front end so far. And it goes to the same thing with that television, adding the pixels on the back end. So now they're looking at it on a computer upstairs, and I don't know why they're not looking at this on a computer. Meaning 5. I put my hand on request 5.
And how many times? One time? Is that what you said?
I didn't know. I think just as they're. No, I think they should be free to look at it as much as they'd like.
That would be my bias, frankly. But the law, we've got the. If you know Tucker Carlson's got it, you could have subpoenaed it. No,
We didn't know that until I think today.
what did you think it was?
We knew it was aired on his show. We didn't know that Fox News apparently purchased and has possession of it.
Okay. Did you inquire?
We tried to find the person who took the footage and who ended up being the person who came to our office with it.
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
So this is not a video that was in possession of the state in any way, shape, or form. It was out there in the, I guess, on the internet and in the world in that regard. And I think we're focusing on too heavily on, I guess, a technological glitch and less on and we should be focusing that this exhibit was played. The jury is asking to see exhibits that they have seen and that the defense saw when they were played in court. What's on my phone or my laptop or the defense's phone or laptop is of no matter. What matter is the exhibit. And that exhibit was played. It was not objected to. The authenticity was stipulated to. And the defense, I understand they didn't realize it till Friday, watched this exhibit. They watched it on a television set a few feet from them. They could have watched it on the monitors here. That is what matters. That is what the jury sees. That is what they have seen. That they want to see it again is not prejudicial. It's not prejudicial in any way that the defense had a compressed version now. Obviously, they had seen or had a full version at some point, possibly prior to Attorney Richards becoming the primary attorney. But that is not the fault of the state. And the fact that that some technology compressed this file without anyone's knowledge until Friday is not the responsibility of the state. And Defense Exhibit 41 has this video in it. So to pretend that somehow they're surprised or they didn't know about this video, they've tried to find it just as we did. We found it and there was a technological glitch, or not a glitch, but I guess it worked in a way that is designed that we were not aware of. And Exhibit 41 not only has the drone video in it, which is the defense exhibit, it also has a circle around someone pointing the gun. As I said in my rebuttal, this did not seem to be a great issue until the defendant testified otherwise on the stand. And now all of a sudden, the defense is calling into question technology and not wanting videos in, and it's all to protect their client. And I understand that is their job. I'm not criticizing them for this, but their client lied about this on the stand is the state's position. There seems to be evidence to support the position that he lied on the stand about raising the gun. He was confronted with the exhibit. He denied it. The jury wants to see these exhibits. And I understand there may not be a final ruling on a mistrial until we see what happens or if it's even necessary. And they had their own expert that could have looked at this video, and I'm sure did look at this video. And there were questions at the very beginning of the trial about, and perhaps even before the trial, about the resolution of the FBI plane video, a whole different video. Their expert looked at that. I'm sure their expert looked at this. Their expert must have missed it, that it had been compressed somehow. This is not a resource we had available to us. And I believe the motion for mistrial is inappropriate. I don't believe it should be granted. And coming back to number 5, they're asking to see exhibits that have already been played, and with the exception of the image, exception of 155, were not objected to. And the court has said many times when the state has tried to raise these technological issues, well, there wasn't an objection. And we're asking for the same treatment now that these were not objected to. The defense has had access to the exhibits. They've had access to the drive, that they didn't realize it and we didn't realize it till Friday. That there was some sort of difference is perhaps unfortunate, but they're also responsible for I'll withdraw that. So the state believes that we believe all exhibits should go back. Again, I understand the court has concerns over the still image. I understand that might be in a little bit of a different category, but in terms of question number 5, and I'll just, while I have the floor, I'll just go through what they are. The FBI aerial with all person of interest marked, that would appear to be the defense exhibit that they neglected to mark and has now been accepted. The state also has one, which is Exhibit 25, which has Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum marked, but not the Zeminskis. So I assume they mean the defense exhibit, but we could send both back or have them come down and view it, however we do that. The drone video is 73. That's the full unedited exhibit that's been in evidence now for over a week. The zoomed in still image, we all have talked about that and beaten that horse to death, so I'm going to skip that for now. Then the full event video in regular and slow motion, that seems to be the drone video, as that is the only video of incident 1 that was played in slow motion, just as the only video of incident 2 in slow motion was Dr. Black's. So their expert video was submitted. Our expert video is, I believe this is actually 6 videos that they're asking for, which is the drone video. It's spliced out. So it shows the first third of the incident, the second third, and then up until the end of the shooting. And it's in regular and slow motion. And that's exhibits 581, 582, 583. I'm sorry, S81, S82, S83, S84, S85, and S86. And we believe that the jury should have full access to them. They should have full access in this room. And that's our position. I do not believe a technical reality, shall we say, or an unknown technical incident should result in a mistrial.
How would we object to something we didn't know existed until it was over?
I didn't find that point particularly persuasive because, but anyway.
It's impossible. So it's impossible for us to do that. And if everybody in this room that's a lawyer has been a prosecutor. Your job is fairness and being a truth seeker. It's not debatable that it's not fair what happened. We can sit here all day and say it's been played. We didn't know there was another version. How is that reasonable?
Well, I persistently warned the state that, there's a day of reckoning with respect to these things. My feeling is I had my qualms and I decided, well, I'll let the jury hear it. I think I made the comparison the other day of the breathalyzer where the officer doesn't have to be familiar with how the breathalyzer does the analysis. But that's a device that has been sanctioned by the courts. And I just don't think we're at that place with this. And particularly if they've got evidence, I didn't see that in your motion about the manual.
We've learned it since I filed the motion.
Well, if they've got the manual, I don't know. It may be. I forewarned you. You know, you've pressed with this, and that's fine. I've let it in. And my view on it now is where we are. We might as well follow through with it. And if they've got everything correct and it's reliable, then they won't have a problem. If it isn't, it's going to be ugly. All right.
I would just note that the defense, I'm assuming they were paying attention to the trial, would have known on Monday when Detective Ventramian testified that that version was different.
We're going to talk about it later because I made the decision. I'm going to play. You've suggested that it be played here in the courtroom under whose supervision? And
this becomes the deliberation room for that portion as they watch the video.
Who's going to be in the room with them?
The same people that are in the room with them now.
Well, why come down if they're just going to be looking at? I mean, are you saying that they come down and hear it with all of us in here?
No, I'm saying everyone leaves.
Okay, well, why not just leave them up there?
Because the screen, watching it on the screen that.
I got you.
And that goes, the problem we're talking about on 5 early is the request 5.
Yeah.
We're talking about the
I
problem.
didn't hear the last word you said.
The problem we're talking about on request 5 is on the front end so far. And it goes to the same thing with that television, adding the pixels on the back end. So now they're looking at it on a computer upstairs, and I don't know why they're not looking at this on a computer. Meaning 5. I put my hand on request 5.
And how many times? One time? Is that what you said?
I think just as they're. No, I think they should be free to look at it as much as they'd like.
That would be my bias, frankly. But the law, we've got the. If you know Tucker Carlson's got it, you could have subpoenaed it. No,
We didn't know that until I think today.
we knew it. What did you think it was?
We knew it was aired on his show. We didn't know that Fox News apparently purchased and has possession of it.
Okay. Did you inquire?
We tried to find the person who took the footage and who ended up being the person who came to our office with it.
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
So this is not a video that was in possession of the state in any way, shape, or form. It was out there in the, I guess, on the internet and in the world in that regard. And I think we're focusing on too heavily on, I guess, a technological glitch and less on and we should be focusing that this exhibit was played. The jury is asking to see exhibits that they have seen and that the defense saw when they were played in court. What's on my phone or my laptop or the defense's phone or laptop is of no matter. What matters is the exhibit. And that exhibit was played. It was not objected to. The authenticity was stipulated to. And the defense, I understand they didn't realize it till Friday, watched this exhibit. They watched it on a television set a few feet from them. They could have watched it on the monitors here. That is what matters. That is what the jury sees. That is what they have seen. That they want to see it again is not prejudicial. It's not prejudicial in any way that the defense had a compressed version now. Obviously, they had seen or had a full version at some point, possibly prior to Attorney Richards becoming the primary attorney. But that is not the fault of the state. And the fact that that some technology compressed this file without anyone's knowledge until Friday is not the responsibility of the state. And Defense Exhibit 41 has this video in it. So to pretend that somehow they're surprised or they didn't know about this video, they've tried to find it just as we did. We found it, and there was a technological glitch, or not a glitch, but I guess it worked in a way that is designed that we were not aware of. And Exhibit 41 not only has the drone video in it, which is the defense exhibit, it also has a circle around someone pointing the gun. As I said in my rebuttal, this did not seem to be a great issue until the defendant testified otherwise on the stand. And now all of a sudden, the defense is calling into question technology and not wanting videos in, and it's all to protect their client. And I understand that is their job. I'm not criticizing them for this, but their client lied about this on the stand is the state's position. There seems to be evidence to support the position that he lied on the stand about raising the gun. He was confronted with the exhibit. He denied it. The jury wants to see these exhibits. And I understand there may not be a final ruling on a mistrial until we see what happens or if it's even necessary. And they had their own expert that could have looked at this video, and I'm sure did look at this video, and there were questions at the very beginning of the trial about, and perhaps even before the trial, about the resolution of the FBI plane video, a whole different video. Their expert looked at that. I'm sure their expert looked at this. Their expert must have missed it, that it had been compressed somehow. This is not a resource we had available to us. And I believe the motion for mistrial is inappropriate. I don't believe it should be granted. And coming back to number 5, they're asking to see exhibits that have already been played, and with the exception of the image, exception of 155, were not objected to. And the court has said many times when the state has tried to raise these technological issues, well, there wasn't an objection. And we're asking for the same treatment now that these were not objected to. The defense has had access to the exhibits. They've had access to the drive that they didn't realize it, and we didn't realize it till Friday. That there was some sort of difference is perhaps unfortunate, but they're also responsible for I'll withdraw that. So the state believes that we believe all exhibits should go back. Again, I understand the court has concerns over the still image. I understand that might be in a little bit of a different category, but in terms of question number 5, and while I have the floor, I'll just go through what they are. The FBI aerial with all person of interest marked, that would appear to be the defense exhibit that they neglected to mark and has now been accepted. The state also has one, which is Exhibit 25, which has Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum marked, but not the Zeminskis. So I assume they mean the defense exhibit, but we could send both back or have them come down and view it, however we do that. The drone video is 73. That's the full unedited exhibit that's been in evidence now for over a week. The zoomed in still image, we all have talked about that and beating that horse to death, so I'm going to skip that for now. Then the full event video in regular and slow motion, that seems to be the drone video, as that is the only video of incident 1 that was played in slow motion, just as the only video of incident 2 in slow motion was Dr. Black's. So their expert video was submitted. Our expert video is, I believe this is actually 6 videos that they're asking for, which is the drone video. It's spliced out. So it shows the first third of the incident, the second third, and then up until the end of the shooting. And it's in regular and slow motion. And that's exhibits 581, 582, 583. I'm sorry, S81, S82, S83, S84, S85, and S86. And we believe that the jury should have full access to them. They should have full access in this room. And that's our position. I do not believe a technical reality, shall we say, or an unknown technical incident should result in a mistrial.
How would we object to something we didn't know existed until it was over?
I didn't find that point particularly persuasive because, but anyway.
It's impossible for us to do that. And if everybody in this room that's a lawyer has been a prosecutor. Your job is fairness and being a truth seeker. It's not debatable that it's not fair what happened. We can sit here all day and say it's been played. We didn't know there was another version. How is that reasonable?
Well, I persistently warned the state that, there's a day of reckoning with respect to these things. My feeling is I had my qualms and I decided, well, I'll let the jury hear it. I think I made the comparison the other day of the breathalyzer where the officer doesn't have to be familiar with how the breathalyzer does the analysis. But that's a device that has been sanctioned by the courts. And I just don't think we're at that place with this. And particularly if they've got evidence, I didn't see that in your motion about the manual.
We've learned it since I filed the motion.
Well, if they've got the manual, I don't know. It may be. I forewarned you. You've pressed with this, and that's fine. I've let it in. And my view on it now is where we are. We might as well follow through with it. And if they've got everything correct and it's reliable, then they won't have a problem. If it isn't, it's going to be ugly. All right.
I would just note that the defense, I'm assuming they were paying attention to the trial, would have known on Monday when Detective Entramian testified that that version was different.
We're going to talk about it later because I've made the decision. I'm going to play. You've suggested that it be played here in the courtroom under whose provision? And
this becomes the deliberation room for that portion as they watch the video.
Going to be in the room with them.
The same people that are in the room with them now.
Well, why come down if they're just going to be looking at? I mean, are you saying that they come down and hear it with all of us in here?
No, I'm saying everyone leaves.
Okay, well, why not just leave them up there?
Because the screen, watching it on the screen that.
I got you.
And that goes. The problem we're talking about on 5 early is the request 5.
Yeah.
We're talking about the
I
problem.
didn't know the last word you said.
The problem we're talking about on request 5 is on the front end so far. And it goes to the same thing with that television, adding the pixels on the back end. So now they're looking at it on a computer upstairs, and I don't know why they're not looking at this on a computer. Meaning 5. I put my hand on request 5.
And how many times? One time? Is that what you said?
I didn't know. I think just as they're. No, I think they should be free to look at it as much as they'd like.
That would be my bias, frankly. But the law, we've got the. If you know Tucker Carlson's got it, you could have subpoenaed it. No,
We didn't know that until I think today.
no, we knew it. What did you think it was?
We knew it was aired on his show. We didn't know that Fox News apparently purchased and has possession of it.
Okay. Did you inquire?
We tried to find the person who took the footage and who ended up being the person who came to our office with it.
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
So this is not a video that was in possession of the state in any way, shape, or form. It was out there in the, I guess, on the internet and in the in the world in that regard. And I think we're focusing on too heavily on, I guess, a technological glitch, and less on and we should be focusing that this exhibit was played. The jury is asking to see exhibits that they have seen and that the defense saw when they were played in court. What's on my phone or my laptop or the defense's phone or laptop is of no matter. What matter is the exhibit. And that exhibit was played. It was not objected to. The authenticity was stipulated to. And the defense, I understand they didn't realize it till Friday, watched this exhibit. They watched it on a television set a few feet from them. They could have watched it on the monitors here. That is what matters. That is what the jury sees. That is what they have seen. That they want to see it again is not prejudicial. It's not prejudicial in any way that the defense had a compressed version now. Obviously, they had seen or had a full version at some point, possibly prior to Attorney Richards becoming the primary attorney. But that is not the fault of the state. And the fact that that some technology compressed this file without anyone's knowledge until Friday is not the responsibility of the state. And Defense Exhibit 41 has this video in it. So to pretend that somehow they're surprised or they didn't know about this video, they've tried to find it just as we did. We found it and there was a technological glitch, or not a glitch, but I guess it worked in a way that is designed that we were not aware of. And Exhibit 41 not only has the drone video in it, which is the defense exhibit, it also has a circle around someone pointing the gun. As I said in my rebuttal, this did not seem to be a great issue until the defendant testified otherwise on the stand. And now all of a sudden, the defense is calling into question technology and not wanting videos in, and it's all to protect their client. And I understand that is their job. I'm not criticizing them for this, but their client lied about this on the stand is the state's position. There seems to be evidence to support the position that he lied on the stand about raising the gun. He was confronted with the exhibit. He denied it. The jury wants to see these exhibits. And I understand there may not be a final ruling on a mistrial until we see what happens or if it's even necessary. And they had their own expert that could have looked at this video, and I'm sure did look at this video. And there were questions at the very beginning of the trial about, or perhaps even before the trial, about the resolution of the FBI plane video, a whole different video. Their expert looked at that. I'm sure their expert looked at this. Their expert must have missed it, that it had been compressed somehow. This is not a resource we had available to us. And I believe the motion for mistrial is inappropriate. I don't believe it should be granted. And coming back to number 5, they're asking to see exhibits that have already been